Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The November 5th, 2008 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV, Channel 2, and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art detection and suppression sprinkler system. So should alarms activate while we're having our meeting, just leave through the exits, and our marshals will be out there to tell you when it's safe to come back in. I give this little admonition every time we have a meeting, just an abundance of caution, but we have no reason to expect that that event will ever take place. So before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Leroy Spotted Eagle, spiritual leader for the Southern Paiute Nation, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Goodman, and thank you, City of Las Vegas, for having me today to offer prayer for us this morning. So with that, I'll go ahead and give an opening prayer. Our Heavenly Father, Father God, we thank you for this beautiful day that you've given us. We ask you to be with us today. We ask you to bless each and every one of us that are in this meeting today. We ask a special blessing for the children today that perform for us, for they are our future, our Heavenly Father. And we ask you to be with their parents, our Heavenly Father, at this time. We ask you to be with our new leader of our country, our Heavenly Father. We ask you to bless him and help him to make the right decisions for all of the people of this country, our Heavenly Father. We ask that you be with his family, our Heavenly Father, and watch over them, as with all the other leaders of our country, our Heavenly Father, all the way down to our chiefs and our medicine people, our Heavenly Father. We ask you to be with them at this time. We ask you to bless the water that we drink, the food that we eat today, our Heavenly Father. May all our relatives be well today, our Heavenly Father. Again, our Heavenly Father, we ask that you be with us today, our Heavenly Father, and watch over us in whatever our endeavors are today, and give us the things that we need in life so that we can carry on in an honorable way, our Heavenly Father. I humbly pray. Amen. What's up?
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I hope he's finished. I hope he's finished. You think he's finished? Was he finished? Okay. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we call the ceremonial portion of our agenda. And for our first item, Councilman Ross is going to recognize the November Citizen of the Month. Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Las Vegas. And what a lot of bright, smiley faces out here today. As I do this, I would ask Commissioner Sam Dunham to come up to the podium. Commissioner, before you do, could you bring your mother with you? Oh, yeah. I wasn't going to do this without you, Mom. Come on up here. I need to let the residents of the city understand something. Planning commissioners, Commissioner Dunham has been the planning commissioner for Ward 6 for the past 3.5 years and has served with me and has served the citizens of this community diligently. I brought his mom up here, too, because to raise a great man, it takes a great woman, Mom. So our planning commissioners sacrifice a great deal. They spend many hours during the weeks prior to the planning commission meetings, meeting with residents and homeowners associations and developers as well as business owners in the city of Las Vegas. And I learned something recently, and it was more of an epiphany. You know, we as council members, we focus and concentrate our efforts on our wards, and we work hard in them. We're out in the neighborhoods. And one thing I recognize about our planning commissioners is they represent, in an aspect, the entire city of Las Vegas and have a great deal of influence over the city, just as we do. But I know my focus is greatly pointed towards Ward 6, where the commissioners look at the entire city as a whole, and I'm grateful for that. Commissioner Dunham and I haven't always seen eye to eye on issues, and that's why we have a great system of a planning commission and a city council, and it's worked well. A little bit about Commissioner Dunham. Sam Dunham has been an integral part of the city of Las Vegas community since 1965. As a civil engineer, Sam has been active with the American Society of Civil Engineers, American Society of Professional Engineers, and many nonprofit organizations. He's been a small business owner, Dunham Civil Engineering, and is currently working at Pogamire. Sam has always been a volunteer in our community, from serving as the past president to his homeowners association to serving as a soccer coach for his daughter's team. He continues to be supportive in his homeowners association by providing input and assistance with many issues. It was this commitment to community that persuaded him to take the position as my appointment to the City of Las Vegas Planning Commission. Sam has served Las Vegas with distinction on the Planning Commission, and he continues to be active in community events and neighborhood meetings. He works with his neighbors to help them and their projects through the processes of the City of Las Vegas. He continues to be supportive in Ward 6. I would like to recognize Sam Dunham as the Ward 6 Citizen of the Month for his dedication to his community, our great city, our youth, and the families of the Northwest. Congratulations, Sam. Now it's your turn.
Thank you. It was a lot of fun being on the Planning Commission. I just want to thank the staff, from planning to engineering to Councilman Ross's staff, that it made my job very easy with all of the support that I had. And until now, I thought you and I always did see eye to eye, but maybe that's different. So, but thank you so much, and I want to thank my friends and family that came out this morning. It means a lot, and maybe I can work with you still on some other issues. So, and I'd like to congratulate Councilman Brown on his win for County Commission too. So, thank you.
And Sam, you're not done. Ward 6 still needs you, and the City of Las Vegas still needs you, and it's people like him that set a great example for the rest of us. So I appreciate your service to the City of Las Vegas. Thank you very much, and thank you.
Congratulations. Would you like to say something?
No.
Why?
You sure? He's your boy.
I know he's my boy.
This is
I'm
your
very
chance.
proud of
Would
him.
you like to sing something?
Oh, say, can you sing?
Thank you.
Congratulations. That's great. Great. Okay. For our next item, Councilwoman Tarkanian is going to proclaim November as Native American Heritage Month. Before she does that, the City of Las Vegas, really, we pride ourselves on diversity and the fact that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And this particular segment of our community, the Native Americans, really are wonderful partners with the City of Las Vegas, and we are so proud that you participate with our events and that you feel that you're part of our community, because we embrace you as being a very important portion of what makes Las Vegas great. So with that, Councilwoman.
I'd like to ask our dancers that were out there this morning, would you come up here so everybody can see how beautiful you are? And we thank you for performing your dances out there in this particularly cold morning. Why don't you stand right in front here? Yeah. Thank you. Oops. Okay. The city of Las Vegas is proud to recognize its Native American history in the original inhabitants of this great land. We recognize National Native American Heritage Month as part of our diversity initiative. In celebration, the city today pays special tribute to the American Indian Alliance, AIA, at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. To accept this proclamation, I ask that Kyle Ethelbach come forward, please. Kyle. Kyle, I want to say here today that AIA is a group of concerned Native American faculty, staff, and allies who strive to promote Native American student and staff involvement and retention at UNLV and works to ensure a higher quality of life and academic experience. Kyle is one of the founders of the UNLV Native American Alliance, where under his leadership a Native American fund was started to support Native American students and cultural programming at UNLV. The fund was started with contributions from personal income, and it has continued with much hard work and dedication. We present this proclamation today, and I ask Kyle, I invite him to say a few words and bring forward other members of your group, please.
Good morning, and thank you for this recognition. As has been indicated, I'm a member of the American Indian Alliance at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. We're not a department. We don't have any purse strings, but what we are a group of individuals from American Indian backgrounds as well as allies who believe in supporting diversity and encouraging our Native American students to go forward and achieve their goals and objectives. And so that's what we decided to do, 3 of us, and there's actually about 7 of us now. Back in 2000, Dr. Michelle Chino, Dr. Jane Hafen, and myself came together and decided that, we needed some kind of outlet in a large institution where we don't always tend to see individuals who look like ourselves or who have a background such as ourselves. So we got together, and what started out as more of a social once-a-month kind of endeavor turned into something that really has moved forward with the institution, and we are very much an integral part of the institution. And with that, I'd like to call our members of the American Indian Alliance up. It's Dr. Patrice Hora, Director of the UNLV Writing Center. Dr. Michelle Chino, Associate Professor of Environmental Occupational Health. Dr. Carolee Dodge Francis, Director of the American Indian Research and Education Center. Dr. Jane Hafen, Associate Professor of English at UNLV. And Mr. Christopher Kipuros, Associate Director of Student Financial Services at UNLV. I think
Look how far he's come.
We've given you this today, and we also have a certificate of recognition for every member that you have here, and I'll give it to you to give to each of them. We want to thank you so much for your hard work. Often you do things in a way most people can't see. It's sort of a silent way that people aren't able to observe daily, and you do so much, and your work is so good. Thank you very much from our council.
Thank you. Thank you. And before you leave us, why don't each one of you wonderful dancers tell us who you are, okay? What's your name?
Reina.
Raina, very beautiful.
Keanu.
Beautiful name.
Linnell.
Wonderful.
Carry ball.
I didn't hear.
Carry ball.
Wonderful.
Minnesota.
Terrific. Isn't that great? Look, aren't they beautiful? And you're in charge of these wonderful youngsters? What's your name?
I'm Sharon Singer, and I teach at Fremont Professional Development Middle School. The students that performed this morning are local students who attend our local elementary, middle, and high schools, and we're just very honored to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great having you here. Thanks for coming down. Thank you, everybody. Good seeing you. Nice seeing you. Yes. All right, the Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Reese, will recognize some very, very important people in our community. Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's really a privilege for me today to honor our Bishop Gorman High School baseball team and the American Legion team that represented Las Vegas so well today. Over the years, we have recognized Bishop Gorman many times for outstanding athletic and academic achievements. However, this recognition may top them all. Last spring, the team won a third straight high school 4A title and was ranked in the top 10 of several national polls. But believe it or not, we are actually recognizing this group for something even more exciting. Bishop Gorman's American Legion team, the Southern Nevada Titans, finished a 21-game winning streak to become American League world champions. In most parts of the county, American Legion teams consist of top players from multiple high schools, but this Gorman team is made up of only current Bishop Gorman players and 3 graduates. Nevada teams have competed in the American Legion games for the past 84 years, and the Titans have been the first Nevada team to go all the way to the top. In addition, they beat out 6,000 teams nationally to take first place. In addition to this national title, the team also has 3 American Legion state titles and 2 regional championships. If I could like to ask Coach Chef, and do we have Coach Baker and Coach Pimentel here? Chris can handle it today. Is the athletic director, Pete Weinbaugh, here? Pete, could you come up, please? If I could, I'd like to ask the players to please step forward as I call their names, and we'll hand out some little plaques here. Oh, I do have this overhead I'd like to show, though, if I could. Can we go to the overhead, please? There we go. Can you bring it in? A little closer. Can you guys see Larry Brown right in the middle there? Isn't that Coach Brown? I thought that was Coach Brown. That's Don's Demmer. That's not Coach Brown. I'm sorry, you guys. He's a county commissioner now. If I could have the players come up as I call their names. Wesley Densler. Larry, could you pass out the trophies there to them as they come up? Wesley's not here? How about Scott Deisinger? How about Johnny Field? Johnny, yeah, we got a winner. Ricardo Gonzalez. Matt Hall. Corey Laffler. Neil Lawhorn. Jeff Baum. Stephen Manthia. Tyler Rankin, Joey Rickert, Don Roach, R.J. Sandegate, Paul Seawald, Chris Tulick, Eric Van Metren, Tyler Wagner. It's also important to note that Jeff Malm, Scott Deisinger, and Matt Hall were named to the American Legion World Series All-Tournament team, and Jeff was named American Legion World Series MVP. Congratulations. These athletes have accomplished an amazing feat and have continued to be successful students as well. These students couldn't have done it without the support of their parents. Are the parents here today? Any parents? I see a wife out there. I really, the mayor said something before the meeting started today that really kind of rang a bell with me. Baseball, over the years, is the only sport that really hasn't changed. The bases are still the same distance. The pitching mound's still the same. The other sports, they introduce new things to make them, try to bring the fans out. But baseball has been consistent. And it's really something for the city of Las Vegas to be able to have an American Legion team. I know I've been involved for many, many years, but to have a group of youngsters like this representing us, to me, it's very outstanding. And just to imagine playing these teams from all over the country and going undefeated, it's never been heard of. And I want to congratulate you, not only for me, but for the city council. And we're really, really proud of you today. Chris?
Well, first off, thank you. Thanks for taking the time to recognize us. It's been a nice little run. These guys have put together quite a run with 3 straight state championships, 3 Legion championships, and then topping off being the first team in Nevada to actually win a American Legion World Series. So it's been great. The great thing for me is that these guys are moving on to college too, and we have, I think, 6 guys here that have already locked up scholarships. We have, I believe, 5 or 6 underclassmen with us today, too, that will eventually probably lock up scholarships, too. So we're real excited about this group. These guys have been super. They've done excellent work, and they've worked extremely hard to get where they're at, and I'm real proud of them. So thank you. Thank you for taking the time. And last but not least, got to recognize our parents that are here, Mrs. Field, and of course my wife and little one, who've put up with a lot of long hours at the field, and I'm truly grateful for them and everything they've done for us to support our program. So thank you.
Thank you. That's great.
Thank you, guys. Very proud. Do you need an old knuckleball pitcher?
You got a knuckleball in you?
I got a knuckleball or 2. It's still left to me. Huh? I want one of those. Can I have that, please? No, just kidding. Congratulations, guys. We're very proud of you. Terrific.
Good seeing you. Good job. Next one.
And we have a special recognition here today. If I could have Commander Jewett please come forward. Commander Jewett is the new commander of our substation over here on 9th Street. And I got to tell you, this lady is a fireball. She is really doing things in the downtown that's just unheard of. And Captain, welcome this morning, babe.
Thank you very much. I've been at Downtown Air Command just about 5 months now, and what we've tried to do is really focus in on our crime problems, in particular hot spots in our area. And one thing that we know, we can't arrest away our problems. Society has changed. We're trying to look at a different approach of using all of our resources, including the city, our city employees and our marshals, and all of us working together as a unit. And I'll tell you, we've been successful. We have a long ways to go, but we have decreased crime. And what we'd like to do today is recognize those that actually assisted us. And we have a lot of you out there. We've got some commendable performances for you that we'd like to say thank you for your help. We look forward to the next project that we do. At this point, I'd like to invite up Sergeant Cindy Rodriguez and also Lieutenant Barbara Schmidt that works with me. And at this point, if we could go ahead and roll our tape, kind of gives you an idea of the project that all these folks participated in the arrest that we made, while Sergeant Cindy Rodriguez goes ahead and reads off the commendables and then calls up each individual. If you could also come up, we'd like to present it with you. Thank you.
On September 24, 2008, a multi-agency directed patrol activity was held at the downtown area. The primary objective was to use creative methods to conduct enforcement in our problematic areas. The 2 areas that were focused on were the Fremont Corridor and the 21st and Sunrise area, Officers from the Community-Oriented Policing Detail came up with the idea of utilizing a CAT bus to spot criminal activity while using the bus as a mobile command post. The camera surveillance officers were utilized to spot criminal activity and communicate with officers via the radio. A light-duty officer with a laptop was utilized to provide arrest and criminal backgrounds on the arrestees. Las Vegas City Marshals coordinated with the DTAC COP officers and DTAC field training officers to help with enforcement, processing, and transport of prisoners. Las Vegas City also provided a transportation supervisor and member of the rapid response team. In a 6-hour directed patrol activity, 18 arrests, 2 citations, 19 grams of raw cocaine, $1,806 in cash, and a stolen firearm were recovered. All members of this multi-agency team worked together to accomplish a very successful operation. Officers were enthusiastic about the next directed patrol activity and were motivated to use other ideas outside the box. This type of team effort is a fine example of the valuable relationships that have been established between the City of Las Vegas and the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department in suppressing crime and enhancing the quality of life for citizens in the downtown area. We look forward to joint operations in the future. We thank you for your participation, professionalism, and teamwork from the staff of the Downtown Area Command. Thank you. If I could have these officers come up as I read these names. Sergeant Mark McCoy from Las Vegas City Marshals, Officer Pat McQueen, Officer M. Brown, Officer D. Compson, Officer P. Hartz, Officer J. Hunt, the City of Las Vegas Transportation Supervisor Chris Jefferson is here, and Rapid Response Team member Robert Everett is here. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Officer Amelia Stevens, Officer Deborah Ridgeberg Atkins, Officer Otto Foster, Officer David Cienega, Officer James Oakes, Officer Peter John, Officer Thomas T.J. Decano, Officer Terry Roberts, Officer William Umana, Officer Ramon Brown, Officer Mike Freeman, and Officer Humphrey is not here because he's having a baby this morning.
Great job.
In following up with some of the properties that we have in our area, I'd like to also recognize 4 civilian employees from the City of Las Vegas: Supervisor Jim DiFiore, Kelly Oliverius, Latanya Webb, and Victoria Rosemore. Their commendable states that, on behalf of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Command, Chronic Nuisance Detail, we would like to commend the City of Las Vegas Business Licensing Section for all of their hard work, dedication, and partnership with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Over the years, this section has been an invaluable resource for the Downtown Area Command Chronic Nuisance Detail, with success in abating problem properties in the downtown area. They are to be commended for their leadership and initiative that they exemplify when setting up and attending meetings with property owners and other governmental entities, conduct research, and answering countless questions from us. We're always bugging them. Phone calls and emails. This section has contributed to so much to improving the downtown area and its quality of life. Therefore, the Downtown Area Command Chronic Nuisance Detail is indebted to all of you. Once again, thank you for all your continued leadership and perseverance. We look forward to continuing to work with all of you toward achieving our mutual goal of a better quality of life for the residents and businesses in the downtown area, as well as the City of Las Vegas. Thank you.
As you can see, we're very fortunate that we've got a great bond with the city, and we're working wonderfully with them and making some actual strides. But I'd like to recognize my 2 counterparts. I'm very fortunate to have Barb and Cindy work for myself along with all of our fellow officers. Without these men and women, we wouldn't be making the progress that we're making. So I'd like to personally thank you guys for all that you do. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks. Is our man still in custody? Good. That's terrific.
Thank you so much. We are very fortunate to have a very safe city as a result of the cooperative efforts between our marshals and Metro. There are very few cities that have that kind of interaction for the benefit of our constituents. I do have an announcement I'd like to make. We're going to be hearing later on in our agenda an item about our Veterans Day Parade. It's going to be next Tuesday. It's downtown. It starts around 4th and Charleston. It's going to be a phenomenal parade. This is going to be something that's so special, I promise this to you, that if you miss it, you're missing a piece of Americana. We're going to be announcing attendees that we never dreamed of would be coming into our community. The highest-ranking officers in the United States will be here because of the special nature of what's going to take place that day. It starts at 10 o'clock, and you're going to see our heroes. I'm talking about real heroes. I'm talking about people who put themselves in harm's way, and they were harmed. Because we have some good fellows and good ladies in our community who care about these folks after they return from the war in an injured state, injured capacity. They're called Wounded Warriors. And we're going to have, I believe, 59 Wounded Warriors who will be participating in this parade. I promise you, it will be heart-wrenching, it will choke you up, and it will make you very, very proud that you're an American. So I invite each and every one of you and all those who may be listening to the City Council meeting to join us next Tuesday, November the 11th, that's Veterans Day itself, for this wonderful parade where we're going to celebrate the young men and women of our country who sacrificed parts of their body in order to keep America free. Thank you.
The count went up. I can't afford it after a while. Wonderful. You guys are the best. You're the best.
We try.
Try hard, sir.
You're the best.
Tell me the best thing to do.
It's going to be a special parade. That's going to be a special. 10 o'clock. Next Tuesday. That's a special one. Let's see. 49.
Mr. Reese, thank
Yes.
you again.
Yep. Yep. $58 and 61. Okay. Where is he? Where do you see him? Oh. That's funny. Could be. Okay, good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. We'll call item number 9. Any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 49, is a hearing to consider appeal of the notice and orders regarding vacant and abandoned buildings at 901 West McWilliams Avenue, units 902, 3, 4, 6, and 7, Moulin Rouge Properties, LLC. Staff would like that to be held in advance until our February the 4th, 2009 meeting. Item 53 is a temporary approval of a new beer wine cooler off-sale license doing business at 7-Eleven store, 6446 North Durango Drive, Suite 105. Staff's asked to strike. Item 54 is a temporary approval of a new tavern license doing business, Don't Tell Mama, 517 Fremont Street, Suite 110. Staff's asked to strike. Item 58 is a temporary approval of change of business name and change of ownership doing business at A1 Security Ltd., 917 South 1st Street. Staff's asked to strike. And item 61 is temporary approval of a new Class 3A secondhand dealer license doing business at Glitter to Green, 632 Canyon Green Drive. Staff asked that to be held in advance until our November the 19th, 2008 meeting. Council members, are there any other items we need to report at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these 5 items forward and take appropriate action, please.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 10 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of October 1, 2008, and the special City Council meeting of October 6, 2008. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Yes, Your Honor, no additions or deletions. I'll make a motion for approval of these minutes with all conditions, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 11 through 41 are on our consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time from the consent agenda?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to bring forth some items just to have information put on the record which might answer some questions that have come to my office.
Okay.
Numbers 23, 19, 20, 21, and 26.
20, 21, and 26. All right. Are there any others? All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll make a motion to approve items 11 through 41 with the exceptions of 19, 20, 21, 23, and 26 with all conditions, please.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. All right. We'll do it in the order that the councilwoman stated. We'll go to 23 first. '23 is approval of a rejection of the low bidder and award to the best bidder of bid number 09.1730.08-TF, Okie Storm Drain, Birch Street to Kalen Drive, and the construction conflicts and contingency reserve set by Finance and Business Services, Department of Public Works. The award recommended to Las Vegas Paving Corporation in the amount of $6,106,515 from our Road and Flood Capital Projects Fund. This is in Ward 1. Councilwoman?
My question is this Las Vegas Paving Corporation the same company with which we've had many problems? And
Mr. Vincent?
Good morning, Mark Vincent, Director of Finance and Business Services. Are you referring to APCO as the...
Yes.
They're a related company, but it's not the same company now.
It's not the same company. Okay.
There is a related, it's a related company, but it's not the same. APCO was created specifically for, to be able to do projects other than road projects, and that's the company that has bid on
And we haven't
several of
had
our-
problems with any road projects by this company?
I wouldn't say we've never had problems, but I will say that we've never had any problems that are any more significant than any other contractor we've
Okay.
had.
You always have some problems, right? Okay, thank you very much.
All right, based on that question and the disclosure, I believe I may have some partnership interest with some of the corporate representatives of Las Vegas Paving on a piece of property that I own up in Apex, so for that reason I'm going to abstain. If the Mayor Pro Tem would ask the Councilwoman to make a motion.
Yes, Your Honor, I would. Councilwoman Tarkanian, would you like to make a motion, please?
I'll move to approve.
You heard a motion. Please cast your vote. As opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Item 19 is approval of award of contract number 080199-TB for Associated Tennis Instruction Services located at the Amanda and Stacy Darling Tennis Center at 7901 West Washington Avenue, Department of Leisure Services. The award is recommended to Vuong Nguyen, $60,000 from the general fund, and this is in Ward 4. I believe the related items, item 20 is approval of award of contract number 090055-TB for Associated Tennis Instruction Services located at the Amanda and Stacy Darling Tennis Center, 7901 West Washington Avenue, Department of Leisure Services. The award is recommended to Jeff Lewis in the amount of $52,000 from the general fund. That is in Ward 4. And the third is 21, which is approval of award of contract number 090054-TB for Associated Tennis Instruction Services located at the Amanda and Stacy Darling Tennis Center at 7901 West Washington Avenue, Department of Leisure Services. The award is recommended to Brooke Boyd in the amount of $62,000 from the general fund. That, too, is in Ward 4. Councilwoman?
The questions that have come to our office are, who gets these lessons? Is it people who live in the area that then go for the tennis lessons?
I'm not sure I can answer the demographics of the customer set, but I don't know that.
In other words, you don't have any specific group?
I don't know.
Mr. Zimmerman?
Mr. Zinman might be able to answer that question.
Please identify yourself for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Counsel Lonnie Zimmerman, Acting Deputy Director from Department of Leisure Services. Councilwoman, if I understand your question, it's a cross-section of demographics, as we actually receive children and adults from 18 to their lifespan from across the valley. So it's not ward-specific to Ward 4, although I believe you'd see a lot of folks from Ward 4 and Ward 6 who do come to the tennis center.
All right.
But it's
Those who live more near the area. Now, it says fees paid for tennis instruction are recovered through class registration. Have we done this in other years?
the tennis centers. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And the question I have is, do we recover the full amount of the cost of the tennis lessons? That's the key factor and the question that's coming to my office.
Yes, ma'am. In a very generic sense, we cover approximately 128%. If we add the admin fee that Mr. Vincent and I speak of often, we're probably just in excess of 105. But for all we pay the tennis pros, we cost recover in excess of 100% for our tennis instruction.
So that means that anybody who's concerned that we're spending money, when we don't have much money, this is money that we do recover. Past history shows we have recovered.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And we only pay for the tennis professionals for the services they actually render. So it's not like they're on salary or on staff in that regard.
Well, when you added the three, it was a large amount of money. Yep. And there are a lot of cutbacks coming, and a lot of people have questions. So I just wanted to be sure we were on the record that this is money that we expend, but that we do recover in excess of what we expend. And that's on the record. I mean,
yes,
that's
ma'am.
Correct,
and
right?
We do.
I would move to approve, Mr. Mayor, those three items.
Very good. That's 19, 20, and 21. Motion to approve. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And the last one is 26, which is approval of an agreement to allocate $145,792 Community Development Block Grant funds for the Boys and Girls Club Family Resource Management Program located at 2580 South Lindell Road to continue providing services to low and moderate income persons, and this pertains to all wards. Mr. Harson?
Yes, Steve Harson, Director of Neighbor Services. I also have Tim Whitwright, who is the Development Manager.
Councilwoman?
I just wanted to clarify that these were funds expended through the CDBG grant funds,
correct,
which were already assembled for use this year. These
yes.
Could you just explain that for people who are listening in?
Do you want to go ahead, Tim?
Sure. It's the Community Development Block Grant funds. These are monies that we have collected. Of course, we received them from HUD, Department of Housing and Urban
So
Development.
we're receiving it from the federal government?
Correct.
So we're not cutting any other programs in order to give this?
Right. These are funds that we collect as far as even from program income, for instance. Some monies that were unallocated from the previous round going through our Community Development Recommending Board.
I want to just clarify that. Thank you for indulging my questions, but with this time that we're in now, particularly the wards that perhaps aren't as affluent and some things are being cut, people have many questions, and I just wanted it on the record, not just from myself, talking with people directly, but from the specialists here. So we know that this is from the federal government, given to us, and it's given to many different things within the city. And, Mr. Mayor, I would move to approve.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks.
We'll turn to item 42. This is going to be a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance at the vacant lot located north of Buffalo Road and Oakey Boulevard in the amount of $4,428 and assess a maximum of $65,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is trustee Clark County Treasurer, care of Corvial LLC, and this is in Ward 2. Mr. Smith.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. To save time, I'm going to ask that we read all three of these together because these are three adjacent parcels.
No problem. 43 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance at the vacant land located north of Buffalo Road and Oakey Boulevard in the amount of $3,853 and assess a maximum of $65,550 $550 in daily civil penalties. The property owner, trustee, Clark County Treasurer, care of Corvial LLC in Ward 2. And the last one is a public hearing to consider, item 44, a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance at the vacant lot located north of Buffalo Road and Oakey Boulevard in the amount of $3,508 and assess a maximum penalty of $65,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owner's trustee, Clark County Treasurer, care of Corvial LLC, also in Ward 2.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared this property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Level X Incorporated to remove all refuse and waste from all areas of the vacant lots, remove all weeds and grass in excess of 8 inches in height, install fence around the entire lot, and post signs, no trespassing, no dumping, no vehicle. To date, there have been 5 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of December 2003 was $820,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to Level X in the amount of $44,428, $3,853, $3,508, and consider the assessing a maximum civil penalty of $65,550 in daily civil penalties on each property.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. Are you representing the property owner?
Not exactly, Your Honor. Bob Olson of Greenberg Trarick.
Let me do this then. It's a public hearing. All 3 of these items, I now declare them open. Be happy to hear from you.
Thank you. I represent Tom Grimmett, who was appointed receiver for Corvial LLC. I wanted to try to accomplish 2 things today. The first is to advise the city that title to the property is no longer vested in Corvial. There was a foreclosure sale in April, and title was transferred to 2 new owners, J&D Financial Services Incorporated and Fisher Investments Incorporated. I've provided Mr. Smith with a copy of the trustee's deed. The second thing I wanted to do is just simply ensure that Mr. Grimmett is not held personally responsible for any of the fines, penalties, cleanup costs, et cetera, associated with this.
Who don't you want to be held responsible?
Oh, Tom Grimmett. He was appointed receiver for Corvial for the purpose of liquidating the property by Judge Corey about a year and a half ago.
Let's get an attorney's opinion on that just to see that we're on the right track. Mr. Jervik.
It's my understanding, and I have one of my attorneys in the audience as well who has worked on this, that the city followed the proper notice procedures. At the time the notice was given regarding the abatement, we had the name Corvial. That's who the assessor had, and that's why we gave legal notice to Corvial. Since then, there was a transfer. I don't know at what point in time, whether it was before the demo, after the demo, but we gave the legal notice given the only name that we had. The new owner took title, in my opinion, subject to whatever it is that the city did. Now, if title insurance didn't pick it up, or the assessor was wrong, that's between them and the assessor, and them and the title insurance company. But this lien is on the property, and that's what you got when you took over.
Okay, well, basically, how about it as far as Mr. Grimmett personally is concerned?
It's on the title of the property. It's going to remain on the title. The
It would remain on the title of Corvial LLC, correct?
It would remain on the property itself, and if Corvial has transferred to Mr. Grimmett, then Mr. Grimmett owes it.
The property, for the record, was never transferred to Mr. Grimmett.
He was a trustee, is that correct?
He was a receiver appointed by state court.
Appointed by the court.
In litigation involving Corvial.
Right. It's just a lien that I understand then it would run with it. I assume that the trustee is going to try and liquidate this at some point in time, and when you do, whoever buys that property will take it subject to owing the city this amount of money.
Mr. Jervik, what occurred is there was a foreclosure sale on April 29th of this year, and property was transferred to the lien holder. So Mr. Grimmett has never appeared in title on the property.
And we don't have a lien yet on that property because we haven't taken action, is that correct?
Correct. And the property did change hands.
I think what we'd better, this may have slipped through our crack.
Like I say, understand that we can only give legal notice to who the assessor
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Jervik, but who do we get our money from? That's what I want to know.
The new owner of the property.
All right, then, do we have to renotice this?
We have noticed them, Your Honor. We sent legal notification as soon as we were advised of the transfer of the
Okay,
property.
fine.
We have sent legal notification to the new owners on record. What happened was...
Fine, I understand. So your matter is taken care of, apparently it's personal liability of Mr. Grimmick. Now we have to go after the new owners, correct?
Thank you.
Right, it will be a lien placed on the property. It will be a civil issue between the new owners, the title company, and Clark County, because we did do all of our legal notifications. They bought the property with a legal notice
So
on
the
it.
only issue that's before us today, really, that has to be decided, it would be the civil penalties that are going to be imposed, and turn to Councilman Wilson for that.
Well, the issue, as I understand it, is whether this council imposes a lien on each of the three properties individually, and/or whether or not we add additional civil penalties onto those. Is that right? And I want to thank Mr. Harsons, you're out there somewhere, Steve, for coming in my office this morning with your staff and briefing me on this. My understanding is the City of Las Vegas did everything appropriate. We followed the appropriate processes.
Correct.
We went to the trouble and expense of having to cure these properties, so we've done everything right. If there was some miscommunication, it was between the assessor's office or the recorder's office and the new property owners, et cetera. Mr. Olson, who's appearing for the receiver, I understand your concern, but I don't think it's at issue at all, because what this council is being asked to do is to consider liening the property for the amounts as recommended, but I don't think it would affect your client.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I just wanted to ensure that Mr. Grimmett had no liability in connection with this.
Okay, thank you. Once again, I'll repeat, it seems to me like the City of Las Vegas has done everything they're supposed to, follow the rules, follow the procedures. This is a property owner that has ignored the processes. We gave them opportunities to abate these problems. These are valuable properties. It's three adjacent properties, is that right? So they're separate legal pieces.
Correct.
But they're adjacent to one another, three of them all owned by the same owner.
Correct.
Okay. My motion, can I make one motion for all three properties, Mr. Jerbick? One motion for all three, or just individually?
You can, unless anybody wants to take a separate motion. One motion's fine.
Okay, what I'm going to do is, my motion is going to be to follow the recommendation of staff as to items 42, 43, and 44 to assess in the amount of $4,428, agenda item number 42, $3,853 as to agenda item number 43, and $3,508 as to agenda item 44, with the addition of one $65,000 penalty as to the whole, not three $65,000 penalties for each of the three properties.
Does that to be apportioned equally on each property owner, each property, because there are separate owners that have bought at the foreclosure?
That's how we would record it, Your Honor. We would split it up, the civils between the three properties, and put it equal portions on each property, yes.
And that would be my motion.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 45 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 2004 Santiago Street in the amount of $2,812.25 and assess a maximum of $60,200 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is David R. Vieira, and this is in Ward 3. Mr. Smith.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared this property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken, nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Level X Incorporated to remove all refuse waste, trash debris, all weeds and grass in exceed of 8 inches in height, remove shed, install fence around vacant lots, and post signs, no trespassing, dumping, or vehicles. To date, there have been 10 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of July 2003 was $159,900. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $1,595 invoice for Level X Incorporated services, in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $2,812.25, and consider assessing a maximum of $60,200 in civil penalties.
All right, thank you. This is a public hearing. If anyone wants to be heard, is the owner of the property here, David R. Vieira? Was that a human being sitting amongst the rubble that got up and walked and was videotaped?
Yeah, I believe it was, Your Honor.
It was like a rooting pig. Unbelievable. Amazing. Okay.
That's why we're trying to clean these places up.
I don't blame you. Okay. It's a public hearing. If anybody wants to be heard, we'll close the public hearing then.
Thank you, Your Honor. I certainly support Neighborhood Services and Mr. Smith, what they're doing. I'm going to follow along with their recommendation of $2,812.25 total, an additional $25,000 daily assessable penalty.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
25,000.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item 46 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for mitigation abatement of vacant or abandoned building located at 558 Canosa Avenue in the amount of $11,848.50 and assess a maximum of $172,050 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Victor Vitug, and this is in Ward 3.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Disaster Cleanup of Nevada to install screens over all windows and doors that are boarded, install protective covering, security bars on windows, and security doors on doors, remove refuse, waste, trash, debris, vegetation, and graffiti. To date, there have been 9 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of January 2004 was $155,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $8,950 for work completed by Disaster Cleanup of Nevada, in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $11,848.50, and consider assessing a maximum of $172,050 in daily civil penalties.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Are there any questions of Mr. Smith? Is the property owner here, Mr. Victor Vitug? Anybody on his behalf? It's a public hearing, folks. If anyone would like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, I'll follow staff's recommendation for the $11,848.50, and I would also consider assessing a civil penalty of $25,000 on this property also.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 47 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for mitigation abatement of vacant or abandoned building located at 513 Harrison Avenue in the amount of $5,020.50 and assess a maximum of $218,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owners is the Williams 1996 Trust, Wood Dolores Trustees et al., and this is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Mr. Smith.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Level X Incorporated to install security bars over all windows, install protective coverings on all windows and doors, remove refuse, waste, trash, debris, vegetation, and dilapidated fence from west side of yards. Remove fencing on the north side of the property, fence along the east side of the property line to remain. To date, there have been 14 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property is unknown for this location. Original construction year was 1950. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses and the amount of $3,110 for work completed by Level X Inc. Services, in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $5,020.50, and consider assessing a maximum of $218,550 in daily civil penalties.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Is the property owner here or representative of the property owner? Public hearing, folks, if you'd like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I would like to follow staff's recommendation to recover the cost of mitigation of abatement at 513 Harrison in the amount of $5,020.50, and also assess a maximum penalty, civil penalty of $25,000. That would be my motion.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 48 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of dangerous building demolition located at 204 West Van Buren Avenue in the amount of $11,564.85 and assessed a maximum of $307,050 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Arlie Anderson. This is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared this property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired WA Construction to demolish the structure in compliance with Clark County Health Regulation. Bids were also included for the asbestos removal, removing refuse waste, and post no trespassing, no dumping, no vehicle signs on site. On January 25, 2008, an asbestos survey was conducted by CAMAIR. To date, there have been 27 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of August 1989 was $22,500. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $7,949 invoice for WA Construction Services and a $650 invoice for CAMAIR asbestos survey, in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $11,564.85, and consider assessing a maximum of $307,050 in daily civil penalties.
Thank you. Any questions to Mr. Smith? Is a property owner here or a representative? Anybody want to be heard on this? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. I would like to also follow staff's recommendation for the cost of abatement of this dangerous building located at 204 West Van Buren in the amount of $11,564.85, and also assess the maximum daily civil penalty in the amount of $100,000. That will be my motion.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Item number 50 is a report from Consumer Credit Counseling Services of Southern Nevada and Fannie Mae on foreclosure prevention and intervention strategies as it relates to the housing foreclosure crisis facing Southern Nevada. This pertains to all wards. Mr. Kemfer?
Yes, Your Honor, and I am not on that item, and please, if you will indulge me, I apologize. It was my understanding, and I apologize for coming up now, but item 78 was going to be held or deferred, and it's not that I don't enjoy the time here, but if that item is in fact going to be held or deferred...
It is. It's going to be stricken.
It's going to be stricken?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I ask. I sincerely apologize.
No problem. And the reason it's going to be stricken is it's going to be reworked, so we'll have a level playing field for all those who will be involved, and the city will be able to get a little income from it as well.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Very good. Okay. Item 50 comes about, really, as a result of Councilman Ross and myself being invited by Senator Reed and representatives of the Housing and Urban Development Department to take a tour up in Ward 6 to see some of the foreclosed properties there and how the neighborhood was being sorely affected as a result of the properties not being upkept. And at the conclusion of the tour, it was suggested that a presentation be given to the council and ultimately picked up by the media and those who are viewing the council meeting to advise folks as to certain remedies that they may avail themselves of when they're faced with properties that have been foreclosed, and how the stabilization fund, for which the city of Las Vegas will receive approximately $20 million, $14 million directly, and then $6 million in round figures from the state, in order to address these problems. And one of the areas that the monies will go for is credit counseling, so that folks will be able to recover from the adverse effects of the foreclosed properties that they have been involved with. And Mr. Harson has been kind enough to arrange for this presentation, and I think it will be very meaningful and very instructive for all those who are in a position to watch it. So, Mr. Harson?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Again, as you had indicated, the city is slated to receive approximately $20 million through the Neighborhood Stabilization Plan. Unfortunately, none of those funds can be used for foreclosure prevention or intervention. What we've been doing is we're working on the plan. I do want to indicate that plan will be before you at your next City Council meeting. We are finalizing the plan as we speak, and each one of you will have a copy of that plan to review by the close of business today. With that said, we have been working very closely with Credit Counseling Services as well as Fannie Mae. I have both Michelle and Zita here with me today. I want to indicate that there are some fronts that the City of Las Vegas and Neighborhood Services is working on with regards to foreclosure intervention. We've developed a foreclosure prevention partnership program, which is bringing partnerships by both the private sector and public sector with the goal of providing information for people needing assistance. We also have developed a website, so if you go to the city's website, there's an icon to the right called foreclosure information. That is where we are providing up-to-date information, resources, and again, ways to contact us if you need assistance. We also developed a hotline. It is 229-HOME or also 229-4663. Again, this is a helpline that people can call, and we will help them with referrals and services to get them to the right places. And I also want to add, we're also working with you on scheduling a foreclosure prevention forum. It is scheduled for December 12th and 13th at Centennial Hills. This is going to be one of many that we're going to be doing over the next coming months. Again, we're partnering with Fannie Mae, with Bank of America, and this will be an opportunity to target homeowners who are in need to try to do mortgage modifications on the spot, and more information will be coming out on that. So with that, let me introduce Michelle Zita. She is with Credit Consumer Counseling, and I also have Zita Daniels, who is with Fannie Mae.
Okay, before the ladies begin, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Harson, if
Yes.
I could just ask you a quick question.
Uh-huh.
Is there any money available to hire a company or a couple of companies to go around and possibly maintain some of these properties?
Part of
As far
the
as
neighborhood
watering and at least some of the shrubberies and stuff like that so that they don't die?
Yeah. Through the neighborhood stabilization plan, we will be able to secure companies to help with any properties that we do acquire. As far as anything that we do not have, no, we do not have funds for that.
We can't use any of this money to go around and maintain some of these?
It's only properties that we actually purchase and acquire within our inventory.
And we had a discussion, Mayor Pro Tem, yesterday, Councilman Barlow and his staff, myself, with Ken Lobine from HUD, and we at least have made a policy decision, which will come before the council at our next meeting, to the effect that there are certain groups in town that have an expertise as far as handling these type of properties, like the Housing Authority and and Nevada, those kind of companies. Well, we don't have the expertise in the city, nor do we have the manpower to do it, so the properties will probably be given to an agent in order to have them represented.
Well, no, I just had a concern. I know that there's 4 or 5 homes in various parts of my ward that had some real beautiful landscaping, and now it's all dying, and it just looked to me like we got some of these young groups and stuff. We could give them just a stipend or something, go out there and water them once or twice a month or something, and at least just take care of the trees or something. It looks terrible.
Well, unfortunate enough, in this particular stabilization fund,
Doesn't provide.
I was hoping, and we discussed this with the senator, that the monies could go to stop people from going into foreclosure. That seems to me to make more sense than where the money has been designated, but it's very strictly worded, and we're limited in what we can or can't do.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to turn it over.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, and members of the council. Thank you for this opportunity to share some information regarding the housing crisis faced by our community. My name is Michelle Johnson. I'm President and CEO of Consumer Credit Counseling Service, a nonprofit agency that's been serving Southern Nevada since 1972. And I've been a resident of Nevada, of Las Vegas, since 1959. CCCS is a United Way agency, and for the past 2 decades we've maintained approval as a HUD-approved comprehensive housing counseling organization. Though CCCS provides many services at no cost to consumers, including financial counseling, debt repayment, free tax preparation, financial literacy, required bankruptcy counseling and education, pre-purchase education, and down payment programs for first-time homebuyers, including administering the City of Las Vegas's down payment program, I'm going to concentrate my brief comments this morning on housing, the challenges faced by your constituency, challenges yet to come, and also opportunities. Nevada's been number one in the nation for the last 22 consecutive months in the number of foreclosures filed per capita. A report earlier this year from CNNMoney.com documented that the top 100 zip codes hardest hit by foreclosure, national figures, 6 of the top 17 are in the city of Las Vegas, and though 34 of the top 100 were in the Las Vegas Valley, 9 were actually within the Las Vegas city limits. I've included a few maps and some information I have for you that provide a visual of a very small section of our city that demonstrates how real the crisis is. Additional statistics show zip code 89108 currently has 1,775 foreclosures, 89131 has 1,825, 89106 with 626, 89107 with 906, 89145 has 596, and 89101 with 502. A new round of resets occurred this past October, and we anticipate we'll be seeing those folks beginning January and February when they're unable to make their new payment. Another round of resets will occur next April, and those homeowners who are unable to make their reset payment will be entering foreclosure towards the third quarter of 2009. The challenge for our residents is exacerbated by the fact that the dramatic decrease in the value of homes, more than 35%, and still decreasing. This decrease is what creates a challenge for the majority of homeowners in taking advantage of any federal programs. Earlier this year, a new FHA program, the FHA Secure Mortgage, was offered nationally to consumers. It was intended to be directed at homeowners who had adjustable rate mortgages, who had fallen behind on their mortgage payment only after the mortgage adjusted, because of the reset. This was a dramatic change for FHA because they have never provided mortgages to homeowners who have had a delinquency on their mortgage in the past. How successful was the program? HUD statistics state that they provided 340,000 FHA secure loans nationwide, less than 1% to delinquent homeowners. And that was the target population. The last statistics I had is that 0 were made in Nevada. Part of the reason that it wasn't used in Nevada is because FHA requires a 3% equity. And with the decrease in the value of homes, Las Vegans have no equity. My projection is the newest legislation, a portion of which is the Hope for Homeowners program, will be no more successful. Just a couple of the highlights of the program are it's voluntary for any lender or servicer to participate. Subordinate liens must be extinguished, meaning second mortgages must be forgiven, and the new loan cannot be at more than 90% of the appraised value. The homeowner has to pay an upfront mortgage insurance premium of 3% and an annual mortgage insurance premium of 1.5%, and they have to agree to share any equity with FHA until the home is sold or the mortgage refinanced. Just a quick example, if a consumer owes $300,000 on a home, current value is $200,000, somebody has to agree to refinance that house at $180,000, meaning they're taking a $120,000 haircut on it, and I don't see any lenders running to the front of the line to be able to help our homeowners. What's available for your constituency? Well, a lot of scams are certainly becoming rampant. Anytime there's a crisis, there's always going to be a glut of those who are willing to take advantage. That's why it's really refreshing to see the City of Las Vegas step forward with a two-day event being held in December at the Centennial Hills Community Center. Our agency was coordinating a telethon with KTNV and other community leaders, and after discussion with the city and coordination with Fannie Mae, we're going to hold a telethon the day prior to the city's two-day event so that we can really take advantage of all of the outreach and ensure this is a true asset to homeowners that are facing housing challenges. This event will be the most aggressive undertaken by any municipality in the Valley. Outreach such as this is what will be needed to counteract those who are very willing to take advantage of the emotion involved for anyone facing the loss of their home. Emotion likely was a contributing factor in the initial home purchase, and too often is the deciding factor in other financial decisions, such as believing idle promises, even if they come with a cost. Prevention and intervention will be key in our attempt to mitigate the crisis. Another extremely important thing to be done to help homeowners is for them to know there's a right way and a wrong way to go through foreclosure. The first step is for the homeowner to contact our agency for individual confidential housing and financial counseling, which is offered, of course, at no cost to the consumer. Our certified housing counselors will evaluate the homeowner's specific circumstances, provide viable options and resources. This may mean contacting the lender on behalf of the consumer, negotiating an interest freeze or a modification. It may also mean, after evaluation, that we help the consumer come to the realization that they don't have sufficient resources to retain their home. And transitioning from homeowner to renter is going to be the option to be pursued. Unfortunately, many homeowners purchased homes they should have purchased at the outset. The only way they afforded it from the beginning is that they had a very creative loan product. A complete financial analysis demonstrates that regardless of budgeting cuts to the individual, the mortgage can't be afforded, or it consumes such a huge amount of their monthly income that they would have no money to do anything else. If this is the situation, our certified counselors assist the homeowner in establishing a financial plan for the next few months. Foreclosure normally takes a minimum of 7 months, and using this time wisely is paramount for the consumer's future financial success. This is a time to ignore the bankruptcy attorney ad promising to stop foreclosure. Bankruptcy may stall foreclosure, but if a consumer cannot make their mortgage payment, they're not going to be keeping their home regardless of a bankruptcy. Consumers must keep in mind that a bankruptcy attorney is selling a product and has a vested interest in the outcome of the information that they're sharing. The 7-month foreclosure period is the opportunity for the consumer to list a home for sale, to maintain their home, to save for deposits and rent on a new home, to look for safe and affordable housing for their family, and to liquidate their consumer debt to the extent possible, so that when they come out on the other side of the foreclosure, they may not be a homeowner, but they certainly will be a much more financially secure consumer. Another thing to remember is that a foreclosure is not a death sentence. Though I have nothing to base this comment on, I think a couple of years from now, lenders will be looking differently at those who had a foreclosure yet maintained all of their consumer debt. Buying a home again in a relatively short time period is certainly going to be a possibility. The Neighborhood Stabilization Program, which you've heard about, cannot be used to prevent a foreclosure, but can be used to stabilize neighborhoods through a variety of options, including down payment assistance for first-time home buyers, who, I must add, must have comprehensive financial literacy prior to buying a home. We all know that the ideal time now is to buy a house with a median price lower than it's been in years. The negativity of home ownership has been making headlines, and it'd be ideal to be able to balance the negatives with the positive. On Thursday, October 30th, I had a call from someone who discovered that day that his 88-year-old mother-in-law had received a 3-day notice to vacate her home by October 30th, that same day. He was asking if we could get an extension so they could move her. It turns out that in January of 2006, when this customer was 86 years old and earning $830 each month in Social Security, she was given a $274,000 negative amortization 40-year mortgage with a 1% teaser rate. Her monthly house payment was $574. With that reset, she's not flipping burgers at McDonald's to be able to make that payment. There was no way that lady was going to keep her home with that mortgage. But had we reached her before the sale date, there were options, such as a reverse mortgage. We're still exploring other options for her, and we did get her 30 days to relocate her. Each month for the past 12 months, our agency has experienced an increase in over 70% of the clients we've seen. So we are making headway in our prevention and intervention. With the City of Las Vegas remaining proactive and setting the baseline for other municipalities to follow, with hopefully some public policy changes, we can work to prevent situations such as this from occurring again in the future. I thank you for the opportunity to address you.
Okay, before we hear from the next young lady, what can the city do in order to prevent this from occurring in the future?
Well, as far as the public policy and the things, that's more on a statewide basis, I think, but there certainly can be input from the municipalities. I think it's done on a small scale with your home buyers program, which is require education And we can't tie education to income. Just because somebody has low to median income does not mean that they are the only financially unsophisticated consumer. I mean, I'm talking with somebody who has a $1.5 million home, and he's going to lose it the same way that this lady's going to lose hers. It's visibility, it's outreach, it's not letting this lesson that we should be learning from this crisis go away.
Do you know whether or not someone's credit is affected as a result of being foreclosed upon?
It absolutely will be affected.
And that stays on the record indefinitely?
7 years.
7 years.
However, for those consumers who have just the foreclosure, and I don't mean to minimize the effect of that, but take care of their consumer debt, repay their credit cards, which are now at record levels and are anticipated to be the next crisis. I really think lenders are going to have to look differently at this, that they'll be able, I mean, the crisis is a crisis. It's nationwide. Being able to explain that you were involved with a mortgage that you couldn't afford, as long as you're taking care of all of that consumer debt for the goods and services that you use, I think lenders are going to look at it differently.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Goodman, and to the council. I want to thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name is Zita Danielle, and I'm the Senior Business Manager with Fannie Mae. Fannie Mae is committed to working with both the City of Las Vegas and cities nationally with regards to helping families to gain access to opportunities for home ownership. And we are intimately involved within the foreclosure crisis and the crisis overall that we are facing today, both here in Nevada as well as nationally. What I want to do, if I could, is take a moment and step back a bit with regards to the relationship that Fannie Mae has developed with the City of Las Vegas with regards to foreclosure prevention. And what I'd like to kind of share with you is what I believe some of the most innovative and aggressive and positive steps by a city that I've seen in the past 6 months with whom I've been able to work with. Just a little background, not only do I work here and cover the state of Nevada, I am also work and cover the state of Phoenix, Arizona, as well as Los Angeles, California. So I think that many of the steps that the city has engaged with us are very good and are the right next steps. About 6 months ago, in speaking with your city staff, one of the things that they asked was to sit down with Fannie Mae and to talk about what they could do to help keep families in their home, and to really kind of how do we move away from anecdotal information with regards to why the crisis has occurred, and more importantly, how do we keep as many families as we can into their houses. One of the things that I think the council and representatives from the city pointed out to me is they wanted to make sure that Fannie Mae understood that Las Vegas residents, while the crisis might be national, the issues that are facing many families here is quite different, and that they wanted to have a plan that was developed that would in fact look at the needs, the components, the demographics, and everything with regards to Nevada and Nevada alone. As such, we spent a lot of time, for example, assessing both the areas, for example, the issues, the types of loans that the borrowers receive, for example, also the attitudes and the opinions and the goals of many of those families. And from that work, one of the things that we have done is we've developed a couple of strategies that have already taken place and more to come. Last month, we held here with all of the nonprofits a training on loss mitigation. The purpose of that training was to make sure that all of the nonprofit counseling agencies, including CCCS, had an opportunity to understand, for example, if the loan, for example, is held with Fannie Mae, and Fannie Mae is oftentimes an investor on the loan that might be made by many of the lenders that you know. So just look around, think of the lenders, and in many cases, Fannie Mae is an investor in that program. If Fannie Mae is an investor in that mortgage, there are a number of options and workouts that are available to those families. We wanted to make sure that the counselors, when they see the families in Nevada, one, understood and knew how to identify whether or not Fannie Mae was an investor in that loan, and also, for example, what were the stages and process of our being able to offer remedies and modifications and solutions for that family. That training has gone very, very well. The intent of that training was kind of as a prelude to the event that we're going to be having here on the 12th and the 13th. Many might ask, it's going to be very strategic. We've narrowed it down to a few zip codes because, see, one of the things that I heard from the city, and I think something that we've learned, is we want to allow people to come and get help, but we want them also to be able to maintain their dignity. So one of the things that we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a focused, concentrated mailer to a specific book of families in the area so that they can come in, sit down, have meetings with their servicers with the intent that we'll be able to do workouts on the spots for those borrowers. We're also going to be leveraging the experience and the talent of organizations like Michelle's CCCS and other nonprofits here in Nevada to make sure that those families, not only do they need to talk with their servicer, it is absolutely imperative that they are also working with a counseling agency like CCCS. And the reason that I say that, as Michelle so eloquently put it, oftentimes there's not going to be a solution that's going to allow that family to stay in their home. As such, they need to be able to, and they need the support of the nonprofit agency to make sure that they're moving down that path in the right way. One of the other things that we have also found, and this is the importance of the nonprofit agencies and how critical their role is in its work, is that once, as an example, when a borrower is offered a modification, meaning that the lender has said, we believe that we want to help you and we've got a plan that will help you to stay in your home. Well, they're kind of gun shy, and I would be gun shy. So what you're telling me, lender, is that you gave me this loan, and maybe it was a bad loan, or maybe it's a loan that I couldn't afford for whatever reason. How do I trust that what I'm receiving now is going to be the right transaction? And I think it's important that those families be able to go to the counseling agencies and for them to review the documents with them and to make sure that they're weighing all of the compensation factors with regards to their life, because this is a life decision. And that's very, very important. The other thing that we are working with the City of Las Vegas on is to develop a broad and comprehensive website. And I've actually brought packages for you today, which I will leave with you, which include a website that was developed by Wayne County in Detroit called FightMortgageForeclosure.com. And this program, once we develop it here for the City of Las Vegas, will be a web-based online program that will allow families, one, to get a list of all of the nonprofits that are available here in the area so that they can go and make appointments with them, but it will also, on their own time, when the time is right for them, to also have access to a great deal of information. The other component of that is they can actually start the process of a modification as well online. So those are just a few of the things that we have been working with the city on to do. The other thing that we're going to be doing after the close of our event on December the 12th and the 13th is we hope to be able to come back and talk to the council with regards to what we've learned. Because, see, one of the things that we want to do is we want to make sure that we learn from the first event, and that as we look to broaden it and expand it to neighborhood after neighborhood throughout Las Vegas, we're doing it well so that it becomes even better. The one thing we don't want to do is to repeat errors, and that's something that your administration and your staff has said to us is critically important, and I do appreciate that. The other component, and I'll close with this, we intend to also develop a comprehensive plan that will allow us over the year several touches with families that are losing their homes. Because, see, as part of the neighborhood stabilization program and tactics that the city is going to take place, we also have to develop a strategy that's going to align with keeping the families in those neighborhoods that haven't left the home in their home. So it's my pleasure to say I look forward to working with you. It's been an incredible relationship thus far. I will say that they have asked us some very, very tough questions, and we've answered them as best we could, but I tell you, they were all the right questions. I think that the one thing that I would add, and something that I think is critical to the work that needs to be done, is that we need to also look at how we can provide additional funding for your nonprofits here in the Nevada area, because one thing that I will say to you is that they are the trusted advisor. They are going to be the ones that are really going, those families are going to go to time and time again. And we need to make sure that that resource is here. And with regards to what do we learn from this, 5 years from now. And I think one of the things that's going to be important is that regardless of income or education, training with regards to homebuyer education is critical, as well as post-education for families.
Well, thank you very much, ladies. We really appreciate the presentation, and thank you for being with us today, and thank Mr. Harson for assisting us. I'm sure the council may have some questions.
Mayor
Would anyone like to be heard?
Yes, Mayor Goodman.
We'll go with Councilman Barlow and then Councilman Wilson.
Yes, thank you, ladies, for the great presentation. The question that I have is, how does the community, specifically those seniors and families who are on the brink of foreclosure, trust agencies contacting them, knocking on their door, approaching them out in public as to what they can do to save these residents' homes, specifically in a time whereas there are so many entities, predators, if you will, looking to take advantage of the market and take advantage of these families who they know are more than likely going to lose their home, and coming with a very good story as to how, in fact, they can save their home, and in turn, these families finding themselves out on the street by trusting this unknown, quote-unquote, entity, to come in and save the day. Can you explain or touch on that, how we can educate or point these families in the right direction as far as what are the more credible entities that that they can look to?
Well, I think one of the easiest ways is to ensure it's a HUD-approved housing counseling agency. I mean, that makes the distinction from all others. The other, a consumer should not deal with an entity that contacts them. They need to be making the outreach. But like I say, one of the easiest distinctions is because a lot of organizations claim, or a lot of organizations are nonprofit. Doesn't mean they're inexpensive or free. But the distinction is the HUD approval as a comprehensive housing counseling agency.
So making sure that they're a HUD-approved credit counseling agency?
Just housing counseling agency. They don't have to be credit counseling.
A HUD-approved or HUD-certified counseling agency. But to add to what Michelle is saying is that, and I think this is the role for all of us, we've got to do a better job of letting our consumers know who are the right people to go through. You have some incredible organizations like Michelle here. And sadly, many families don't know that Michelle is here to help them.
And that's the point that I'm making.
And see, I think that one of the things through the website, it will have a list of all of your HUD-certified nonprofits here within the area. The other thing that it's going to do is we're going to be looking at some other awareness campaigns that are going, and this is the work that we're going to be doing with Michelle as well, to make sure that we help people to understand you shouldn't be paying someone to help you. And if someone comes to you and says that for $1,500 I can help you to stay in your home, you need to back away from that person. You need to then find a qualified and competent agency like Michelle's and go to them. But that's the part of the awareness that we have to build upon. Because, see, to be honest, I'm just absolutely amazed the resources of individuals that want to take advantage of the disadvantaged.
That's true.
Well, that's the reason you're here today. Hopefully we'll get the word out that these programs exist and people won't be subject to being prey.
Right. And one additional question, Mayor Goodman, if you will. I understand that there's a workshop taking place, Centennial Hills, December 3rd.
December 12th and 13th.
I'm sorry.
12th and 13th, but it's not a workshop. What we've actually done is we have actually identified several borrowers that we want to specifically outreach to, and those are borrowers that we have defined, for example, that have mortgages with Fannie Mae, and we've also identified one of our single services for this targeted event. We want to be able to work with those customers to say, there is an option to help you stay in your home. In many instances, these borrowers are 30, 60, and some of them as much as 6 months late on their mortgage. If they're in their home, a lot of them right now, I kind of call it with their heads buried in the sand, because they just don't know what to do. And one of the things that we're trying to do with the assistance of Stephen and Lisa is to let the families know that it's not too late. It's really never too late, but the closer we can get to them earlier in the process, and that's what we're going to be doing. And the reason that, we decided we wanted to make it more strategic, more focused, is that we didn't want families to stand in line and not get helped. We want to make sure that we're bringing families and that the families will be allotted the amount of time that they need to get a work through a modification, and also to get them with the nonprofit, because see, there are so many other issues that those families are facing, both emotional, health-wise, and this is something that the servicer nor Fannie Mae can help them with. But the counselors know how to get them access to those resources as well.
Is there an opportunity for this program to take place in the other zip codes that you mentioned? Because
we're going to do that. Absolutely.
I have 3 of the zip codes in my district in which I represent that is affected, and possibly after the first of the year, meeting with Neighborhood Services and yourself and doing something within my ward, because I know my fear is the second adjustments that will be coming in the first quarter of 2009, and the zip codes in which I represent will be those zip codes that are just as affected as those in Ward 6.
Oh, yes, sir. And one of the things that I can tell you that the city has been doing, and we've been working with the city, is we are also, in coming to your district and to your zip codes, we want to make sure that when we have events, we're also targeting the right servicers.
Correct.
We want to make sure that the lenders that are coming to these events, that are the lenders that have the mortgages in your neighborhoods. It's not going to do us any good to have an event and the right servicer isn't there. But absolutely, this is not a one-time effort by Steve and Lisa and your staff. They have said to us, we've got to touch all of the districts and all of the wards in Nevada, and we need to work on something that's going to be broad, that will leverage the quality services that CCCS and other nonprofits here already provide.
So in other words, you will be customizing each zip code?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
And that's the difference from all the other programs, is that with Fannie Mae's involvement, they can drill down to know who those servicers are, who the lenders are, and that hasn't been part of anything else that's been done in the Valley.
And I look forward to working with you specifically on behalf of the great citizens of the city of Las Vegas.
Councilor Wilson.
As I understand it, and I'm certainly no expert, there are maybe 2 general categories that fall into the foreclosure problem. The bad product loan that should have never been sold, and then there's the homeowner which maybe bit off more than he or she could chew. It might have been a good loan. It might have been an appropriate loan at the time based upon the property, based upon the person's or the product being offered. Can you give us a percentage between those 2 categories? You may have the responsible purchaser who gets a bad loan, a product that should have never been offered, or you may have a decent product, but a person who bit off more than they could chew. There's kind of fault both ways. Percentage-wise, how does it divide up if you can do that? Is it 90-10?
Well, no, I think it's probably pretty close to even. I know during one 12-month period, 62% of the loans made were ARM loans, adjustable rate mortgages. And it's really difficult to really go backwards to know at the time whether there were accurate income figures reported, because there were a lot of stated income loans, which means you just got to say what you made and you got money. And people aren't always honest about how they filled out their application initially. So it's pretty hard for us to back into how many. I mean, they're not always as dramatic as the example I used of the 86-year-old woman getting a 40-year, adjustable rate mortgage. And so I really think it's kind of half and half. With the downturn in our economy, people who might have been able to afford it now are unemployed or underemployed. There just are so many extenuating circumstances, and I don't know if you have more statistics.
I don't know that there are numbers, because, see, I think that there are so many dynamics at play here. One being the large concentrations of investors, the rapid growth and development of new construction housing here. I think you certainly have a problem with borrowers receiving the inappropriate mortgage, and in some cases, an adjustable mortgage wasn't the wrong product for that family. But one of the other things that is happening here is the economies. You've had people that actually made investments and decided that their investment it's no longer going to result in a return for them. As such, they've decided to walk away. All of those things, that's hurting the families that want to stay. But certainly adjustable mortgages, borrowers being qualified for mortgages that, frankly, probably should have been denied, or they should have been offered a lower mortgage, is certainly one of the impacts. But also there are a number of situations with regards to targeting of vulnerable consumers. I think that oftentimes there's targeting that occurs within many of your low, moderate income, and minority areas, as well as to your seniors.
And if you don't mind, that's kind of a segue to my next question, and that is that it seems to me that there's no regulations in place. What you've got is you've got lenders that are out for profit. You've got escrow companies that are out for profit, and that's the way our capitalist society works, without regulation. So are you folks working, and I'm sure you are, I just want to get it out, if you will, on a statewide basis to make sure that our legislators, at least for the state of Nevada, have the information and the will to pass laws so that there are regulations placed so that these kinds of things don't happen in the future?
Well, from the perspective of Fannie Mae, our role is to be able to really kind of help the city to move from anecdotal information so that with your staff and the council and with the state, you can kind of decide with regards to what the changes with regards to legislation may need to be. Because we need to be able to kind of figure out, to your point, how many families received option-on mortgages or mortgages that were going to reset. How many borrowers received subprime loans? And an option-on mortgage is not a subprime loan. But there are borrowers out there that clearly receive subprime mortgages. There are borrowers that received mortgages that were predatory. But so we need to be able to carve that. We need to be able to figure out when we can, which is also oftentimes very, very difficult to do, the process and who is involved in getting that borrower into that loan. To your point, for example, was there some sort of tri-party agreement involved in those procedures, and how might the state develop guidelines to avoid those things in the future? And hopefully the things that we learn from the consumers through these events will provide you with that information.
Thank you.
From the
Councilor Ross, and then
just real quickly, from the CCCS point of view, we're limited as to how much we can lobby as a nonprofit, but we educate our legislators on a very regular basis. I work with Senator Horsford and Speaker Buckley and Marcus Conklin, and they're very aware.
And I'm sure you did. I just wanted to make sure our viewers were aware of that. Thanks.
Yes.
Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, and for the council members, I just want to point out how proactive Director Harsons and his team have been in neighborhood services, and you ladies as well. Thank you so much. The City of Las Vegas is truly on top of this as quickly as we possibly can, and I know that Director Harsons is using all of the federal resources he possibly can. The mayor had mentioned that we just had a press conference with Senator Reed about the Neighborhood Stabilization Fund. And you made a comment, too, about investors, and it's important to point this out. the large number, a large percentage, I'm going to say 60% plus or minus, are investment properties. It's those other 40% plus or minus foreclosures that we're really concerned about, because those are real people and real families being affected by this. Predatory, Councilman Wilson brought up the predatory issues, with whether it's the lending firms or the escrow companies or what have you. And you mentioned predators as well, kicking someone when they're down. That's not what this is about.
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to put them on alert that those who may be predatory and trying to hurt these people even more, beware. I think we can work with the city attorney's office and the district attorney's office to make sure that any of these people that are caught doing this will be punished. Our goal in the City of Las Vegas and Neighborhood Services is to pick people up and help people out. And I recognize that's what you're doing too. And I want to tell you how much I personally appreciate everything that you're doing. And Director, your team as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I guess I'm a little bit negative today. I don't know. I'm sitting up here and I listen to what you're saying, and I really appreciate all you've said. But what about those poor people that have lost their homes already? I mean, they're not. We're looking down the road at these people that may lose their homes next week or next month. But I know many people have lost their homes in the last 4 or 5 months. You go down many streets that I represent, you can see signs: auction sale, auction sale, auction sale, auction sale. And so these people they've lost. And there's nothing ever been said to what are we going to do to try to help these people get back up on their feet.
And it is a huge problem, and I think, the problem the Valley's facing is so overwhelming for the resources that are available, and it happened so quickly that we were being reactive with everything we did, which is why it's nice to have the council moving forward on the event in December and being proactive. Again, it's a matter of getting those folks to a neutral, nonprofit organization that can really help them figure out their financial progress and how they. You're not going to stop the foreclosure. It happened.
I'm talking about people who have already lost their homes.
As am I.
And there's no way that we can help them. We're spending all this money now to try to keep people from continue to lose their houses. But what about the people who have already lost their homes?
Yeah, again, it's reaching out to them to help them understand that it's not a death sentence, okay? They went through a bump in the road, and they need to start now so that if home ownership is something that they do want to achieve again 2 or 3 years down the road, there are steps that need to be taken. They can't be ignored. You're absolutely correct.
It looks like we're ignoring them.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, we don't have the federal government in the stabilization fund has not given us money.
Oh, I know.
To assist those who have lost their homes, and basically there's very little assistance within the program itself that you could offer to keep people from losing their homes. There's no money that has been earmarked for that purpose, and that's the fallacy, and that's the weakness of what we have to deal with trying to represent our constituents. I think they've done it upside down and inside out and backwards. Instead of helping people stay in their homes, they've sort of thrown up their hands. We know you're not going to be able to keep your home, so let's help you fix it up and do something else with the home. To me, and I expressed this to the senator, and I think he was equally frustrated. To me, it makes no sense at all. But we appreciate your being here today, and unless the council has something else they want to say,
Mayor, I would just like to say this in closing, that you're absolutely right. And the way I see it is the same way as Mayor Pro Tem. In a sense, the monies that, let me just start off as prefacing this. I am very grateful to the federal government for the monies that they have allocated for the opportunity for cities such as the City of Las Vegas to come in and be a part of the Neighborhood Stabilization Fund, to go in and acquire these homes inside of our districts and our communities that are dilapidated and that are left vacant, and being able to go in and capture those homes and put individuals who are in need of affordable housing into these homes to basically re-inject back into the community. However, at the same time, the flip side of that is the monies that we receive from the federal government goes back to the banks in which they've already received their injection of funding. and that money is not rolled out to those individuals who, in fact, are now left out on the street, living with family members, living in shelters, living out on the streets. And so, you know, it's a win on one hand, but it's a loss on the other. And so, once again, I look at it as the banks are the ones that are actually winning. They received their injection from the federal government just as of recent, and now the monies that we're able to capture through the stabilization fund is going back to the bank because we're purchasing those homes from them. So that's actually 2 paydays. However, what can we do, and not you all, I'm just saying what as a community, as a nation, can we do to now come up with a stimulus package to help those individuals who are left out on the street and all alone, not knowing what to do with all of their life belongings lost. So, I don't know what else to say, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to, and I think this summarizes a lot what others have said here. It does seem to be backwards, and it seems to be a win-win for the banks right now as far as money that's going out into our country, and not so good a situation for those who are struggling to maintain their homes. Earlier today, Councilman Reese was talking about the homes that are in such disrepair, the lawns falling apart, they can't even afford to water the landscaping. That makes the house worth less. That makes the other homes in the area worth less. That's a problem that those of us who are at the gut level see every day. And it just seems to me what the mayor said is absolutely right. We did it backwards. If we could save them before they go into they lose their homes, foreclosure. If we could save them before we went into foreclosure, then we would be able to avoid a lot of this other that's spiraling through our community. And it's just sad to me, but are we grateful for some help? Yes, you've got to be grateful to get help. And we appreciate what's coming. And you two ladies and our staff are magnificent. The care that you feel for the individuals you're helping, as well as your ability and skills to help, I just think is excellent. And I'm glad you're there to work with our staff that's working so hard also. I would like to ask one question. I know that 8910, my understanding is that the zip codes that the help can be given are those that the government says are the worst as far as home foreclosures. Is that correct? And 89108 was one of them. And I sort of have a little of 89108. Did you also mention 89107 early on, Michelle?
I don't think I had the statistics for 89107.
Oh, okay.
I can certainly get them for
well,
you.
Well, no, that's all right. I thought
They're probably as dismal.
in that list that you gave earlier on, one of them that you mentioned was 89107, and I had not heard that before, so I was just interested.
I did say, 89107 had 906 foreclosures.
So was that one of them now in the city?
With the NSP, I think.
Because originally that was not one of the zip codes that came out.
The amount of money that came to each state was based on. I'll let the experts.
Lisa Morris, Neighborhood Services. Councilwoman, to answer your question, 89107 is in our neighborhood stabilization plan. It is not on our list right now for the prevention, but we do have it in the neighborhood stabilization plan. And just to clarify for the council, the event that's going to be held on December 12th and 13th will encompass 89131 and 89108, as well as our partners from the city of North Las Vegas. They have 3 target zip codes. Then in the next event, we're reaching out to 89110 and a couple of other areas.
Well, but you're not reaching out to 89107, or you are?
We will eventually, but what we're doing right now is based on the numbers, we have some that have 1,500 homes in foreclosure, so we have those prioritized, and so we're just moving through the zip codes.
Okay, so then after we finish those who are in most need, or greater need than 89107, we would hit 89107. The mayor may live in that, I'm not sure.
But I think the important thing is to remember what Zita was saying.
The other thing, too, is that we also want to create a broad awareness strategy where the families in your zip codes and within your wards are not having to wait. Exactly. Because, see, that's critically important as well. We don't want your families to have to wait. That's why the awareness is critical, and that's a big part. And with the Fight Mortgage Foreclosure website, helping to make sure that they know exactly who to go to, like CCCS in Nevada and some of the other fine organizations that can help them. We don't want the families to wait.
So if you're doing something in 89108 or including 89108, would it be appropriate for those in 89107 to go and be aware? Or would it be better to
Well, as an example, like Michelle's event on the 11th is going to be much broader in scope. And this is kind of that two-pronged touch to the families, meaning we've got to touch them in a broad way. And so this is what Michelle is going to be doing, is going to allow any family in Nevada to understand what the process is and figure out ways to come and get assistance. So that'll be done.
And
Thank you
there
very
also
much.
is a Nevada statewide foreclosure prevention task force, and we do outreach separate and apart from what Fannie does. I'd be glad to get you some information.
I would greatly
and
like
we
to have that so we could
can
disseminate it
discuss.
then, because I've been watching the mortgage rates, and I knew the 89108, and I was not aware of the other one, the 89107. And now we'll start getting out more information.
We'll get you some information.
And thank you very much for all you're doing, as everybody's expressed. It's very admirable.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, thank you very much, ladies, for a very informative report. All right, the next item is 51, discussion and possible action regarding the city's involvement in and support of the VFW Post 1753 for the 2008 Veterans Day Parade, which of course pertains to all wards in the city.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Ramon Torres with the Office of Government, Community, and Cultural Affairs. With me today are Mr. Leonard Wenson of the VFW Post, Mr. Bill Stojak, who has been involved with the parade for many, many years, and another individual. And this item calls for your discussion, possible action for funding support for the Veterans Parade coming up on November 11th.
All right, thank you. Mr. Stojak.
Good morning. I'm back again, asking for the city's assistance. I'm not going to go away. As in the past, we expect to have, once again, a large parade west of the Mississippi. We're quite proud of that. I've been involved with the parade since its rebirth 9 years ago. We all realize the austerity of the times. We've sat down and cut it down to the bare minimum, and we have a minimum of services that we have from the city, which is, and other municipalities. We have the Metro Police Department, we have sanitation, barricades, we have our porta potties, the necessities we have to have, radio communication for the parade marshals, the 10,000 flags, which if we don't have those American flags, it's not the same parade. Basically what it amounts to is I believe we're normally budgeted for approximately $7,500, and we need assistance from that from the city, and the grand total, I believe, are amount of $10,064 total. We've received, insofar as bringing in the severely injured troops, we've outreached to the community, and at this point in time, and it's still coming in, we've received in kind $15,000 of support on that effort. So we're not dependent on the city to do that. That's an additional program. The Stars and Stripes Foundation and the Veterans Day Parade with the VFW, we're basically commingled at this point in time. It's a joint effort, teamwork, 100%.
And I think it's appropriate at this time to indicate, to the best of your ability, who else stepped up in order to assist you. I know that Terry Caudle of the Four Queens.
Mr. Caudle came forward from Four Queens Horseshoe, providing us with 40 rooms for these kids. Marine Corps League stepped up, and they're sponsoring all 17 of their Marines to the Marine Corps Ball Saturday night, which is a great thing for them. We received an outreach from the Venetian for shows and meals for the kids. Oh, and Mr. Caudle also asked his executive secretary, I believe, last week, said, well, what are these kids eating? And he was told we hadn't made a request. We're trying to spread it out to not have a great impact on any one individual or company. And he said, well, they've got to have breakfast. So he's taking care of that. We've also received from Mandalay Bay, some employers there, veterans got together, and they're providing Shark Reef show tickets particularly for the kids that have younger children. And we have quite a few of these kids are accompanied by their wives, significant others. We just received a Bravo word last night that bus transportation has been accommodated to get the kids up here from Balboa Naval Hospital. We're bringing them in from Balboa Naval Hospital, the Warrior Regiment at Camp Pendleton, and the Army contingent from Fort Irwin National Training Center. So I also have Mark Christensen, who works with me on the Stars and Stripes. I work with him on the Stars and Stripes Foundation, and Commander Winston from the VFW. We certainly appreciate the support. We couldn't do it without you. We have $12,000 from Clark County, and as I say, we can't really cut our budget back more than what it is and still have the parade, because a lot of it is mandated services.
Well, hopefully when folks are watching this, if they want to call my office and offer a contribution, I'll make sure that it gets into...
Absolutely, and we can certainly use that.
Yeah.
Mark?
Mr. Christensen.
Mayor, council members, the individuals coming up from Balboa Naval Medical Center had to submit a request back to the Department of Defense, i.e. the Army and the Marine Corps. The commanding officer at Naval Medical Center got a phone call from the Brigadier General Promotable that's in charge of all of the Army transition programs throughout the United States. And this is every major medical facility that the Army participates in. And he specifically asked, is this real? Subsequently, I called the mayor and informed the mayor of this. This is the largest outreach in the United States by any municipality, to which he had canceled 4 of his personal appointments that he had made for Veterans Day back in the D.C. area, to be here with us to celebrate Veterans Day in the city of Las Vegas. It's pretty substantial. They are also talking about including the city of Las Vegas as part of their, what they call, municipal centers of influence. What we had discussed last year, I believe it was, Mayor, after the parade, having the city come together and support the troops, relocation, school, housing, medical support, and whatnot. We are the first city in the United States that has actually lived up to what we had told them we were going to do. So on behalf of my foundation that I work with, the Stars and Stripes Foundation, the VFW, and the City of Las Vegas, I thank you for your support on this. We're making a national statement by doing this.
Have you called the Convention Authority yet?
Yes, sir.
Hopefully that they'll recognize what kind of goodwill this will create for the tourism industry. I can see the kind of publicity we'll be getting as a city that has really reached out to help those who really need the most help. And I can't help but think that if given a choice, a veteran's going to decide to come to the city that has sided with them rather than a city that has turned their back on this issue. So I'm hopeful that you'll be able to get some assistance from that.
Yes, sir. And on behalf of my family, I have 2 boys currently in service, 1 currently in Iraq. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you for being here. All right, are there any questions that the council may have before Mayor Pro Tem makes a motion?
Yes, Mayor Goodman.
Yes.
David, it's actually a question I think maybe for you. Based upon what I've heard this morning, I mean, and what the mayor has said in some briefings, this is just going to be a phenomenal parade that should draw a lot of attention to what Las Vegas is doing and what the veterans are doing with Las Vegas. Usually the parade is covered by local media, What do we do to get some national attention for this? To
Already
promote
working on that, Councilman. Yeah,
Oh,
mayor's
fantastic.
way ahead of you on that. So way ahead of all of us.
You
So.
didn't tell me he was way ahead of me.
Well, if it comes to publicity, the mayor's always way ahead. Okay? Let's put it that way.
I shouldn't have doubted
should have
that.
known
But
that.
that's good news, because this is a phenomenal event.
Absolutely.
And we should be promoting the veterans group in particular and what the city's doing to help promote your great efforts. Thank you.
Commander, did you want to be heard?
I just want to say thank you to the city and to the foundation here for this parade is just going to be great, and we couldn't do it without the city and the Stars and Stripes Foundation. My name has gone around, and I know the mayor's name's all over this country right now, and so is the city of Las Vegas. And this is the biggest parade west of the Mississippi. I encourage everybody to come out. It's going to be one heck of a show.
It's going to be awesome, and you got to give credit where it's due. Cox Broadcasting is actually going to expend $35,000 to televise the parade, which will go to Phoenix as well as to San Diego and locally here. So
Correct.
the word is going to spread very, very rapidly.
And it's going to be rebroadcasted 12 times after that. It's going to be a great show.
And Mayor, if I might, we're going to also rebroadcast it on Channel 2, so people are going to get a chance to see it quite a bit.
Mayor Goodman, one more question, please.
Yes.
I know in the past, sometimes the attendance at some of our parades has been not what we'd like. So what are we doing to promote this parade? I mean, we just spent 10 or 15 good minutes promoting today to our viewers, to the people in the audience, but this parade is a week away, less than a week away. What are we doing in the next 6 days to get the word out to local people that they should come down on a Tuesday morning and enjoy the parade?
Well, it's already on our website, Councilman. As you know, it gets millions of hits every year, so it's been posted on there. And, of course, we'll do everything we can. We've got some of our members of the media are in the audience with us right now, and hopefully they're hearing your message as well, and they're going to help get the word out as well. But certainly it's not been from lack of trying or lack of knowledge that we've had the opportunity to get the word out. People know it's coming up.
With the special attendance that we're having this year, are we doing anything about press releases?
Yes.
Advertising the
Yes.
special nature of this parade?
Yes.
Are you way ahead of me again, Mayor? Is that okay?
The mayor's been involved. We spoke
What
about
is
this
he
just a little bit
what is he
yesterday.
not way ahead of me
Well,
on?
no, there's a lot of things. No, there are a lot of things. You've been out of town too long. That's your problem.
Don't go there. I'm just making sure we're doing everything.
It's a
we
good
need to
question,
do.
Councilman, it is. And just so you know, that the mayor he's been on top of this, and he and my staff have been working on this already, and we're going to get the word out.
Okay.
As you know, this is a special parade. It's a big deal every year, but it's even more special this year with the addition of these folks coming
That's
up.
my point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman, to answer your question on the national coverage on this, Friday morning, a friend of mine who just happens to be the Sergeant Major of the Army, that's the senior enlisted in all of the Army, is up-briefing the Chief of Staff and the Vice Chief of Staff of the Army. Subsequent to that, I'm sure it's going to go through the rest of the Chiefs of Staff and their level staff officers. Additionally, coverage of this will be taking place in the Army Times, Marine Corps Times, Air Force Times, and the Coast Guard Times. That gets read around the world by approximately 7 million individuals. So Las Vegas is making an impact. You want national coverage? Ask and you shall receive.
Well,
Going out to the whole universe.
Well, basically, what the councilman also wants, he wants to have a great attendance at the parade, and hopefully we'll get the word out of Aviation Nation, which will probably pull about 250,000 people to that event, which will precede the parade by 2 days. And I would hope that we'll be able to draw 25, 30, 40,000 people just from the announcement over at Aviation Nation. You fellows are charged with that responsibility to get the word out.
Yes, sir, and that's being taken to heart and is in motion at this point.
Good.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
What else can you say? I make a motion for approval.
All right, and that's for the $10,064?
That's it.
All right, let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen. I'll see you tomorrow.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to add, a wonderful parade you're talking about for people we respect and care about. Emphasize again, please, everybody come. If it's a little chilly out there, come anyway, because the people we're honoring certainly went through a lot more than that. And that's my concern is...
I have to concur with that. We've worked in chilly weather, so we'll be there. And just as a little...
I know you'll be there. I want to make
Yes,
sure
ma'am.
hundreds of thousands of others are there.
As an aside, one of the most awe-inspiring things that takes place with the veterans that are in the parade, particularly the severely injured kids, two things impressed them the most about the parade last year, and that was all the flags that were out. As the kids and the families waving them, plus the fact we have never yet found a flag on the ground after the parade. The kids take them home and put them in their rooms. And that we have so many and support so many ROTCs and junior ROTCs here in the Valley. The other cities that the kids have gone to in dribs and drabs just don't do that. Thank you for your
That's very good.
support.
And there are two fellows who represent the local newspapers over there who may want to be talking to you. Very good.
Hopefully.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 52, thank you, gentlemen. Item 52 is discussion and possible action regarding a First Amendment to the amended and restated disposition and development agreement, First Amendment between the City of Las Vegas and the Urban Chamber of Commerce for 3.344 acre site in the Las Vegas Enterprise Park on the southwest corner of Mount Moriah Drive and Martin L. King Boulevard for the development of multi-use business incubator and services center. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. This is an amendment to our existing revised, amended and restated development agreement that you approved back in September of '07 to extend the commencement of construction date from the end of August to March 1st on the Urban Chamber project to be located in Enterprise Park. I've got on the overhead an outline of the site. The site is a several-acre site within the heart of Enterprise Park. We've previously conveyed this site to the Urban Chamber, and we're simply amending the date that they would start construction on this site to give them a little more time to put their funding together for this project. Now, in fairness to the Urban Chamber, they have spent a lot of time, money, and effort to get to the point that they're at right now. They do have an EDA, an Economic Development Administration funding commitment to fund the lion's share of the funding on this project, and we believe that this extension is merit-worthy, and the staff recommends approval of this. We do have Robbie Prince and Hannah Brown here representing the Urban Chamber, should you have any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of Mr. Adams at this time? Would anyone like to hear from our friends in the audience? All right. There are no questions then. Councilman Barlow, do you have a motion?
Yes, Mayor. Prior to the motion, I would like to put on the record that I had an opportunity with the president and members of the Urban Chamber, with the president and CEO of Bank of Nevada, who is the proposed anchor tenant at this subject property, and very good meeting. And to my understanding, the Bank of Nevada has repackaged their submittal to come before their board of directors as of December, and we're very hopeful that everything will work out and we'll be able to get the Urban Chamber up and running and moving forward and under construction as soon as possible. And I just want to commend them for working with the City of Las Vegas and the Office of Business Development, as well as the Economic Development Agency on this long-awaited development here in the historical West Las Vegas community. So with that being said, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. And Hannah?
Yes.
I'm getting to be an old man, Hannah.
I know we're going to get through this.
I'm going to be 9,000 years old before this gets done. Please get it done.
We're going to get through this we'll get through this before we complete West Side School.
All right, thank you. All right. 55 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of business name and change of ownership for a tavern license, subject to the provisions of the planning and fire codes and health department regulations, from El Rodeo Nightclub, Inc., to doing business as El Rodeo Club and Grill, to Arias for Life, LLC, doing business as El Rodeo Nightclub VIP at 1815 East Charleston Boulevard. This is in Ward 3. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The applicants that we have before you today have met our consideration for approval of this temporary change of business name and change of ownership for this tavern license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions. And we have the applicants here, as well as their attorney and an interpreter, to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, very good. If you'd like to be heard, we'd be happy to hear from you. Please identify yourself first.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Goodman and members of council. My name is Doris Namey, and I'm counsel for Arias for Life, LLC, as well as the two individuals that comprise that company, Mr. and Mrs. Arias, who are here present with me today, and behind me is the interpreter. My client, Ms. Arias, has been a qualified employee for this business for quite some time. They actually acquired the land and have been the property owner for the existing business for approximately 1 year, a little bit over 1 year. So they've gotten very, acquainted with the business. They've gotten acquainted with how to run it. They've become the landlord, and they're really just looking to take over the business, Your Honor. They've complied with everything that the city has required, and they're very, very excited about moving forward with it.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of any of the participants?
I'd just like to ask, what are they going to do over at this location? Are they going to change it in any way, or is it going to be kind of the same old stuff that they've been doing for...
Their intent is that they're going to keep it the same way for quite some time. The one thing that they are changing is the name. It's an operation that operates 2 nights a week, Friday and Saturday. It's just a nightclub, and sometimes they have live entertainment. Sometimes there's a DJ, kind of country, western, Mexican theme music. It's open early, approximately 9 in the evening until about 4 to 5 in the morning. And they're just planning on keeping it the same way the old owner had ran it.
All right, thank you. All right, no other questions, and Mayor Pro Tem, your motion, please.
I move to follow staff recommendation for approval with a 6-month review, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Item 56 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new liquor caterer license, subject to Health Department regulations, for Hake LLC, doing business as Mr. D's Catering at 1810 South Rainbow Boulevard, and this is in Ward 1.
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The applicant that you have before you today has met our consideration for temporary approval of this license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
Yes, sir. Be happy to hear from you.
Just identify yourself.
Dennis Heckey.
Mr. Heckey, would you like to say anything, or just go along with what Ms. Meyer's recommendation is?
That'd be fine.
You're a smart man. All right. Are there any questions of Ms. Meyer, Mr. Heckey? All right. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Move to approve staff's recommendation.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 57 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new beer wine cooler on-off sale license for Mangia LLC, doing business as Roma Deli, Roman numeral 2, located at 8524 West Sahara Avenue. This is in Ward 2. And Ms. Meyer.
Again, this applicant has met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval of this beer wine cooler on-sale license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions. And he's here to answer any questions you may have.
Hey, Mr. Brown.
That is correct. David Brown, 520 South 4th Street, with the applicant if you have any questions.
All right. Are there any questions? Is this a new operation?
It is a new operation, yes.
And you're Mr.
Giuseppe Consarino.
Right. Well, what kind of restaurant are you going to have there?
It's an Italian restaurant. We have another location on Spring Mountain between Jones and Lindell. It's called Roma Deli. We've been in business there since 1999. So it's an Italian deli and food restaurant with a large selection of Italian wines as a wine shop.
Very good. Well, I know you have a very good reputation.
Thank you very much.
All right, are there any questions? Councilman Wilson.
My motion is for approval.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries, and good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 59 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new hypnotherapy license for Melissa Robin Adams, CHT, doing business as Melissa Robin Adams, CHT, at 7951 West Charleston Boulevard, number 111, and this is in Ward 2. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor and members of council, Carol Meyer. Again, Ms. Adams has met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval of this license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
Hey, Ms. Adams.
Thank you. Melissa Adams, 7951 West Charleston. Just asking for approval for my hypnotherapy license.
What do you cure?
What do you have? What do you got?
Well, that needs your help.
I'll be helping clients
I'm a degenerate
alleviate.
gambler. You can help
See
me?
what we can do.
You can pick some winners or help my habit.
Only if it's an undesired behavior.
If it's undesired, by whom?
By yourself.
Oh, no, I love it.
Well, then,
Okay.
you don't need to be...
We'll keep on gambling. And
You don't need to be cured.
I'll look for a day job. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, any questions? All right, Councilman Wilson?
You're harassing my constituents.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
But I'm going to continue the dialogue a little. What is hypnotherapy?
Hypnotherapy? Well, it's I would be a guided hypnotherapist that guides someone into a state of relaxation to go into the subconscious and help alleviate stress, pain, or any unwanted behaviors or habits that you may have.
And this location, is it in a commercial setting?
No, I'm asking for a home-based business license.
Okay, that's what I thought, but the address that's on the agenda item is not your home address, is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is, okay. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I apologize for that.
Okay, yeah, because I asked you, I
Right.
think, yesterday, Carol. Okay, and have you been doing this before?
No, I have not. I am certified in hypnotherapy, but I have not been practicing as of yet.
How does one become certified in hypnotherapy?
Through classes, state board classes that I've taken.
You have a state license?
Yes,
Is she
through a
ready?
certified secondary school.
It's a certification issued by the state of Nevada.
Yes.
Okay, good luck. My motion is for approval.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 60 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new psychic arts and science license for Helen Adams, doing business as Tarot Card Readings at 4921 Alta Drive in Ward 1. Ms. Meyer?
Mayor and members of council, again, the applicant that we have, Ms. Adams, has met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions. And Councilwoman Tarkanian, I was wondering if you wanted the same conditions on her license that we've put on some of the other psychic arts and science license.
I would like that, please.
Okay. I will read those into the record. Those conditions are, number one, rates must be posted in a conspicuous place, visible to patrons on a sign of at least 8 inches by 10 inches in size with lettering no smaller than 1 inch. Number two, that the licensee operates by donation or indirect method of payment, including remuneration that is at the discretion of the customer. The signage shall indicate such to the patron. Number three, the rates published shall be the only rates charged. Number four, council approve a temporary license with a 6-month review.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Helen Adams, 4921 Alta Drive. I do psychic tarot card readings.
Are you able to tell us, as a result of your expertise, who is going to win and cover the spread tomorrow in the Denver, who's Denver playing?
Cleveland.
Cleveland, the Denver-Cleveland game?
No, I'm sorry.
What do you do then?
I do tarot card readings and astrology.
It has nothing to do with sports betting.
No, I don't gamble.
Forget about it. Okay, Councilwoman, it's your call.
Move to approve staff's recommendation with all conditions.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Good luck, and I was just kidding.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask one last thing, if I could.
Certainly.
Would it be possible for Ward 1, where we've had a lot of proliferation of psychic arts and science licenses, would it be possible for us to get an ID in our ward where these are located, get a map and just let us know where they're
Sure.
located? I would really appreciate that.
Okay, we can have that.
Very good. Item 62 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of temporary approval of a supper club license for Kalex Fine Dining LLC, doing business as Kalex Jazz Club at 4760 West Sahara Avenue in Suite 13. This is in Ward 1. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor and members of the council, Ms. Edwards is here today to seek either approval of a permanent license or an extension of the temporary license. To my right is her attorney, Jeff Ben David, and Ms. Edwards is to his right. We have met with Mr. Ben David and Ms. Edwards here in the last few days, and one of the things that we would like to emphasize to the City Council is that during the 6 months for the first temporary license, there was, at our request, an audit conducted on 4 of the 6 months to see whether or not they complied with the supper club regulations with regard to alcohol and food sales, which is in code 55% devoted to food and 45% devoted to alcohol. We found that in trying to complete our 4-month review, we're still at the point where we're trying to finish up the month of August, but right now what we see is the alcohol sales is a little bit above the 45%. It's about 46.5%. So we find that there needs to be a correction made there. You can see in your backup, in your investigative book, there is a Metro Police report. We do have an investigative specialist, Florencia Gaitan, that is in the audience here if you have any questions on her Metro report, but I'll just give you an overview of it. There are some concerns with regard to some financial problems that Ms. Edwards has had in the past relative to debt collections and non-sufficient funds. She did have an arrest going back to 2000 with regard to a non-sufficient fund check, but that was dismissed. We have had inspections that were conducted during the last 6 months, and on one occasion at least, we found that she was operating without an employee list, which is required by code. She was cited for that offense, and I believe there is an upcoming court date relevant to that particular citation. Having said all of that, I know Mr. Ben David and Ms. Edwards are going to ask the City Council for at least an extension of the temporary license, and I think that based upon the police report, based upon the violation that we did find, and some of the concerns that we do have continuing on with the audit, I would be willing to put myself out there for an extension of the temporary license with certain conditions. However, if the councilman would like to hear from Mr. Ben David and Ms. Edwards first, then I would like to add my conditions at the end of the program.
All right, thank you, Mr. DiFiore. Mr. Ben David, Ms. Edwards.
Good morning, Jeff Ben David here with Regina Edwards with Kalex Jazz Club. We would be fine with the extension of 6 months, and we expressed that to Mr. DiFiore, and I think that's in the best interest of the city and us to work with them and show them that she's going to be a great operator, and I think the more time she has under her belt to make some trial and error and things on running her business, I think would be to her advantage and to the city's advantage, and I think we could come to a successful conclusion, get her a permanent license in 6 months after the city has full look and see how she operates and everything she's done, and everything she's done to get to this point, I think would be beneficial.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards.
The same.
Yeah, the same thing.
Okay, ditto.
Yes.
Okay,
She's a little
fine.
nervous.
Are there any questions of Mr. DiFiore or Mr. Ben David or Ms. Edwards? All right, Mr. DiFiore, what are you suggesting?
I'm going to suggest that we extend a temporary license for an additional 6 months with a review at the end of that period, and that Ms. Edwards maintain full compliance with all supper club and business license regulations during that time. If there are any changes made to the operation that she needs to notify us in advance of those changes, that would include the type of operation she has. In some cases, she has in the past leased out or at least rented out for activities that are occurring there, which are sort of aside from the normal supper club that we see. If there are any changes to the operation, right now she is the sole officer of the entity, and if there are any changes to that she would notify us in advance of those changes. So with that and a 6-month review, those would be my recommendations.
Right, fine, and if approved, do you agree with those
We do.
conditions? Very good. Councilwoman.
Move to approve staff's recommendation with all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Host? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Items 63 and 64. 63 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new psychic arts and science license, Psychic Solutions, LLC, doing business as Psychic Solutions at 2925 West Sahara Avenue. This is in Ward 1. And 64 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary change of ownership for a psychic arts and science license for Psychic Solutions, LLC, doing business as Psychic Solutions at 2925 West Sahara Avenue, from Stephanie Marks to Angie Marks, and this is in Ward 1. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, these are companion items, and I will explain a little bit because they almost look pretty much the same on the face of the agenda today. The first item, item 63, is actually a request for an approval of this license on a temporary basis by Ms. Marks. Ms. Marks has made application to our office, has gone through the investigation, and our code at this time requires that each person performing psychic arts must have a license approved by the City Council. During the investigation, it was brought to the city's attention that she had an outstanding debt collections in the amount of $46,906. We also have in the report the investigation conducted by my staff with regard to Ms. Marks conducting business without a license in June of 2007. At that time, the business operation known as Psychic Solutions, which is operated by her daughter, Stephanie Marks, at 2925 West Sahara, one of my staff made an inspection of that location, found that no one was there, called the telephone number. Ms. Marks answered the telephone, and she agreed to perform a tarot card reading or a psychic art reading at her residence address, which was probably about a half-mile away. She was unlicensed at the time. When my officers arrived, they cited her for doing business without a license. In August of this year, Ms. Marks, through her attorney, pled nolo and was fined $520. Those are really the only two blemishes on Ms. Marks' record. I will say this, that she did come forward eventually after she was cited, and again, that is today on item 63, we're considering her suitability for this type of license.
Right, thank you, Ms. Marks.
Hello, Mayor. My attorney, Louis Palazzo, couldn't make it today. He had a special court he had to go to or whatever. But
Not more special than this.
Right? Yeah, a federal court or something.
Oh, forget about it.
Yeah. And I'm just here to try to start my life and get, Nevada going for me. I'm here to stay, so me and my daughter have been here for a while now, and we want to make it our home.
All right. Do you have any expertise in football?
Pretty much, a little bit.
Denver or Cleveland?
Hopefully Denver. But my stars tell me it's Denver.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to bet my mortgage on this one. Okay. Any questions? All right, Councilwoman.
Jim, there are some problems that have occurred in the past. She will be working in a situation that has been strong, however, this time, and not in her residence. It's in the business, which had been a problem before.
Well,
right?
Let me explain. Psychic Solutions, operated by her daughter, Stephanie, has been licensed with the city from 2004. We have had no complaints about any problems from that particular business. The only complaint that we have was her operating out of her residence home and not at the location, and even if she was operating from the location, it would have been without a license at that time. My recommendation for this would be, if you wish to give Ms. Marks an opportunity, that we would have the same conditions as we have had on other psychic arts and science licenses, and I'll read those into the record, and additionally, I would like to suggest a condition be that she only operates from the business location and not from her home, and not even have any reference to a home telephone number for anybody to contact. So having said that, my recommendation would be that condition 1 would be rates must be posted in conspicuous place visible to patrons on a sign of at least 8 inches by 10 inches in size with lettering no smaller than 1 inch. Condition 2 would be if the licensee operates by donation or indirect method of payment, including remuneration, that it is at the discretion of the customer, and the signage shall indicate such to the patron. Condition 3 would be the rates published shall be only the rates charged. Condition 4 would be that the business would only be operated from the 2925 West Sahara Avenue address and not at any other location. And condition number 5 would be the City Council would approve a temporary license with a 6-month review.
And if this should be approved after the councilwoman's motion, would you abide by those conditions?
Yes, Mayor.
May I ask a question, Councilwoman and Mayor Goodman?
Certainly.
Actually, 2 questions. Jim, could you just elaborate a little more? You said something about a $40,000 plus debt collection something. What did you say?
In the Metro report, I don't believe it specifies exactly what those debts are, but I believe they're relative to collection, non-payment of fees or non-payment of funds for services that have gone to a collection agency that were outstanding at the time that the Metro report was completed.
I mean, everybody has debts, but I guess why this was the subject of the report is that they perhaps went to a collection agency?
Yes.
I mean, everybody has debts,
right.
But if they go to the next stage of being with a collection agency, somehow Metro gets word of that, and that's why they put it in their report?
Yes. They'll run a credit report just like on any other suitability application, and that's what came back to them. There was several of them that were totaling $46,000.
And then my second question is, what special training or certification does one need, if any, to be a psychic art and science licensee?
There is no requirement, at least from a local level or probably from a state level. Basically, the type of business license that you're getting is essentially we're making recommendations based upon suitability of an applicant, so you don't need any special training or background on this.
Anybody in the city who operates a business must get a business license, correct?
Correct.
But they don't come before the council. Why this person is coming before the council is this is a special type of business, a psychic arts business.
That's correct.
But you don't need any special training or any special certification to do this business.
No, you don't.
So we do a background check on people for suitability to see if there's anything in their background character-wise, but whether or not they have any special skills or training, we don't even look into that.
No, we don't. And you know, quite frankly, there are some changes that we are trying to bring forward before the City Council for changes to this particular code. It's clearly outdated. It hasn't been changed in over 25 years. There are codes in the city of San Francisco, California, and I believe other cities in California that have updated their fortune-telling code, and that's something that we want to look into and provide some recommendations to the City Council through the City Manager's Office.
What do those cities require, just for the sake of conversation?
Well, the conditions that I just read into the record, some of those are the conditions that are made part of the license application when you operate in the city of San Francisco. The other thing is that I believe in that city you may not call somebody that you've given a fortune-telling reading to, call them back and ask them for more money if they want to be rid of spirits because of the original seating or the hearing that you did have. So there are things that are put in place to minimize the fraud involved in this type of business operation, and that's what we want to look at getting to.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman?
I first wanted to say, we have a lot of these psychic arts in Ward 1. So far, we have not had any problems, of which I'm aware, of any significance. I mean, you have little things here and there. We haven't had a big case of fraud or anything like that. But nationally, particularly in these economic times, we're finding that more and more of this fraud is occurring from people who are psychic arts individuals. So I think it's very good that you're moving forward. I think it's very good that you're looking at updating our license procedure. I know you're sticking your neck out a little bit on this one, and you should be very grateful to him for that. But anyway, I move to approve with all conditions, and including that last emphasis that you had, no operating out of the home, only in the business where the license is registered.
Okay, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck, Ms. Marks.
Thank you, guys. God bless you.
We appreciate your God-given gifts. All right. Item 6.
Thank you.
Thank you, God bless.
That was for both, yes. That's correct, Councilwoman. That was for both 63 and 64.
Well, I think 64 is a little different.
Oh, okay.
Am I correct?
Just a little different, and I'll explain that.
And it's just a quick one, but
Okay,
it's different.
Ms. Marks, don't leave us. You should have been able to foresee that. We have 64 that we have to vote on now.
On item 64, you're going to be approving the temporary change of ownership for this particular entity, Psychic Solutions LLC. It used to be Stephanie Marks was the only member of that LLC. Approving this would add Angie Marks to that particular LLC, but I'd like to suggest we keep the same conditions on this license for that change of ownership.
Move to approve staff's recommendation.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. See you later.
I can go now?
Yep. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Item 65 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of temporary approval for a restricted gaming license for Amar Ramo and Ahmad Binna, doing business as Corner Store at 2558 South Valley View Boulevard, and this is in Ward 1. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Bina and Mr. Amer are here to discuss the 6-month review. Mr. Brown is their legal representative. As you may know, the city council has imposed conditions on the Corner Store that they've been operating under for the last year, and we're at the point in this case to approve the permanent license on the gaming part of it. With my recommendation will be with some conditions and some changes to the conditions. I'd like to read those conditions into the record. Before I do that, I will say this. We have run calls for service by Metro over the last 6-month period. The total number of calls for service was 12, 4 of them being self-generated by Metro. So 8 calls for service for a convenience store is a good number. Generally speaking, anything above 20, 25 is something that we have concern about. So 8 is a good number for this particular store. The conditions that I would like to read into the record that I would like to have remain on the permanent license are these. Condition 1, that the owner or key employee shall be on the premises for during the hours of 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. And I emphasize 11 p.m. is because we have discussed increasing their hours of operation, which we're closing at 10 to 11 p.m.
Say that, would you repeat that again?
Yes. The key employee would be on the premises from 2 to 11 p.m., and one of the conditions would be that we would increase their hours of operation 1 hour from 10 to 11 p.m. The second condition is just that. The business hours shall be from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. That's a change from 10 p.m. on the closing time. Condition 3 would be employed security in uniform should be on the premises during the hours of 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Condition 4 would be the lighting in the rear of the store shall be improved to meet Metro standards for safety. I believe that's already been done. We'll have that remain as a condition. Condition 5 will be the licensees will continue to keep the site clean and free of trash, and that would be another condition. The next condition would be the window signage shall be limited to 25% or less of the window space. The next condition would be the safety of the rear entrance shall be approved by Metro, and I believe that's already been done.
Yes.
The next condition would be the licensee shall work with Bolton Area Command to eliminate crime and attend the First Tuesday program and join the trespass program, and I believe that has already been done. And the last condition would be the shelves shall be adequately stocked with food, and I think they've made some changes there, too. So with that, I would recommend a permanent license with those conditions to remain.
Mr. Brown?
David Brown, 520 South 4th Street. The only condition I'd like to comment is on the security. It's my understanding as well that if the owner is in fact there, he can wear the security vest and they don't have to spend the money to have an extra security guard actually there.
We have had discussions with Mr. O'Meara and Mr. Bina on that, and we certainly don't have any heartburn with that, because if the owner is there on premises and he's acting as his own security, it still meets the letter of the condition.
Very good. Would you like to say anything else?
Yeah, Amir Rama, 2558 South Bellevue. Yeah, we've been business since '96, and from Las Vegas to Clark County to North Las Vegas. I know we can do better than that, and appreciate it for Turkanian to help others to do better. I think we can reach a better number than that in that 6 months.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, any questions? Fine, Councilwoman?
Move to approve staff's recommendation with all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And I just would like to say, if I could, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the help you've given. You're in a really tough situation, and the burden of that security for that little business park has fallen on you through a circumstance over which you probably didn't have much control. But the way where they're trying to work it out with business licensing now, I think will be an advantage to helping you.
Thank you. We can do better than that. We'll take care.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay. 66 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership for pawnbroker license, a pistol permit, an auto pawnbroker license, and a Class 2 secondhand dealer license from the Pawn Place, Inc., to Easy Pawn, Nevada, doing business as Pawn Place at 119 North 4th Street, and this is in Ward 5. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicants today do meet the criteria for consideration of temporary approval of the change of ownership for these licenses, and I would like to recommend approval of a temporary license for all of the licenses noted in the agenda, with the condition that there will be no retail sales of long guns or handguns at these stores.
Yes.
Good almost afternoon. Marion Perry with Ballard Spar, Andrews and Ingersoll, 100 City Parkway, Suite 1750. I'm joined by Craig McCall of Pawn Plus and Pawn Place, which are the existing licensees, and by Kenny Allwine, who is the Territory Director of Operations for Easy Pawn locally. Easy Pawn is a current licensee in the city. They have one store in Ward 5 and 2 in Ward 3, and Mr. McCall is proposing to stay on as a consultant on local matters, but the overall operations would join the many stores that Easy Pawn has throughout the country, which are governed under a publicly traded company. If you have any questions, both Mr. McCall and Mr. Allwine are here to answer questions about Pawn Plus, Pawn Place, or Easy Pawn, and we respectfully request your approval on these items.
Mr. Mayor, we're
Yes.
taking 66.
One at a time.
Oh, you're taking one at a time.
One at a time because they're in different wards.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Are there any questions of either Mr. DiFiore or Ms. Perry or their clients?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Greg, what are you going to do with your time now?
I've got 4 kids between the ages of 12 and 13.
Yeah,
and
that's
I have
what I
a little more
heard.
time for them. Thank you for asking.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Councilman? No, pardon me, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. For the applicant, I just want to get you on the records to agree to the fact that there will be no resale of handguns or rifles at the location within Ward 5.
Yeah, that'll be correct. We will continue to wholesale anything that may come into our inventory.
Okay, and please state your name for the record.
Kenny Allwine, 39 Vista Del Mar Street.
Okay, with that being said, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 67 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of business name and change of ownership for a pawnbroker's license, a pistol permit, an auto pawnbroker license, and a Class II secondhand dealer license from the Pawn Place, Inc. to Easy Pawn, Nevada, doing business as Pawn Plus at 1237 East Sahara Avenue, and this is in Ward 3. Mr. DiFiore?
Mayor, the condition would remain the same on this license as well.
All right, very good. Ms. Perry, same comments,
Same.
Basically? Very good.
Exactly the same.
Are there any questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
It says on here, pistol permits, are we going to sell guns out of this location too?
No, we will not sell guns in any of the locations.
Thank you. I make a motion for denial. Just kidding, you guys. I make a motion for approval, Your Honor.
Okay, let's vote, please.
Let's see if you turn red.
Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 68 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership for a pawnbroker license, a pistol permit, an auto pawnbroker license, and Class II secondhand dealer license from Pawn Place, Inc. to Easy Pawn, Nevada, doing business as Pawn Plus at 2200 South Rainbow Boulevard in Ward 1.
Mr. Mayor, there are two in Ward 1 in consecutive order. Would you like to do the two at one time?
Yes, that'd be great. 69 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership for a pawnbroker license, a pistol permit, an auto pawnbroker license, and Class II secondhand dealer license from Pawn Place, Inc. to Easy Pawn, Inc., doing business as Pawn Plus at 3010 South Valley View Boulevard. That's in Ward 1, as the councilwoman points out. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, I would recommend temporary approval of the licenses for both items 68 and 69 with the same conditions that have been previously approved.
And these were the conditions that we had on it previously, all the conditions. I think there were some as far as signage and other things, too.
That I'm not aware of.
Those are actually conditions of the zoning, which will run with the land, and will definitely come.
Okay. Move to approve with all conditions.
Okay, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. And 70 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership for a pawnbroker license, an auto pawnbroker license, and a Class II secondhand dealer license from Pawn Plus, Inc. to Easy Pawn, Nevada, doing business as Pawn Plus at 6032 West Cheyenne Avenue in Ward 6. Mr. DiFiore, same?
Yes. Although there's no pistol permit for this location, the conditions would be recommended to be the same.
Very good. Ms. Parry, anything new? All right, Councilman Ross.
Your Honor, I would move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Mayor, if I may just make a comment for the record
Certainly.
very quickly. We had an amazing experience with your staff and business license. It was very clear that they went above and beyond what probably would have been typically required of them to help make this happen today. And we want to thank Dr. Selby. We want to thank Mr. DiFiore. I'm trying to think of all the names of people who have been so great with us. Stacy, Charlene, Carol, everyone. They did an excellent job. I think I even got an email from Carol at 8 o'clock on a Sunday night just to help make sure everything got into the record in order to be here at this hearing. And we want to let you know what a great job your staff is doing.
And all I could say is, Ms. Meyer, get a life, please. Okay, thank you. Good luck to you.
If I could just say, although I'll still be involved going forward, I really want to thank you all for the great support over the years. It's been a pleasure. Well,
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's happening over on Las Vegas Boulevard?
I don't know if you've driven by it, but
Yes.
We're close to finishing the remodeling. In fact, if you remember when Bill Kerr and I sat in your office, you asked me what I thought it would cost to remodel it, and I thought it would be around $900,000, and you
Right.
told me no, it would be over $1 million.
Yes.
You won. You're right.
Okay.
But we're about 3 weeks away from
It'll look
opening.
real good, right?
It'll look very nice,
Okay,
yes.
good.
I'll be real proud of it. I think you will be too. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Did I bet you on that, or did I? We just.
I don't
talk
remember
about-
any wager.
I see. Okay. All right. So, 71 is R62 2008 discussion and possible action regarding resolution adopting an updated version of the Las Vegas Boulevard Scenic Byway Corridor Management Plan. Wards 3 and 5 are affected. Mr. Fagg.
Mayor and members of council, just very briefly, the changes that we're proposing...
Please identify yourself for the record.
Sorry, Flynn Fagg with the Planning and Development Department. The document was originally adopted in 2004. The changes that we're proposing will enable us to seek federal designation of the scenic byway and also permit us to submit for federal grants as well. And so we would request your approval of this update.
Are there any questions of Mr. Fagg at this time? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll make a motion for approval of Ward 3.
Okay. Councilman Barlow, Ward 5?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to move the follow staff recommendation.
Very good. All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 72 is R63-2008, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution to seek approval from the Clark County Debt Management Commission to issue general obligation bonds in an amount not to exceed $105 million to construct a performing arts center in Union Park. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mark Vincent, Director of Finance and Business Services. This item allows us to move to the Debt Management Commission for Clark County to seek their approval to issue these bonds. These bonds will be GO-REB bonds, but they will be secured by the car rental tax that the Clark County passed for this Performing Arts Center project. So these monies are specifically going to the Smith Center project. Just real briefly, this is about a $325 million project. Significantly more than half of it is privately funded through Reynolds Foundation and 501c3 loans. The city will pick up the other $150 million, partly with this and partly with redevelopment bonds that we'll be issuing in a couple of weeks. So staff recommends approval.
Very good. And Mr. Martin is here. Would you like to add anything, Mr. Martin? Please identify yourself for the record first, though.
Thank you, Mayor. It's Myron Martin with our new address of 241 West Charleston for the Smith Center in downtown Las Vegas. We appreciate everything that the mayor and the council and the staff has done. We are all but ready to break ground on this wonderful project, and we thank you very much for everything.
And the groundbreaking will be in February, you indicate?
We're anticipating a groundbreaking in March.
In March. Very good. With the completion when, so the council can enjoy the imagery of it.
We're scheduled, breaking ground in March would have us scheduled to open in late 2011.
Well, for Mayor Pro Tem and myself, try to do it early 2011, please.
We'll do our best.
Thank you very much. And Councilwoman Tarkanian, too. For the three of us. No?
I'm not turned out.
Oh, just for the... Forget about it. Just me and him. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Do it for all of us.
Right. Yeah. Now you're talking. That's great.
That's it.
I would like to move the follow staff's recommendation.
Right,
for
let's
approval
vote,
of
please.
this item.
Good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. 73 is R64-2008. Discussion and possible action regarding a resolution authorizing reimbursement of prior expenditures from bond proceeds, land sales, and other available sources, and calling a public hearing on the incurrence of a medium-term obligation in the form of an interfund loan not to exceed $80 million and providing other matters properly related thereto pertaining to all wards. Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor. As you know, as we've been having difficulty with the credit market selling all of the bonds that we have scheduled, also with a little bit higher interest rates. So we have been looking for ways of keeping many of our development projects moving, and this is a way that we can do some short-term, medium-term borrowing from another fund that we will pay back with interest. These monies in particular we're targeting for infrastructure on the Union Park site and will be repaid back with either land sale proceeds, tax increment, or additional RDA bonds in the near future.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Vincent? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Move to follow staff's recommendation with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Vincent. Okay, item 74 is the Animal Advisory Committee. The term of Stacy Colombo expires November 15, 2008, and Ms. Colombo resigned. The procedure for the board is a new appointment made by the recommendation of Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to move to appoint Dr. Kurt Michalonka. For the record, the spelling Mychajlonka. Dr. Kurt Michalonka, that's my motion.
Very good. Let's vote on that then. Opposed, please? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 75 is the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program, known as YNAP, Grant Review Board. The term of Loretta Arrington expires December 19, 2008, and Ms. Arrington resigned. The recommendation is that Councilman Reese would make the motion to fill the vacant Ward 3 adult designee seat.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd ask that we hold this in advance until our November the 19th meeting, please.
Very good. Let's hold it, and that's the motion. Vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 76 is the Senior Law Project Advisory Board. Kathy McLean, her term expires November 18, 2008. See Ms. Vogel there? What's the story?
Good morning, Mayor and members of the Council. Sugar Vogel of the Senior Citizens Law Project. We recommend the reappointment of Kathy McLean to the Senior Law Project Advisory Board. As you know, Ms. McLean works with the Clark County Senior Advocate Program, and she is a state assembly person. She's very active in the senior community, and we recommend her reappointment.
All right, thank you very much. Would somebody like to make that motion?
It'd be my pleasure to make that motion.
All right, go ahead, please.
So moved.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item 77 is the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission. Dr. Donald Romeo, his term expires November 18th, 2008. I believe that Councilman Brown is responsible for this particular post.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could ask this be held in abeyance until November 19th.
All right, that's the motion then. Let's vote on that. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we're heading towards the home stretch here. We've got item 78, which is bill number 2008-47, revises and consolidates the review and approval procedures for... right, I'm going to do this. I think we need the motion to strike, but I'll read it into the record. Revises and consolidates the review and approval procedures for signs within the Downtown Casino Overlay District, the Downtown Entertainment Overlay District, and the Las Vegas Boulevard Scenic Byway Overlay District, and establishes the Downtown Gateway Overlay District and the standards applicable there too. Councilwoman Tarkanian, do you have a motion to strike, please?
I move to strike.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Item 79 is bill number 2008-48, updates the notice requirements and approval procedures for vacating rights-of-way easements and government patent reservations. Councilwoman, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Sherwood?
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 28-48, an ordinance to update the notice requirements and approval procedures for vacating rights-of-way easements and government patent reservations and private-related matters.
Thank you. Councilwoman, do you have... Mr. Cervantes.
Mayor, just here to answer any questions.
Okay, fine. Councilwoman?
Move to approve.
Okay, thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 80 is bill number Z, 2008-1, amends the city's official zoning map atlas by changing the zoning designation of certain parcels of land non-residential. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number Z, 28-1, an ordinance to amend the official zoning maps of the Atlas of the City of Las Vegas by changing the zoning designations of certain parcels of land for related matters.
And your motion, Councilwoman?
Move to approve.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 81 is bill number Z, 2008-2, amends the city's official zoning map atlas by changing the zoning designations of certain parcels of land residential. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, please.
All right.
Then Councilwoman, Bill number Z, 28-2, an ordinance to amend the official zoning map atlas of the City of Las Vegas by changing the zoning designations of certain parcels of land and private-related matters.
Thank you. Councilwoman, your motion, please.
Move to approve.
Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 82 and 83, which are bills 2008-49 and 2008-50 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we're going to move on to the new bills. And the new bills, items 84 through 86, bills 2008-51 through 2008-53, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, November 18th, 2008. Would you please read those bills, Mr. Chervick?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 28-51, an ordinance to amend the Lone Mountain Master Development Plan and Design Standards and Lone Mountain West Master Plan, Development Plan and Design Standards, and provide that the use wireless communications facility stealth design is permitted as conditional use in the development areas for which the documents pertain and privately related matters. Bill number 28-52, an ordinance to revise the composition of the Arts Commission relative to the city's representation thereon, and provide for related matters. And following Bill number 28-53, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particular described line to be annexed to make it establish the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide further related matters.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman, will you be available on the 18th of November?
Yes.
And Councilman Barlow, will you be available?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And you'll be assigned that responsibility to review the bills. Thank you, everybody. The council meeting is in recess until 1:15. 1:15. Yes. We have to do that. That is,
Take a look at it, yeah.
that's clearly what we're doing. That's what we're doing. What's wrong? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to begin our afternoon session by calling item number 87. Any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward to and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item 109 is a special use permit 28810, Imran Kiwajah, Joe Behan, appeal from the denial by the Planning Commission for a beer wine cooler off-sale establishment at 2981 East Charleston Boulevard. Definitely we want that held in advance until our January 21st, 2009 meeting. I don't know why. It's requested by the applicant. Item 121, 2, and 3, variance 29657, variance 29654, and site development review 29651, Alpha Omega Strategies / City of Las Vegas, 13.36 acres on the west side of Decatur Boulevard, approximately 150 feet south of Vegas Drive. The applicant wants that held in abeyance to our November the 19th, 2008 meeting. And item 137, special use permit 29529, Southern States Sign Company, Beirut, Faradon, 591 Northeastern Avenue. They want that held in abeyance until our January the 7th, 2009 meeting. Don't know why. Are there any other items we need to report at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion we bring these items forward and take the appropriate action.
All right, before we vote, yes, ma'am. Please identify yourself for the record.
Good afternoon, Liz Sorokak, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant on item 104 through 107, and we'd like to ask that that be held for 2 weeks in order to continue to work to come to an agreement on these applications.
Okay, 104 to 107, that is in Ward 1.
Correct.
Councilwoman, do you have, I have to abstain from this because of my relationship with Mr. Levy owning property together, so Mayor Pro Tem, if you could handle that.
Yes. Councilwoman Tarkanian, on item 104, 5, 6, and 7, do you want to hear it today or do you want to hold it on the bench meeting?
No, I agree we need to hold it in abeyance, and I would like to point out something to make sure that our understandings from discussions are the same. Our people, our staff, could not look at what's needed to put into an ordinance until we have from the applicant, which you're representing, what it is you feel should go into the ordinance.
Okay.
Am I correct in that, Margot?
That's
Or
correct,
am I
Councilwoman.
correct?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yes,
I'm
that-
sorry.
That is correct,
This is
Councilwoman.
the,
We, at a meeting we had with the applicant, we asked them to provide
This
us
is the
with
MLK.
Yeah.
This is the MLK piece.
Yes.
We had asked them to provide us with a written proposal as to what they would like to see in an ordinance or a written draft of an ordinance, and we've yet to see that.
And I do want to emphasize, doing that, I can't guarantee to any extent that it would be acceptable by the other members of the council, or even legally it would be. But that's what we need to start with first.
Okay.
Am I
I
saying
understand
that
that.
correctly, Brian?
That is correct, Councilman. And do you,
Yeah.
and Councilman, if I may ask, if you believe 2 weeks is going to be enough time to get that?
Quite honestly, I don't think so, because we have to send it to your office, and we have to then talk about it in other extents as far as staff is concerned.
Maybe we ought to table it then.
That'd be my recommendation.
I would prefer tabling it.
Okay, then we'll go with what the councilwoman would like.
Okay.
You don't have a choice. That's the wonderful thing about sitting up here. No, but, I understand what you said.
And Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Since this isn't a substantive motion, you can vote on the tabling even though you're going to be abstaining when it comes back and you're going to hear it fully. You
Well,
can actually vote.
I'm going to read these items in the record if I could, please. Item 104 is GPA 28283. 105 is rezoning 28281. 106 is special use permit 28287. And 107 is a site development review 28286. They're all four abeyance items. They're site development plan review related for the other before mentioned, and public hearing applicant, owner Darrell Jackson et al. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed two-story, 7,004 square feet building, maintenance, service, and sales facility on 1.45 acres adjacent to the west side of Martin Luther King Boulevard, approximately 1,450 feet south of Charleston Boulevard. The request will be to table this item indefinitely.
Right, and unless they want to bring it up again, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
And
so-
I just want to emphasize, understand that this, if we move into this, it's a new territory, that's why it's taking so long, yes.
Okay, so are there any other items we need before at this time? Are there any questions on those held in abeyance and tabled? Hearing none, you want to make a motion, we bring all these items forward, take appropriate action, please.
All right, on the last one, I'm abstaining and I'm voting yes on the others. All right, opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, items 88 through 94, they're on our consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development, so may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 88 through 94?
No questions, Your Honor, make a motion for approval of those items with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post? Okay, post? Okay, vote, please.
I did have one Ronnie was here.
Post?
Councilwoman?
Motion carries. Thank you. Now, items 95 through 102 may be considered in one motion and one vote. They're considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearing items will be opened at one time, and any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by the staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. So I'll read them all, and they'll all be public hearings. Item 95 is ZON 29587. The applicant owner is City of Las Vegas. Request for a rezoning from U, undeveloped zone, TC Town Center General Plan designation to TC Town Center District on .30 acres, generally located on the northeast corner of Grand Montecito Parkway and Durango Drive in Ward 6. Item number 96 is WVR 29538. The applicant owner is GNLV Corporation et al. Request for a waiver of Title 18.12.130 to allow Carson Avenue to terminate without the required cul-de-sac, generally located on Carson Avenue, east of Main Street in Ward 3. Number 97 is RQR 29149. The applicant is Bob Taylor's Ranch House. The owner is Fletcher Jones Senior Trust. Required 5-year review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot high, 12.5-foot by 17.5-foot off-premise billboard sign at 5501 Drexel Road in Ward 6. Number 98 is RQR 29275. The applicant is Cano Company, the owner Rancho Oasis LP, required 5-year review of an approved variance for two 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard signs at 2951 and 2991 North Rancho Drive in Ward 5. Number 99 is SUP 29649. The applicant owner is Palm Mortuary, Inc. Request for a special use permit for a crematory on 13.12 acres at 1325 North Main Street in Ward 5. Number 100 is SDR 29648. The applicant owner is Palm Mortuary, Inc. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed 14,771 square foot addition to an existing cemetery and crematory on 13.12 acres at 1325 North Main Street in Ward 5. Number 101 is VAC 29235. The applicant is Barnett Lieberman, the owner LV Land Partners, petition to vacate an alley and a public access easement at 300 and 330 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. And finally, number 102, VAC 29487. The applicant owner is Resources Group LLC et al. Petition to vacate approximately 15-foot wide by 75-foot long portion of a public right-of-way, an alley generally located 253 feet southeast from the southeast corner of Chicago Avenue and Industrial Road in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff have recommended approval for each of these items. As I indicated before, these are all public hearings, which I now declare open. Does anyone wish to be heard on any of these items?
Yes, Mayor.
All right, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, I would like to pull item number 99 and 100, open for public comment.
All right,
They already have public comment on it. We have one right now.
Well, it's a public hearing.
He said he wanted to pull them forward for public comment, though.
All right, well, they're public hearings, and if anybody wants to be heard on items 99 or 100, together with the others, is that your request, Councilman?
Yes, I believe I have a constituent here that would like to speak on these items. Is that correct?
Well, that's the time to do it.
Okay, well, come forward, please.
Mayor,
No, this is a public hearing.
What we probably need to do is just go ahead and consider the one motion, one vote items that are not going to be pulled, and then hear those two after that.
That's what I was
All right,
requesting.
fine. Then, Mayor Pro Tem, could you make a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion for approval of items 95, 96, 97, 98, and 100 and 102 with all conditions, please.
All right, thanks. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, 100 was in that motion.
Yeah.
He
With
said
exceptions of
100.
99 and 100.
Right, it's okay. All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
You're in trouble.
Motion carries. All right, now 99 and 100 are the Palm Mortuary items. And Councilman Barlow would like to recognize you to be heard.
Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. There's nobody here today from Palms Mortuary, so I can ask them.
Probably not.
Yes, Mayor, there are representatives here from Palm.
Oh, that's the lady I was in the elevator with. I didn't know that. Could have asked.
Please identify yourself for the record.
I did.
Okay, I didn't hear you.
Turn your hearing aid up.
Yes, Ms. Turner, why don't you have some questions through me, please?
Okay, they're gonna extend the cemetery to Las Vegas Boulevard. I want to know if the crematory is gonna be there and they're gonna extend the cemetery, because I have 24 loved ones buried in their cemetery, and I have 5 that's buried in their mausoleum, and I still have 1 mausoleum left. So I want to know, so they're going to extend the cemetery and put the crematory there. And the last thing I have to say, there's a building that's for rent, that's for sale, that's next door to Palms. There used to be a church a long time ago, and they got a sign for sale. I can't spend Palms money, but they sure need to buy that ugly building and tear it down and add it on to the cemetery.
All right, I think there was a question somewhere in there. I think the question is, are you going to extend the cemetery, and are you going to build a crematorium? And where will the extension, if you are going to extend it, be, and where will the crematorium be? I think that's what we're trying to find out.
My name's Diana Bossard, 2260 Corporate Circle, and we have an exhibit that we can show her.
Okay.
I don't believe we're doing anything. This is the architect?
Yes, sir.
Robert Larson, architect.
Thank you, Mr. Larson.
I don't think we're doing anything in the church building. It's my understanding we're building a new building.
Okay. We have the overhead, please?
Okay. This is the new building that they're building. There's an existing crematory, and ultimately they'll be putting more facilities within the preparation building.
And that's God bless you. That's the extent that your
this project, yes.
Okay.
So they're not going to extend the cemetery. They're not going to finish the cemetery part that's on Las Vegas Boulevard. That's still gravel that's back there. So y'all not going to. They're not going to extend that. They don't plan on extending the cemetery.
Well, they will eventually. They own all that property.
No, but I mean, at this point in time,
At this point in time,
your application doesn't include that land.
This application includes the small portion by the existing parking lot and an additional parcel that they acquired that has access off of Four Master Lane.
All right, where will the crematorium be?
It'll be adjacent to the existing crematory.
That's already. Oh, and I want to say to them, they really, really keeps that cemetery up. It's really nice. Even at night, it's lit up. And I want to thank them very much because I have many loved ones that's buried there, and I still own one mausoleum that's there. But my great grandmother, she's in that one, so I won't be buried in that one because I didn't like her as a kid, and I'm an adult now. I sure don't like her, so I ain't trying to be buried by her.
Wait a second.
I thought he's going to be buried on Mayor's front lawn.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not going in that mausoleum.
No, you're going to be on my front
Yeah, I'm going to be in your front lawn when they cremate me, so y'all get that crematory ready because they don't know when they going to call me. But I do want to say that they do. They really keep their property up. And even on Main Street, you don't have the homeless all out there in the front, sleeping in the front. I mean, out of all the mortuaries over there, they do. They really keeps it up. Now, if the city can take heed from Palms with Woodlawn, then y'all be batting 100 because theirs is really kept up. They don't have homeless down there holding barbecues in the cemetery.
All right, well, I want to advise you, Ms. Turner, that my front lawn will be kept up for you, too.
I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, folks. Councilman Barlow, thank you for that.
Entertaining us.
Councilman Barlow, do you have a motion, please?
Yes, that was specifically for Councilman Brown. I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for
Okay, on both those motions?
On both those motions.
I'm sorry, Mayor, Councilman.
Okay, let's vote, please.
Councilman, Mayor, we'll need to take those separately.
Separately, okay. All right, that's the motion on item 99.
99.
Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries, and 100, please.
Yes, move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote, please.
Subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Post, please. Motion carries. Thank you, folks. All right. Item 103 is VAR 29014. It's a variance. It'll be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Michael Frederico. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a variance to allow a 10-foot front yard setback where 30 feet is required for a proposed garage addition on .48 acres at 2061 Diamond Bar Drive. This is in Ward 2. The Planning Commission and the staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, before we proceed.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to have to abstain on this matter. Mr. Frederico is a pro tem judge that sits in justice court on a regular basis, and I appear in my other profession in front of him on a fairly regular basis. And just to avoid the appearance of impropriety, I've chosen to abstain from participation in this matter.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, if I could, I would just like to also put on the record that I have not had any dialogue or have not talked to anybody in Councilman Wolfson's office about this item. I will be handling it today. I did get permission to ask one of his staff members to give me directions to this location, so on MapQuest. So that's the only time we've had any discussion with Councilman Wolfson or his staff. So I wanted that on the record also.
All right, then as long as you're making a record, I received a email yesterday from Alan Feldman, Senior Vice President of Public Affairs of MGM, who is on various committees assisting the city, and he says, Mayor Goodman, sorry to contact you in this manner. I'm writing about a personal matter, a zoning variance application in my neighborhood, VAR 29014 from Michael Federico. I understand you have a vote on this tomorrow. I simply want to express my opinion, or my opposition to this application. Like other neighbors in the area, I believe the zoning board and planning commission were correct in their previous denials, and would hope city council also denies the application. Hope you're well. See you soon. Alan, we'll make that part of the record. Federico?
Thank you, Your Honor. And first, I'd just like to congratulate Councilman Brown on his victory yesterday, and I guess we won't be seeing him much longer.
That's good.
And I am. I didn't say anything about that, but my name is Michael Federico. I'm the applicant, 2061 Diamond Bar Drive, and I appreciate you guys holding this in abeyance. Last time we tried to make efforts on this issue with the setback variance to meet with the at least three main opponents to this request, people that showed up last time and showed up at the Planning Commission, but they really didn't want to talk to us. They just simply want the thing denied outright. So here we are in this great city. I just wanted to let you know that we did obtain letters from 13 of our residents in support of this request. And if you see, I don't know if the overhead's on. I don't have any visual cues here.
Overhead, please.
Thank you. This is actually the drawing of what the house will look like. I will show you on top of it what it looks like right now, just so you can see the differences. Right there, you can see that on the right side, we have the current two-car garage, and what we're seeking to have is an additional two-car garage. And like I said before, and if we can have this part of the record, I don't know if we mark it or whatever, but I have the 13 signed letters indicating.
Give them to the clerk. It is
Thank you,
part
Your
of the
Honor.
record.
In agreement, and just to let you know, as far as these 13 people that are in agreement, if you take a look, I'm just going to put this on top of the photograph right now. This is actually, I don't know if we can have anybody pan out or zoom out, so to speak.
Overhead, please.
A little bit more, if that's possible. If not, I have a different one. Well, you know that the highlighted, you can't really see the highlights, but right here, this is our property in the cul-de-sac. You can see this is the end of the cul-de-sac. This is the start of the cul-de-sac. So what we have is letters from this resident, this resident, this resident. We don't have any position from this resident. We never heard back from them. As far as the only 4 residents that actually have a reason to fully pass by our house, to really have any standing to talk about the house here today. So 3 of the 4 letters, as of record, are those residents. Just to let you know a little more background information about myself and my wife, I am an attorney here in town. We own a lot of property. We're part of the redevelopment plan downtown. We own 2 fourplexes right at 11th and Stewart. We own other properties. My wife is a real estate agent. She's also a broker, and she's a member of Greater Las Vegas Association of Realtors. So we're not people just speculating, taking a shot and see what's going to happen. We actually do have some kind of knowledge about property, buying property, living in property, investing in property. I just want to make that part of the record. We moved to this neighborhood, and let me just go back to these pictures. We moved to this neighborhood because it's a very nice neighborhood. It has large properties. The lots are large. The street is incredibly wide. There is absolutely no traffic on this cul-de-sac whatsoever. There is no traffic. It's a very, very quiet street. One important thing was for us, because we have our family, we were on our 3rd child, and we wanted a nice, quiet street. Now we have one. Also, and I can show pictures if need be, every single home in that community, and I'm not just talking about the cul-de-sac or the other side with the other cul-de-sac of Diamond Bar, but the whole area, which I believe they call Section 10, I believe that's where we are in, one of the sections. Every single house is unique from one another. There are no two houses alike. Specifically on our block, there is nothing similar about any of the houses. Some people could consider them to be semi-custom. I consider them to be fully custom because nothing looks like our house or the house across the street from us. Those were important factors. The other thing was that this house, back in 2005, I believe, it was a bankruptcy house. It was vacant for approximately 8 months. It needed a lot of work. It was the eyesore of the neighborhood, so to speak. And the only reservation I had with going to bankruptcy court and bidding on the property was the fact that it had this huge one-story house. It had this huge property, but it only had a two-car garage. And that was a sincere concern that I had going into it, saying, Jesus, this is not a real marketable property. Probably sat on the market because nobody really wants, especially in this day and age, and I'm just talking 3 years ago, a 4,700 square foot imprint of a house with its garage and a casita, and then have a two-car garage. That was the only problem I really saw that was going to be tough to fix, and here we are today. It's our last step in the process to make this the home that we want to stay in, basically our dream home. As far as I'm concerned, it's a beautiful home, and we don't want to go anywhere. We also tested the marketability of this property. We actually put it on the market. It's not too hard when you're married to a real estate agent, a member of GLADVAR, to test the market. We put it on the market to see what kind of responses we would get, to see if, hey, we would simply get a buyer. Maybe we don't have to go through all this. And guess what? We showed it many times over the course of several months before we even put a sign up. And what we got invariably was, well, it's really nice, but right now you guys got a two-car garage. It's exactly the way I felt when we were buying it. It's exactly the way current buyers would see it. And with this kind of market, it's just not a marketable house. It's not a house that is really truly livable when you have 4 bedrooms, this much square foot, and expanding family. And while we're on that, this is a variance, and I know that a basis for denial if it's completely self-imposed. And I'll represent to all of you that I believe that any variance can arguably be considered at least partially self-imposed. Of course, they're always at least partially self-imposed because of what you want to do with the property. But I'll tell you, there's at least 2 main hardships in this situation. Number 1, we have automatic setbacks. As you know, this is a private street. It requires a 30-foot frontal setback unless you get a variance. What you have here, and I'll show you the diagram of the proposed garage. This was the proposed addition. What we have is an automatic setback. We have private property, so we own up to the middle of this street, and it's quite a large street, approximately 17 feet width from the curb to the middle of the street is ours. If you add on that another 7 to 8 feet of sidewalk, what you effectively have is a setback of 25 feet automatically without even considering the true setback requirements. If you add that to the width of the property, which I believe is approximately 127 feet, you have an automatic wasted, I shouldn't say wasted space, but useless space for us to be able to do anything with, of 3,175 square feet. That's from left to right, top to bottom, that we can't do anything with because it's the street, it's the sidewalk. The other, what I would consider to be severe hardship, is the fact that we have a current driveway, and this is a better shot, just the driveway. Current driveway, current garage. And as you can see here, we have at least a 6-foot impediment of a power box. You will see, I use my pen, skinnier than my fat fingers. Right here is the power box. Right here is actually the property line with my neighbor's property. It's clearly on our property and intrudes into our driveway, and you can see that any RV parking that's back there, it's really inaccessible to any kind of real trailer or anything like that. I consider this to be a severe hardship because it's intruding completely on our property, and it's a power box for many different properties. It's just another unique factor of our property as opposed to a lot of the other ones around the neighborhood. Going on to the size of the deviation that we're looking for, we're talking about reducing from a front setback of 30 feet required down to, I believe the actual number is 10.7 feet. That would be with the current drawing as you see here with the driveway. You're talking about a deviation of approximately 65%. If you consider the fact that we have approximately 7 feet of sidewalk, 5 feet of sidewalk and 2 with the the rolling curb, I guess is what you call it, the real steep curb, you actually already, excuse me, when you consider the 7 feet of sidewalk, you actually have a deviation going down to 42%. Instead of 30 down to 10.7, you have 30 down to 17.5 feet. And yeah, while directly it wouldn't be relevant, I think it really suits the purpose of why we have these laws for the setbacks, that we already have these setbacks in place. Somebody might say, yeah, well, it's okay, but we don't count the curb, we don't count the sidewalk. But I'll represent to you that the purposes of these setbacks are met, and in fact, we're only asking for a 42% deviation based upon this automatic setback. Also important to note that in our neighborhood, right on the other side of O'Bannon, which is our street still, basically our street amounts to two cul-de-sacs. We have exactly what we're looking for as far as a variance of 2241 Diamond Bar. As you can see right here, it's a beautiful house, and the garage is right there. And you can see where the sidewalk is. It's not a 30-foot setback on that one. 2211 Diamond Bar, it's 4 houses down the other side of O'Bannon, so it's not in this cul-de-sac, but it's on our street. Right here you can see, here's their 3-car garage. There's their driveway, which I didn't take a tape measure, but it's no more than 5 feet right there from the sidewalk, and you can see a longer version. Actually, the whole house is on that edge of the street right there. Moreover, you can...
excuse me, Mayor. Just for clarification, is this the side of the house or is this the front of the house?
This is the front, and this is the side right there. I don't know why people behind me are speaking. I thought I had the council's attention, but thank you.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Right here, Councilman, this is the front right here. So if you look at it from this standpoint, so you have your bearings, say this is the frontal part, you're talking the end of the house and the garage is right here. It's going around the corner.
Okay.
But it's not, if I could.
Yes.
It's not on the same street, though. I mean, it's on the same street, but it's the next block down.
Correct. It's on Diamond Bar. It's 1, 2, 3, it's 4 houses down. 1, 2, 4 houses down on the other side of the cul-de-sac. You are correct if you have driven the property. Also, another house in the neighborhood, not on our street, on Plantea, you can see. This house, it's got 2 garages, 1 on each side, setbacks, variance. Same thing with this house on Plantea. Same thing with this house, Dana Point, and on Valdez, because as you can see at Valdez, you have the street right here. Here's 2 sets of 2-car garages, 4-car garages. Just a few examples. We didn't want to take up too much of this Honorable Council's time. With all this professional work that I think we've done, as you can see from here, you can see from this drawing right here, overwhelming majority of our neighbors are in approval of this request for a variance. And you're probably wondering why people would be here today. I have a whole anti-cheering section right behind me, the people that keep talking, and 3 neighbors in particular, and they are adamantly opposed to this. And one person will want to know, well, why would they be? This person's trying to make an improvement. We're trying to add a 2-car garage. It's going to have the same elevation. It's going to be the same color as the house. It's going to look exactly like the property it is now. And it's actually in a spot that the homeowners could actually make a driveway and put RV parking if they want, and be done with it, and not even worry about putting a structure there. And actually, we could pave the whole front yard, which wouldn't look good and wouldn't add any value, and that's why we wouldn't do something silly like that. Let me just cover real quick. You may hear from a couple opponents, people that refuse to sign letters or even talk to my wife, who's the one that walked the property. Let me just address them briefly before you hear from them. 2100 Diamond Bar Drive. This is the Downey family, Mr. and Mrs. Downey, that I believe Councilman Barlow mentioned. Met before, knows through just being a physician. These people don't drive by the property. They got a 3-car garage, and more importantly, they're severely biased against us, and they really hate us. And I'll tell you why in a nutshell. About 2 years ago...
I don't want to hear it.
Okay. That's fine. All right. As far as the people, Ciaglias, the people down here, they don't drive by our property either. They got a 3-car garage, and I believe her complaint at the last meeting was that, hey, this is going to be a safety issue. They don't have a long enough driveway. They're not going to be able to see coming out of the driveway. Well, first of all, there's no traffic. Second of all, I don't know if we can get a better shot of that. I think, yeah, it is kind of clear. This is a shot from my house down to their house. And right here, this is the wall, and after the wall is their property. This is 2131 Diamond Barn. And look what they have right here. They have is about 15 feet of oleanders blocking that whole line because they hate their neighbors next door, people that I represented against them. They have exactly the situation they claim would be hazardous if we put up this extra 2-car garage. The arguments are disingenuous. As far as the last one that we know we're going to be here today because they were here last time, this would be the Palpas family. They live right across the street, and we've never had any difficulties with them until this request. And all that's happened here is their son, who I don't believe is a resident of Las Vegas, actually is Clark County, complains and saying the property values are going to decrease. And I don't know what basis he has for it, but I don't believe he's a member of GLAVAR or anything else. And I wanted to just address those 3 residents, not to really sling mud, but just to bring it forward so I don't have to be on the defense if I come back up here answering questions. With that, this is going to increase the marketability of the house. It's going to defeat any problems with the property itself that's inherent. It's going to add value to everybody. It's not going to decrease value. We wouldn't do that. We got the experience. We have the knowledge. We are the professionals. We've already done our legwork. We've tested the marketability of not having an additional 2-car garage, or at least a 1-car garage in addition to the 2 that we have now. And all we're saying is, trust us, give us this variance. I think that's the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions of Mr. Federico before we
Not this time.
the public hearing? Okay. All right. Public hearing, folks. How many wish to talk on this so I can figure out what we're doing here? All right. We've got 1, 2, 3, about 5 people. Okay. 6. All right. To try to keep it, I'm not going to put a timer on until I see that it goes overboard here. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Councilman. My name is Lou Pappas. Obviously, Mr. Federico hasn't done his homework as much as he says he does. I am a resident of Las Vegas. My mom and dad do live at 2060 Diamond Bar Drive. The last thing Mr. Federico did say is to trust him. Okay. At the first Planning Commission on August 29th, they denied him. Okay. On February 23rd, by the way, I'm a broker at Toll Brothers, okay? February 23rd, on multiple listing, they listed their home, okay? They said that the reason they need this other 2-car garage is because their household is expanding. I find it kind of ironic. I've never seen anybody live in a garage, okay? The second thing is, if you list a home on February 23rd, I think your intentions are to sell the home, okay? As you can see on here, it's on February 23rd, 2008. It's about 6 months prior to them getting denied from the Planning Commission, okay? They never had a for sale sign or anything. So, because I do have access to multiple listing, I happen to see this because when they denied them on August 28th, on August 29th, they put their for sale sign. So when I saw this and I got some phone calls from the neighbors, obviously I went to multiple listings to see how much they were selling the house for and so forth. And that's when this came up that they actually listed the house on February 23rd. So when they tell you to trust them, they haven't earned your trust. They haven't earned our trust. They say that we never gave them the opportunity to talk to them. Well, if you come at the neighbors with an arrogance and a pompous that you're better than us, what do you expect from people? They didn't come to the last meeting, and I know that you remember me coming up here. Mr. Federico's wife was here. She came to us after the meeting and said, I have nothing to say to you. If you have something, you know where I am. I don't think you can get too much feedback from us with that kind of attitude.
Yes, thank you.
What we're asking from you is to keep our neighborhood, our community, immaculate. You've been to the community. It's uniform, it's well manicured, it's pristine. What we're telling you is, they're talking about eyesores. They're going to sell this house, and leave the mess for the rest of us to pick up. Because there's nothing on our block. He wants to talk about the neighborhood on our street. There's no 4-car garages. There's nothing like that on there. So when he's talking about something like that, it's not comparing an apple to an apple. Okay, that's not on our street.
All right.
Okay, one final
Fine,
thing.
I'm going to put, from now on, it's 3 minutes.
One final thing is, there are quite a few people against this. I would just like to show you by a show of hands how many people here today are against it.
Fine.
Okay? How many people are against it?
All right.
So he may have 13, but I think we have a little bit more. Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I could, can I ask Mr. Federico to come back up?
Certainly. Mr. Federico?
Mr. Federico?
Yes, sir.
Is there a homeowners association out in this area? I mean, is it do they have a architectural review board or a homeowners association that this has to go through and get approval?
Incredibly, back in 1990, when the development occurred, they were supposed to have a review board, but nothing was ever made, and we've never, other than seeing a covenant talking about a review board like you're talking about, nothing's ever happened. There's been none developed, and we've never been given anything as far as to go before a review board. It was something, I don't know, it's kind of an anomaly because it's a private street and you should have some kind of regulatory body, and I guess what happened was they were supposed to have originally a gated community, and that apparently fell through, and they never actually established this board. We were never, as a buyer, placed on notice, other than saying that there's going to be there's some kind of review board, but we don't have notice of anything.
Yeah.
There is some kind of covenant referring to, go ahead.
Okay, and then one other thing, you showed us those pictures of those other homes that encroached onto the sidewalks. Now, see, I have no way of knowing whether they got variances for those residents or whether they was built like that and sold like that brand new. And so I just want to put that on the record, too. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
These are the CCNRs, and by the way, he just built the casita. The casita wasn't there when he moved in.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, and next, please. Let me ask this. Does anybody want to speak for the project other than Mr. Federico? All right, then we'll hear the against. Put the 3-minute timer on, please.
Mayor, City Council.
Now, why don't you pull that mic up. You don't have to bend over when you talk. There you go.
My old back appreciates that, sir. Mayor, City Council, my name is Dr. William Downey. I live at 2100 Diamond Bar Drive. I've been a resident of Las Vegas for 25 years. I've been on Diamond Bar Drive for 15 years. And I'll keep my comments brief because I know there are a lot of people that want to speak. One, I'll just say that I think that the project is quite different from the rest of the block, and I don't think it would add to our neighborhood. In fact, I think it would detract from the neighborhood. And then the only other thing I want to say is that at the last meeting, you were told that they wanted to put this off another month because they wanted to meet with the neighbors. Well, as we walked out into the foyer out here, Mrs. Federico came up to us, like the gentleman was alluding to, and said, I'm just letting you guys know we're not talking. So, if you're talking about honesty and integrity, I think you guys were misled about this whole thing. So that's all I wanted to say, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Al Ciaglia. I live at 2131 Diamond Bar. And first, I'd like to thank the councilman for coming out. He did drive our neighborhood, and he asked us some questions. First of all, can I say to Mr. Federico that when we purchased the house, I think 11, 12 years ago now, we've been residents of Las Vegas, the Oleanders were there. Has nothing to do with us hating our neighbors or not wanting to see our neighbors. He alluded to the fact that he defended our neighbors against us. I have no idea what he's talking about. But what I'm here to say is that we have a beautiful street. That's why we moved onto the street. And from where I walk out of my house, if I look down, the way he's proposing that garage, it's an eyesore, and it definitely has some safety issues because you're going to have 3 driveways hitting the street all at the same time. And quite frankly, there is some traffic on our street. It is a street. You drive on a street. There are cars on our street. So I just want to say I'm strongly opposed to it. It is an eyesore. There is some safety problems there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Anybody else?
Good afternoon, Mayor,
Good afternoon.
council people. My name is Chris Ciaglia, and I live at 2131 Diamond Bar Drive. And this is Celeste Downey, and we went out a couple of nights ago and obtained 23 signatures from people in the immediate neighborhood that oppose this. And I believe these were faxed over to your house, or the...
I have not seen that. It
Okay.
may be with the clerk's office, but under any
including
circumstances...
the next-door neighbor to the Federicos.
We'll make that part of the record then. Thank you.
But most of the people that we talked to, they were surprised that this matter was still ongoing. They thought that when it first came up in August, it was disposed of. They didn't know that there was an appeal filed, and we just brought them up to date and let them know that he was still continuing to push him building a garage on our street, which I think would be an eyesore and detract from our wide avenue that we have.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon, Councilman and Councilwoman. My name is Celeste Downey, and I reside at 2100 Diamond Bar Drive. And I just want to briefly say, because I think you guys have heard this already, I have, number one, something that you can, people who didn't get a chance to come out and see our neighborhood, there's some pictures in here. Can I make that?
All right. You may want to hand that up to us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me. There's some pictures in there, so you get a feel for what our neighborhood looks like now.
Fine.
And thank you, Councilman, for taking the time to come out. You actually did speak with me, and I appreciate the stop by. I just wanted to say that our neighborhood has a very clean and spacious look to it. And the reason why my husband and I bought in this neighborhood is the feel of it. You know, it's set up house, garage, house, garage. By the proposed variance that's here on the plate today, this would be something where you'd have 3 driveways converging on each other. And that's something that, when we bought there, that never existed. I also want to say for the record, I don't hate or dislike anyone. I don't even know the people that are putting the variance up. So I can't hate someone if I don't even know you. And that's just not my lifestyle, and I don't even think it's important, but it's on the record, so I wanted...
I'm not sure that hate has anything to do with
Exactly.
what I'm trying to decide.
The other thing I wanted to say that the reason why I oppose this is that in the market that we have realty-wise now, anything that detracts from anyone's home later on to sell is something that people have to consider nowadays. It wasn't like that before, but it is of the utmost importance nowadays. And realtors will tell you it's location, 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 but also the way your property looks. I would say that many of the neighbors, I've been there myself 17 years, many of the neighbors, they have a lot of pride in their neighborhood in this particular area. And again, I want to agree with Chris. When we did take the time to go around and talk to neighbors, the reason why you haven't gotten a lot of cards back is they had filled out cards before, and they were sort of shocked that this was still going on. They didn't, even though it had the date, they thought it had been, resolved, and that was done. So that's about all I have to say. My other issues are in what I sent to you, and that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ecstasy Strunk, and I live on the next street over from Diamond Bar, 2100 America's Cup. My neighbors contacted me. I'm a realtor, and for years, I know the house that they are speaking of. 10 feet for a garage to come out to the street is an eyesore, safety hazard, and it is very important these days, with the market being as it is, for something like that not to be there. We are not gated, but there are CC&Rs in that neighborhood, and the house that he was speaking of that has a garage right next to the street, it was always there. We've been at our address since 1994, And that garage, that house, sits on Diamond Bar and Dana Point on the corner of southwest of Dana Point and Diamond Bar. But that house has no traffic. The driveway to that house that this gentleman was speaking of is no traffic. All you do is go into the garage. Their driveway, which is a circular driveway, is on the front, which is facing Diamond Bar. But to put something up like that, there's a simple solution. Those are half-acre lots over there. And all he has to do is to create, if he needs more room, is to create what we call a tandem garage. That means that you can put 4 cars in one garage. All you have to do is build back. Those are large lots over there. So, I mean, that's a simple solution instead of coming out front. So, I mean, it's simple. That's all he has to do. And then we'll keep the beauty of our neighborhood.
All right, 2 questions, and Mayor Pro Tem may have asked, and I did not get the answer. Do you have a homeowners association there?
No, we do not.
Right now,
but
do the
these are custom homes, sir, and you always have CC&Rs.
Do the CC&Rs address this issue?
I don't know. They're on file. I don't know. Because we don't have a homeowners association, we're not gated. But it's cul-de-sacs, private cul-de-sacs in there. And, beg his pardon, there's traffic, plenty of traffic. Even though people don't live on the street, they still come down the streets.
Thank you. All right, anybody else like to be heard? I see none.
Thank you.
This is your chance. Okay.
People in the back want to speak?
If I may, Mayor, just briefly to answer your
Yes.
question, regardless of homeowners association or not, the setbacks are by zoning code.
Right, okay, I just wanted to know whether the CC&Rs addressed it at all. Yes, sir.
Ron Taberti, 2030 Diamond Bar. These issues are always divisive, and I didn't want to come up today, but yes, sir, there is an architectural review committee, and there are CC&Rs, and we do not allow 4-car garages facing the front. A 3-car garage may face the side as long as it doesn't face the front.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else like to be heard? Anybody else in the back there? All right, I see nobody else, then we'll close the public hearing, and we'll give Mr. Federico 3 minutes to respond, if you'd like.
No name calling.
I'll stop it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, as you can see, that you have duplicity of comments by the same household, so you actually don't have 11 or 12 people here from different residencies. You actually have a few houses with 2 people from each home speaking. So I'm sure all you guys understand that, but I just wanted to point that out. As far as arrogance, we've never had any problem with any neighbors that we've ever had in any neighborhood. This is the first time, and it's obviously a little collaboration of people that don't like us for personal reasons that we won't get into because Your Honor didn't want to hear it.
I don't want to hear it. I don't. It's irrelevant as far as
But it really is personal. It's real personal. Otherwise, these other people would all be against it, and they're not. The 3 neighbors right to our left have no problem with who passed by our property. As for my wife being rude, well, obviously, that was taken out of context, and the bottom line is, she says, you have my number if you have any questions. They don't want to hear anything, and one of them suggested that, well, we know people, you don't have a shot anyway. So that's the way it was when it comes down to that communication after the last hearing, as my lovely wife who was here advised me. As far as saying that we misrepresented something, I specifically let this council know, let everybody know, we put the house on the market to test the market. And yeah, it was on the MLS. I said it's been on the market for a while, and I believe I said it was around the time that we got the plans, which were back at the beginning of the year.
Let me interrupt you for
Yes,
a moment.
yes,
I asked for the 3-minute timer, please.
I'm sure I'm almost there anyway.
Well, if you're not, it's our mistake, so you got 3 minutes.
Interesting, I heard a suggestion about a tandem garage. Well, I'll tell you, that would be great, and I would love to do something like that. I've seen that done. But guess what? If we did that on our property, we'd be getting into our kitchen, and then from there, our family room, and most certainly would be cost prohibitive to reconfigure the entire house to get a tandem car garage. And sure, I wanted to actually put it up on front of this garage, but if you do that, then again, you're violating the setback, and you still need a variance if you want to put a tandem just on the right side of the property. I wanted to point that out. As far as Mr. Taberti's statement about the committee, I would just like to know who's on this committee and where we get to notify this committee, because we've never been placed on notice of any address, telephone number, or anything else about a committee, which is actually a private matter anyway, something that would be separate from here today if we were to proceed and then they wanted to try to block it with court. It has nothing to do with today's proceeding. But I offer Mr. Taberti to stop by and just let us know what he's talking about as far as who, when, what telephone numbers, who we talk to about this committee. Because the people across the street, the Pappases, they can reconfigure their entire front of their house in the last year. They didn't go before any committee. I was never placed on notice of anything. It doesn't go like that.
It's fine.
I think that's really about it. And I appreciate your time. We haven't misrepresented anything. I'm candid with everything I say. I'm an attorney here in town. I have other positions too. I'm not going to mislead just for a variance. Okay? I've come clean with everything that we had before you. Other people could attest to my veracity, and I just ask you to do the right thing and give us a chance. It really is a good idea, and it's something that's really necessary with this piece of property. I appreciate all your time. Any more questions? Be glad to answer.
Any questions?
Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, just for the record, I do want to point out that Dr. Downey is my son's pediatrician. For the record, however, I have not spoken to he nor any of the representatives from the neighborhood, so my judgment is clear as it relates to my decision today to vote. My question to Mr. Federico is, you pointed out a hardship and you mentioned the power box. My question to you is, was the power box in place prior to you purchasing
Yes.
the resident?
Oh, yes. It wasn't put in out, but I'm sure it's been there the whole time back from 1990 when they wouldn't expect people to have multiple cars. Yes, it was not put in out.
Okay, then I personally wouldn't consider that to be a hardship in that respect as far as one of the points that you made out. So I just wanted to get some clarity on that as to why, in fact, you pointed that out to be a hardship, unless you can share some additional information with me that I'm not privy to as to why you're claiming that the power box would be a hardship.
Power box is a hardship because it's something that we can never move. It's always been there, it's always going to be there, and it impedes upon our current driveway, our current property. It's just something else taken away from our property and our property rights.
But you purchased it. But you purchased the property with the power box in place, correct?
Yes.
So it was your. So my point is, it was your choice to purchase the home with the power box in place, right?
Just like anybody else that would purchase a piece of property that's got hardships and new variance. Yes, Councilman.
Right. So you purchased the property knowing that there was a power box at that location.
That's the way it always works. Yes, Councilman.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah. Yes.
I just wanted to state, I wasn't going to ask him a question. Well, yes, I did have a question. First of all, my understanding is this is in a rural preservation overlay district. Margot, is that correct?
The zoning is RE, and let me double, yes, it is.
See, and that's one of the problems, I think, because in those rural preservation areas, there's a harder, there's a feeling within neighborhoods that there shouldn't be an imposition placed as far as getting too close, your house getting too close to the sidewalk. I did drive out there. I drove both sides of Diamond Bar on either side of O'Bannon, and there are a few that have 4-car garages, but the majority have 3-car garages. Did you ever think if you need additional room that you could just go with a third one?
We could, absolutely, and we would. It's just a matter of, as far as effectiveness of the cost, which, as we know, construction is costly these days. Figure, well, let's put a 4. Our neighbors down the street from us at the end of the cul-de-sac have a 4-car garage, and others do too. Figure we'll have a 4. We would live with the 3. Just a matter of, hey, just that extra part, we got the construction going, we have this variance. It would be more cost-effective getting more, a better bargain by going with 4 as opposed to 3.
So it's the cost effectiveness, because the majority of the homes are 3-car garages.
I agree with you,
on both
Councilman.
sides. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Federico.
Thank you.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is one of those items where I think the city councilman put in the middle of a delicate situation. I hope that we handle it as well as those applicants that have come up and spoke, Mr. Federico, and the residents that live out in the neighborhood. It's been closed.
That's it.
I tried to show that some of those variances or those appearance-looking variances in other areas, we don't know for sure whether they got variances or whether they was built like that when they built the homes. I didn't ask Mr. Tiberti to come up here and talk about the architectural review. In fact, I didn't know that was Mr. Tiberti sitting back there until he walked up to the podium. There are many neighborhoods that have been torn apart because of applications like this. And when I went out there, I didn't look south of O'Bannon. To me, the neighborhood is that street north of O'Bannon to the cul-de-sac. And I looked at that, and I said to myself, if I lived across the street, would I want this in front of my house? And, of course, I said no, for many reasons. I got grandkids, people backing out. There's a lot of reasons why, probably, that it shouldn't be there. Mr. Federico explained to us why, and I got to put on record also, the first thing that shocked me when I went out there that night was the for sale sign in front of the house. And Mr. Federico mentioned during his preamble speech about the marketability of this house with this garage. And so that lends me to believe that the house is for sale. And I don't think that it should be put there if it's going to cause a problem with the other neighbors if the house is going to be sold. That did bother me. There's probably a lot of real reasons why this should be put there, I guess. The one reason that Mrs. Federico said to me that night when I went out there was that she says, I am having my third son, and we need a place to put their toys. And I don't know of anybody that would have their kids out there in the garage with their toys. And that bothered me also. I think that Mr. Federico tried to make the show cause why there is a hardship at this location. But again, he bought the house with a two-car garage. And to go against, to me, what would be even the city standards by code in this beautiful, to me it's a beautiful neighborhood. And if we allow this variance at this location, then that gives people across the street on the same block, I'm not talking about around the corner, I'm talking about on this one block, then if somebody else decides, well, I want to put a 15-story lookout where I can look over the strip or whatever in my front yard, then it's pretty hard for the city council, for any jurors to say, well, you can't build it, because you've already allowed that variance. You've already broke that code on that one block. And I don't feel like that this city council has ever really tried to do that. Of course, I'm not speaking for the city council members. I did have that one petition that had a list of people in favor of this application. And I want to put that in the record. I don't know whether we got that on the record. We do have the one against, and this is one for. We do have this variance map showing the yeses and the nos in the neighborhood. But again, it's not just on that one street that I'm interested in. It's only that one street that I'm interested in. I want to put that on the record. I don't think that this variance the hardship has been proven. I don't think that it's necessary to have a 3-car garage or even a 4-car garage because your neighbors have it. To me, they bought the house with the 2-car garage. That's the way when they got out of foreclosure, maybe they shouldn't have bought the house. My motion is going to be for denial of this application.
All right, you've heard the motion. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, item 108 is VAR 28973. It's a variance. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Juan Anderson. Appeal filed for the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a variance to allow two existing accessory structures, Class 2, totaling 856 square feet, where 728 square feet is the maximum allowed on .49 acres at 1000 Mohawk Street in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
I'm sorry, before you go on, I'd just like to ask a question that has nothing to do with the substantive part of the last item, but more procedurally. Some of the folks talked about thinking that the action at the Planning Commission was the end of it, and the matter was over, and they were surprised to learn that this applicant had the right to appeal to the City Council. And that's a valid point. So, Margot, at the Planning Commission, when a matter comes before that commission and the Planning Commission votes denial, is there something stated on the record for the public to hear about an applicant's right to appeal?
Yes, sir. At the end of any denial like that, I make the announcement into the microphone while everyone is still there, indicating that the action is final in the absence of an appeal within 10 days to the office of the city clerk. And that is placed on the record during the hearing while everyone's still there.
So there is a verbal advisory, if you will, by you. Our little notice cards that go out to the neighbors, though, that notice this request for a variance, does that notice card let anybody in the neighborhood know that should this application be denied, that the applicant would have a right to an appeal? So I just want to make sure that in the future, I'm not speaking on this item, I'm just talking procedurally in the future, that folks know that just because a matter is denied at the Planning Commission, that isn't necessarily the end of it, so that if they want to follow an item, they can follow the item.
We can certainly take a look, sir, and add that to the postcard. Please note, though, that all items now are re-noticed before they go to the City Council, which was not the case previously. So everything that goes to the Planning Commission receives notice, and everything that comes to the council is noticed, so that even if they did not hear that, they will get a separate notice of the council action.
The same people that got the original notice would get
Yes,
that?
sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir.
My name is Phil Pajak. I'm a friend of Mr. Anderson's here. And this is about the denial of the variance. And we just want to point out that this property, I guess, was originated in 1958. This was an old farmhouse. And when Sproul bought it up, I guess the guy who owned it didn't sell it. So his is actually a half an acre, 4.9. And then right to the south of him is another half acre that consists of 3 individual homes. And his actual square footage is 2,312 with with that building that's in question. And the buildings on the other half acre are 4,400 square feet. And he's asking for 84 more square feet. And I have some pictures of the property I'd like to show you if I could.
Certainly. The overhead's on.
Oh, here they are. Put them in the square.
Please.
This way.
I have a, no, it's sideways.
Sorry.
There you go.
This is the house that he originally bought. It's 58 years old, and he fixed it up, as you can see, very beautiful. This is one of the buildings that's in question, and this is the other one. And as you can see, he decorated them to match this house, and his yard looks like a park. So what we're saying is he tried every way to make this look good, and that we're only asking for like 88 square feet more, 84 square feet.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, it's a public hearing. If you'd like to be heard, Would anyone like to be heard on this particular matter? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
I needed to ask Margot a question. I found from my addition, a quick addition, yesterday it was 128 square feet.
Mayor and Councilwoman, that's correct.
It's not 85, it's 128
Well,
more square feet. And the thing is, with those buildings, you have the two buildings where one could be cut in half. You don't have, in other words, it looks like it's two buildings together, two small ones. I mean, go ahead, I'm sorry.
The one with the walkway in between?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. You could take down half of that and fall well within, but 128, I think, is a lot of extra footage to have. Now, are you saying that the acreage you have is greater than what we have in our backup, or you're saying...
Well, the square footage I'm referring to are the buildings. One building is 24 by 16, the other one is 12 by 16. And that adds up to 816 square feet.
Well, in our backup, we have 856 square feet, where 728 is the maximum allowed. And when I subtract, I got 128 difference.
But 816 is the actual square footage of the two buildings.
Well, I'll have to wait and have Margot.
I'm not going to be... it'll take me a little while. I'll have to pull out the full-size plans. I can't work off the...
Well, what I don't want to do is, if we could avoid the gentleman who appears to be in some discomfort, I'm advised having to come back here if we could resolve it.
Okay, do you have it now? Well,
I think... I guess so.
I'm asking this question because it seems a little overbuilt as far as what our code permits.
I realize that.
According to their plans that they have submitted, the one building is 440 square feet. It's 16 by 27 and a half. The second building is 416, and that's 856, which is what's in the notice. That's off of their plans.
Excuse me. The first building that has 2 little rooms is 192 each little room. So that comes to 384 square feet. The second one is only 432 square feet. That's it. No.
I just feel it's overbuilt. I feel that we have a large number of denial protests coming from the community. We only had 4. It's been denied by planning and by staff. What did you come up with?
Again, 856 is what's on the plans they submitted.
That's right.
Reluctantly, I have to move for denial.
It's a motion. Let's vote then. Host? Motion carries. (110) is ROC 27304, review of condition. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is D.R. Horton. Request for a review of condition to remove condition number 12 of an approved site development plan review, which required any property line wall to be decorative block with at least 20% contrasting materials on 2.53 acres between Moccasin Road and Log Cabin Way, 550 feet west of Durango Drive. This is in Ward 6. and the staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Gentlemen?
Good afternoon. I'm Brian D. Philippus, land manager for D.R. Horton.
My name is John Grujicic. I'm at GC Wallace Engineering, 1555 South Boulevard.
Why don't you pull the mic up and do it again, please? There you go.
Okay. So my name is John Grujicic. I'm at GC Wallace Engineering, address 5055 South Boulevard.
Okay, we're happy to hear from you, gentlemen.
Last Tuesday, we had a meeting with the adjacent property owners, and we seemed to come to an agreement upon the design of this wall and the contrast. And we have the plans with us, so.
If I may, are these new plans? Have these been submitted to staff?
Not yet. But we've had City there, Sheila was there, and so was Randy Foltz. He was present. And this is our design that we came up with.
Mayor and Council, if I could, I know Margot's probably going to say this too, but it's going to be very hard or difficult for Margot to come up with new conditions if it's required when she just sees the plans today.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. Councilman Ross, what's your pleasure?
You know what? Brian, is it?
Yes, sir.
We haven't had a chance to meet Brian. I'm Steve Ross. Nice to meet you. John?
Yes, John.
What's your last name?
Grujicic.
Spell that for me.
Grujicic.
What country are you from?
That's from Yugoslavia.
Very good.
From Bosnia.
Great name. My patience is gone with this wall. Absolutely gone. You have, D.R. Horton, not you personally, Brian, has raked this neighborhood over the coals for far too long. I'm shocked that you haven't got this through our planning director yet in regards to what you guys want to do out there. I, quite frankly, am finished playing with this wall in this drainage ditch. These people have suffered much too long out there in this neighborhood. D.R. Horton needs to be ashamed of itself for the way you've treated this neighborhood. And take that back to your bosses. This is ridiculous. Margot, I will move to obey this for 2 weeks. Gentlemen, get your paperwork into the Director of Planning ASAP. I want to hear this next in 2 weeks, and I want this door closed. I want this wall built, I want the neighbors happy, and we're done. Okay? I don't want to talk about it again for 2 weeks. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Director, you'll let me know if we don't get anything from these folks?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Director, and thank you, Your Honor. That's my motion.
All right, there's a motion to obey for 2 weeks. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, 111 and 112. 111 is GPA 29582, a general plan amendment, public hearing. The applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, request to amend a portion of the Northwest Sector Plan of the Centennial Hills Sector Plan from L, low-density residential, to PF, public facilities, on a portion of a 8.2 acre site at the northwest corner of Tropical Parkway and Durango Drive in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Wait, there's one more, there's a companion item. 112 is ZON 29584, rezoning related to the prior item. The applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, requests for a rezoning from U, undeveloped L, low-density residential, to CV Civic on a portion of 8.2 acre site at the northwest corner of Tropical Parkway and Durango Drive in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. These are both public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Good afternoon. Patrick Bate, City of Las Vegas, Department of Public Works. We agree to the staff recommendations for approval, which will allow us to move forward and develop this property for public recreational use.
All right, thank you very much. Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard on item 111 or 112 or both. All right, seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just for the benefit of the folks who sent in protests on these agenda items, I don't believe they understood exactly what this is for, and this is for a park. This is for a public facility. For the, you want to go on?
Councilman Ross, as directed by you, we are moving forward for this to be a passive park. There's only one entrance into the park off Durango. It will be developed possibly in phases as budget permits, but it'll be an enjoyment to the community, Ward 6 residents, when it's finished.
And just up the road there, we're building 2 lacrosse fields right now with expansion. Eventually.
Durango Riley Park.
And all of this is just all tied together, Your Honor and council members. So we move to to approve agenda item 111. That's my motion.
All right, let's vote on 111, please. Opposed? Motion carries. 112, please.
And on 112, Your Honor, I would move to follow staff's and Planning Commission's recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Let's vote on that. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilman Ross.
Items 113 and 114. 113 is VAR 29412, a variance. The applicant is Big Town Mechanical. The owner is BBH LLC. Request for a variance to allow 73 parking spaces where 106 parking spaces are required for a proposed light manufacturing facility on 2.02 acres in 1924, 1930, and 2000 Western Avenue. This is in Ward 3, and this application has been amended to reflect a parking variance to allow 82 parking spaces where 120 are required. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 114 is SDR 29409, site development plan review related to the prior item. The applicant and the owner are the same. Request for a major amendment to an approved site development plan review for a proposed 54,206 square foot light manufacturing facility on 2.02 acres at 1924, 1930, and 2000 Western Avenue. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are both public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Karen Richardson with the Richardson Partnership, 815 Pilot Road, Suite E, Las Vegas. We are here before you today because we discovered some months ago that there was an error in the overall building square footage. The application originally was approved in January by you, and it was after that time that we discovered that the error had been made. So the site plan that you saw in January is exactly the same as it is today. The footprint of the building is exactly the same. What happened is we took out some circulation space when we were trying to come up with the parking and the overall site circulation, and that square footage of that hallway circulation didn't get put back into the total. So that's what necessitated the need for the new site development plan review, and of course, because of the increase in the square footage, that necessitated a new variance application for parking. As I explained in January, this site is going to be occupied by a mechanical plumbing contractor, and there are about 30 full-time employees on site all the time. There are 82 spaces being provided, and there is I hate to say never, but there hasn't been the need for additional parking agreements with any of the neighbors to be sought at this point, because all of their subcontractors come from other locations and go to their jobs. They're never going to be on this site all at one time, over parking the neighborhood or the site. We did, after we submitted this application in August, make a minor revision to the site plan to add a block wall, a retaining wall, in the front landscape, and we did submit that revised site plan to staff about a week and a half ago. It is dated October 30th, and we have corresponded by way of phone call and email with staff to make sure that they have the site plan. So in that regard, I would ask for condition number 3 on the site development plan review to be amended to reflect the new date of the site plan of October 30th. And with that, we'd ask for your approval.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the young lady?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Richardson, how far along are we on the construction of this site?
The construction has not started. We are resubmitting our building permit set tomorrow.
Do we have the money to build it?
Yes, they do. There is definitely some moments, especially with the solar panels, where they were a little nervous about finding their money, but they have found it, and this project is going to move forward.
And we're going to employ about, you say 30 to 40 people there year-round?
Yes, on a full-time basis.
Okay.
Okay, folks, public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Public hearing is closed then. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. I can't see why we would change your mind. I'm sorry we had the mistakes, or you had to come back. On that condition number 3, Margot, where are we at on the site development review?
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, item number 114, condition number 3, does need to be amended just to indicate that the combined site and landscape plans are dated October 30th, 08.
Thank you. With that being said, once this gets, of course, I don't know what we do, so I forget that. On item 113, I make a motion for approval following Planning Commission's recommendation.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed, please. Motion carries.
And on site development review with the correction to condition number 3, I make a motion for approval following Planning Commission recommendation.
All right, please vote on that.
Let's get it built.
Thank you.
Don't come back.
Vote, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you. It is a pretty building, and it is going to be an addition to this part of our industrial area, and I just hope that we get it built.
Yes, thank you. We appreciate your comments.
Very good. Items 115, 116, and 117. 115 is VAR 29428. The applicant owner is Robert D. Lawson, requests for variance to allow an 8-foot rear yard setback where 15 feet is required, to allow a 2-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required, and to allow a 40-foot setback where residential adjacency standards require 50 feet on .17 acres at 1148 South Maryland Parkway. Number 116 is VAR 29430. Same applicant owner requests for variance to allow 7 parking spaces where 11 are required on .17 acres at 1148 South Maryland Parkway. And 117 is SDR 29426. Same applicant owner requests for site development plan review for a proposed 3,132 square foot 2-story professional office with waivers of perimeter landscape buffer requirements to allow a 0-foot buffer on the east property line where 15 feet is required, a 6-foot buffer on the south property line where 15 feet is required, and a 0-foot buffer on the west property line where 5 feet is required, 1.17 acres at 1148 South Maryland Parkway. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval for each of these items. All of these items are in Ward 3. They're all public hearings, which I now declare open. Mr. Quinn.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Stephen Quinn, Precision Construction, 1821 Western Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm here this afternoon to present this project to you. It's going to be, we're proposing to build it in the historic neighborhood where the Huntridge Theater is. And Mr. Lawson made a very conscious decision when he purchased this property to tear down the existing building that was there so he wouldn't have any problems with the vagrants wanting to come in there or do anything that would detract from the neighborhood. Right now, we brought this before the neighborhood association, the West Huntridge Neighborhood Association, prior to taking this project with any of the design, and spoke with them as to what they'd like to see. And we had separate meetings with them as long as I met with the Planning Commission members, and I met with Councilman Reese, Mayor Pro Tem Reese, to ask them about this project. Everybody came back and they wanted to see the trees. They wanted to see lots of trees to keep with the character of what this neighborhood used to be. The staff report says that we have a self-imposed hardship, and I would like to give this handout to the council members of the site, exactly how it sits right now. This site is the Title 19 will give us the ability, they give us an exception because of the shape of the property. And we would like to go ahead and build a 2,800 square foot building on this that's going to be more than likely a single occupant and possibly one attorney with a law clerk. We're going to be short a few parking spaces, which we'd have no problem making arrangements with the commercial center to the north to get those extra parking spaces if needed. And as you can see, this property, if we were to build it with an alternative site plan, as staff has said, we'd only be allowed to do all our building and our parking inside of the blue color there. With all the setbacks that would be required, we wouldn't be able to get a parking circulation nor a building to work there. So what we've proposed to do right now is to put a building in that's keeping with the character of the Hunt Ridge Theater. And in lieu of doing two-story, we went down. We did subterranean for the first office, and then we have a second office that's just a few feet above finished level. So it is classified as a single-story building, but we put in subterranean for a small office. With the driveway, Public Works doesn't have any issue with us on the driveway. There was a mistake made with the parking count that Bart's already figured out, and we've got that worked out. And we're here this afternoon to ask for your support on this, and we will keep the standards high because this is going to be an owner-occupied building. They're a private investigation firm, and I'm sure, as you know, Mayor Goodwin and Councilman Wolfsman, they're private investigators. They're very stealth. They don't want to be seen. And he's not going to have a ton of people here. They just do their job, and they do it very quietly and efficiently.
That's very scary. Is he? I think he may be here today. Is there a private investigator in the house?
He's right next to me, but...
Okay. All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Folks, public hearing? Anybody like to be heard? Dan Tana? Oh, see, I dated myself. Dan Tana was a private investigator, I'm sorry.
Who played that part?
Robert York, right. But, okay, I'm sorry.
Valley Bank was on.
It's been a very long day. Okay, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. Again, I think we need to put on record, on a lot of these applications we're getting to seeing today, we got where staff recommends denial and planning commission recommends approval. And the reason planning commission has to recommend denial is if they're asking for the variance. If they need 11 parking spaces, staff said it would be all right if they got 11 parking spaces. But if they don't have 11 parking spaces, they got to come up with 7. They need a variance. That's just what the statute says. So I think this is a real nice project. I think it's going to really upgrade the neighborhood. I don't have a problem with the variances. I think that they're going to have plenty of parking. So on the variance for the parking, 29,428, I make a motion for approval following staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries.
And for the record, I did not cut his hair. On the variance for 29,438, I make a motion for approval with all conditions.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on the site you don't review 29,426, I make a motion for approval of that also.
If I may, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, just
Yes.
very quickly on condition number 3, the development plans, the site plan is dated September 4th, '08. A landscape plan, I understand, is 11/5/08, correct? I was informed by staff that there was a revised landscape plan brought in?
I'm not aware of that. I think if there was anything, there was a request for one more tree, and the only thing that we brought to the table was if we put them too close together, they're going to get root bound, and we have no problem with that. We're going to meet all the conditions that are going to be required.
Okay, then let's just state that the number 3 will be all development should be in conformance to site plan, date stamped 9/4/08, and the landscape plan and building elevations, date stamped 8/12/08, with the additional 24-inch box on Charleston, except as amended by conditions herein.
Margot, do you have that site plan, just so I could just take a, you don't have it? I'm almost positive it was just an extra tree.
That's correct.
That was-
That's
yeah,
exactly the
that's
same
all it was.
information,
There
and
was
that's
an
why I
extra
say,
tree.
we'll just go with the language, and then we don't have to
Yeah.
actually have a separate date.
And if we could, if I can show planning that if we were to put them that close together, we'd create more of a hindrance than helping, that they have the ability to be able to waive that extra one tree.
That's fine. So with that correction, my motion will be for approval of this item.
All right, thank you. Please vote.
That's correct.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much. And Mayor, how do you like those Phillies?
Very strong. Very, very strong. You got me out of debt. I am so happy they won.
Shane Victorino is a personal friend of Stevens.
Shane is?
Yeah.
Well, he's a Las Vegan, I know that.
He lives in Las
And
Vegas.
you want to know what I read in the newspaper today? It was very interesting. His father ran for city council unopposed in Maui, Hawaii.
And his father is the councilman there.
Yes, he is.
Yes.
Very good.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
All right. We should have him down, Mr. Quinn. If I'd love to have him come to a city council meeting and be recognized as a great athlete on a World Series team and living in the greatest city in the world.
Well, you're
And
gonna
you
have
could talk to him about that.
You're going to have to talk to my boss, my son, to get that on.
Ask Stephen whether or not he'd do the mayor a favor this time.
I most certainly will.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Good. Number 118 is VAR 29446. The applicant owner is Clark County Legal Services Program, Inc., request for variance to allow 84 parking spaces where 130 are required on .71 acres at the northwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and 8th Street. Number 119 is VAR 29447. The applicant owner, Clark County Legal Services Program, Inc., requests for variance to allow a 10-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required, a 5-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required, a 0-foot corner setback where 15 feet is required, a 0-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required, and to allow approximately 83% lot coverage where 50% is the maximum allowed on .71 acres at the northwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and A Street. 120 is SDR 29445. Same applicant owner requests for site development plan review for a proposed 4-story, 39,000 square foot office building with waivers of perimeter landscape buffer requirements to allow a 0-foot buffer along the north property line where 8 feet is required, to allow a 5-foot buffer along the west property line where 8 feet is required, and to allow a 10-foot buffer along the south and east property lines where 15 feet is required on .71 acres at the northwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and 8th Street. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. For each of these items, all of these items are in Ward 3. They're all public hearings, which I now declare open. Mr. Rowe, are you representing the applicant?
Yes, sir, I am, Mayor, members of the council. Russell Rowe, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant, Legal Aid Center of Southern Nevada. They actually just recently changed their name, formerly Clark County Legal Services. As I'm sure you know, Clark County Legal Services provides free legal services to those in need in Las Vegas since 1958. They base their services based on eligibility, income eligibility of their clients, and they've been, obviously with the growth of our community, they've been growing as well. They're currently located on Gas and 8th right here, and they purchased this property a few years back, and they're looking to expand on this. This proposes a 39,000 square foot office building within the downtown redevelopment plan. It's 4 stories that'll have internal parking on the first 2 levels, and then offices on the second 2 levels, of course, along with an entrance lobby area on the first level. The project conforms to the development within this area. There are 2 reductions that are requested on these applications. One is to the setbacks, the other is to parking. The setbacks allows this project to conform to existing and adjacent development around this property, while the parking variance is justified because, for the most part, their clients don't drive. As I told you, they're income eligible for the free legal services. Many of them either don't have a car, can't afford a car, or they can't drive because some of their projects, like the Children's Advocacy Project, obviously the children don't drive, or the senior program where many of the seniors are not driving. So many of the clients do not require or do not use vehicular travel to come to Clark County Legal Services, or excuse me, Bad Habits Die Hard Legal Aid Center. So
how many employees do we have at this location?
Currently, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Terry, we have 49 existing employees.
And you're going to have 82 parking spaces.
We'll have 84 parking spaces, and I understand what you're getting at, Councilman. Their current facility that they're in now, they have 49 employees. They have 21 parking spaces on site.
Where they park? Just kidding.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead. God, just kidding. Go ahead.
No, okay. But to address that, the point is, based on their clientele, they don't need all the parking, and they've been able to exist in the existing building without having code-level required parking. And we think the same is going to apply here, in addition to the mass transit opportunities and the off-street parking or off-site parking that's available in this area. We don't think there's going to be a problem. The Planning Commission agreed and unanimously approved the project. The only change we made to the plan, I believe Margot might have been a bit confused, we submitted a revised landscape plan pursuant to Commissioner Evans' request to add some trees along Charleston to improve the streetscape, which we did submit a plan, a revised plan to planning staff. They have it, and we're happy to comply with that request.
This is just around the corner.
That's correct.
This is just around the corner from the other application. So I can see how you get confused.
Mr. Rankin's already informed me that the reason Mr. Quinn was unaware of the tree is because it wasn't his project. So
I see.
we already have that.
Very good.
It's been a long day.
Mayor, I have nothing else to add unless you have questions of me.
Can we get a quid pro quo on this one?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, the speaker is the director of the legal services, isn't she?
I was unaware of that fact. I'm kidding, of course.
I don't know.
Yes, sir, she is.
Betsy, maybe we should obey this for a while and see how the legislature treats us. No?
No. We're not going down that road, no.
I don't know. I think we're down that road is right. Okay. Would anyone like to be heard as public hearing? All right, we'll close the public hearing then.
So if I make a motion for denial?
Make a motion for denial, then we'll be owned by the state.
Okay. The reason I asked about the parking, Your Honor, was I had a call from Stephen Spahn, who had concerns about it. I explained to him, just like Mr. Rowe explained to us, the reason why there's not going to be an impact on the neighborhood with the parking. So I don't have any problem with that one. Okay, on the variance for the parking, 29,446, I make a motion for approval upon Planning Commission's recommendation.
Mayor Goodman, before we vote, please, I'm sorry. I just noticed that the notice area for this project, I own an office building on the corner of 7th and Bonneville, and the notice circle, Mr. Scott, runs through the middle of my building. So I don't know if I should half disclose and the other half not disclose based upon that circle.
You can make a disclosure, but I don't believe that it would affect you any greater than it would anyone else in your area.
And that's exactly right, so I'm putting everybody on notice, but I feel comfortable to vote.
All right, very good. There's been a motion. Let's vote on it, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on item 119, the setback variances, I make a motion to follow the Planning Commission recommendation for approval of this item also.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on the site development review, Mr. Rowe, can you show us a picture of what it's going to look like one more time?
The elevations?
Yes.
I have them up on the overhead.
See, again, this is another beautiful building just being built right over there by the Historic Countries Theater. I love it. So on the site development review, I make a motion to follow Planning Commission recommendation for approval of this item. And Margaret, do we need any help from conditions or anything?
This is the one with the landscape plan dated November 5th, 08.
You sure?
Mr. Rankin hasn't told me otherwise via E, so I think I'm okay. Yes.
That'd be my motion.
Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be sure to inform the Speaker of your generosity.
As far as I'm concerned, we're owed at least one.
Gotcha.
Okay. Items 124, 125, and 126. 124 is VAR 29730. The applicant is Tower Realty and Development, LLC. The owner is Clark County Credit Union. The request for a variance to allow 0-foot setbacks where a 20-foot front yard, a 10-foot side yard, a 15-foot corner side yard, and a 20-foot rear yard setback are required to allow 100% lot coverage where a maximum of 50% is permitted at the southwest corner of Chef Andre Rochat Place and 7th Street. Number 125 is SUP 29306, same applicant owner, request for a special use permit for a proposed 52,498 square foot mixed-use project at the southwest corner of Chef Andre Rochat Place and 7th Street. And 126 is SDR 29051, same applicant, same owner, request for site development plan review for a 52,498 square foot, 5-story mixed-use project with waivers of the perimeter landscaping requirements to allow a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along the north and west property lines where 15 feet is required, and a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along the south and west property lines where 8 feet is required, 1.65 acres at the southwest corner of Chef Andre Rochat Place and 7th Street. The Planning Commission resulted in a tie, therefore no recommendation. The staff recommends approval for each of these.
If I may, that is incorrect, Mayor. The agenda is incorrect. The staff is denial on all of these items.
All right, then may the record reflect a change in the agenda. The staff recommends denial for each of these items. All of these items are in Ward 3 and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Once again, I own an office building on the corner of 7th and Bonneville. It's within the noticed area. I don't think my property values will be affected any differently than any of the other properties in the area, so I can go ahead and participate.
Okay, fine. Mr. Albrecht?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You got two there.
Good afternoon, Councilwoman, Councilman, and Your Honor, Mayor Goodman.
Please identify yourself.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm still thinking of my presentation based upon the change from staff approval to denial, but we'll get
Well, I
that.
think that would make a difference, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir. Jeff Albrecht's representing the applicant, 400 South 4th Street, 3rd floor, Las Vegas, Nevada. With me is Louis Carnicel. On behalf of the applicant, one of the owners, his address is 5052 South Jones Suite, 155, Las Vegas, Nevada. In a nutshell, the project is 52,000 square feet. I'm sure you're familiar with the location. It includes 6 live-work lofts. And when we presented it to the Planning Commission, as you know, they were split on whether to approve it or not. Commissioner Evans felt that there was a historic house located at the site that should be addressed. I want to address that now. I want to tell you what we have done since that meeting in order to address some of the concerns that were brought to our attention. First, we met with the principal of the Las Vegas Performing Arts Academy over there, Andre Long, along with the president of the Friends of the Academy, which is essentially the PTA for the school. They're behind the project. They supported the project. They, of course, were interested in the project being as compatible as possible with the Art Deco, / historic nature of the high school there. To that end, what we did is some architectural renderings that we did not have available before the Planning Commission that we have here, and I think have been passed out to you. And if you're looking at the front one, that is I think this is 8 by 14. Is that the size we call this still? In any event, that shows you some of the landscaping features and the fact that we're going to have, sculpture and other pieces of art out there to make it compatible. The other change or feature is you'll see that there's a reflecting pond that will be at the entryway there, as well as some additional landscaping features that weren't there before. We also have a justification package, I think that might have just been passed out to you, that I didn't have a moment ago, but in view of staff's recommendation of denial, we'll pass out to you as our justification of response to staff.
Is that the Kohler architecture document?
I'm sorry?
Is that the Kohler architecture document?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Is that in the record, Madam Clerk? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Coming full circle quickly back to the issue of Pop Squire's house, we offered it to the historical district. We offered to even pay for the transportation cost, providing it was within the historical district area, not Torino or something like that. But long story short, they rejected it because it had actually been modified from its original construction some 30 years after the fact. I'm not completely up on the details, but that was the response we got when we attempted to address Commissioner Evans' concerns about what we would do with Pop Squire's house.
Well, I'll be perfectly frank with you. During my briefing yesterday, I was specifically told that the house was not going to be moved by you because the cost would be inordinate. Isn't that what I was advised?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm checking with staff right now. It certainly wasn't offered to the Historic Preservation Commission, so I don't know what organization he's speaking of.
One of the things that we're very, I think, as a council, we're very attuned to preserving our history here. And what we've done with the old railroad cottages, for example, is we had them moved off of, I guess, First or Casino Center over to the preserve. And the cost to move one of those cottages was about $25,000 apiece. So it's not an incidental expense, but that was of concern to me when I was evaluating my position as far as this is concerned. So you're saying now, for the record, that you're ready to move this within a reasonable distance?
For the record, we've always said that. When I did the Planning Commission meeting, I represented on the record, Margot, at the Planning Commission meeting,
as I say, I was
that we would move the house to, and bear the cost of moving that house to somewhere within the historic district. I recall distinctly making those statements. Mr. Carnicel is here with me. He can certainly address whether any representation was made on our side of the table that we wouldn't pay the cost. I believe we will, having made that representation at the Planning Commission meeting.
No, that's correct. We had made that offer as well, and I believe we sent a letter to planning to staff as well, making that same offer.
Or as I say, during my briefing yesterday with Councilman Wolfson and Councilman Brown's staff, we were advised to the contrary. But go for it, please. Go forward.
We're willing to do that, as well as make any other accommodations. I assume staff has the same objections they had before, which we addressed at the Planning Commission. We also have the architect here. I don't know if the council has any questions of the owner or the architect, but the package is pretty thorough. The renderings speak for themselves, as well as the justification. And if it's already in the record, I don't want to take your precious time repeating what you already have before you. But we'd be happy to answer any questions you have about the project.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Are there any questions by the gentleman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
On this site, we already have an approved project, Ms. Wheeler. Where are we at with that approved project at this location?
That project still exists. This project would supersede that previous project. No work has gone forward on the previously approved project.
So we can, is this the same owner, or is this new owners, or?
We're new owners. It's my understanding that the prior developer ran into some problems, and they no longer have any interest in that project or capable of developing that project that was previously approved.
Okay. I was apprised of the Pop Squires house. I went by there. Is there any activity at the house right now, Margo? I couldn't tell when I went by there.
No, sir, not to my knowledge either.
It's just sitting there vacant.
Yes, sir, that's my understanding.
And so this application would render that building out if they built this project, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Did you want to be heard?
Yes.
Okay, please step up and give us your name, please. Try to limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes if you can.
Not a problem. My name is Mary Martinez, and I normally specialize in objecting to party houses, but today is about the historic aspect of the Pop Squires house. It was noted that we were told that the house shouldn't. The plans didn't include notification that this was Pop Squires house until it got up to the Planning Commission, in which time somebody did find that out. The house is old. The house has significance. It's eligible for preservation status, and that the problem with offering to move it is that there usually is not a place to move it to. So until a place is found to relocate it, I would request that the denial to build over Pop Squires house be denied.
Let me ask you this. Do you know who was maintaining the home at this time? Because it looks like it's in good shape, and it looks like the
It's
the
in
lot's different.
beautiful shape. I did go visit it last week, and it's all barred up, and it has non-reflective or reflective windows on it so that you can't get into it, except for one window on the front left side of the house. And I did look through it, and it is in beautiful shape. It's got wooden floors, and
But do you
all
know
the
who's
windows
up-
are intact except for that one.
You know who's
and
keeping it up?
I do not know.
Thank you. All right, next, please. Please identify yourself first.
Mary Gafford, a resident of this area for 35 years and member of Friends of Classic Las Vegas, president of Nevada Women's History Project, Southern Region, and I'm here to make a plea to keep these people from desecrating the land where the Squires home is located. I think that we all need to think about the integrity of this building. I think we should search our souls and realize that the desecration, building by building, in this town, someday we're going to be sorry for. And I plea that you will keep these people from destroying the integrity of the community.
Do you know who was up keeping up the house?
I do not know. I have studied the history of the Squires family, and I do know that they have a lot to offer to this community, and we should all respect them.
Thank you. Next, please.
You know, I just have to rebut the comments you made about these people. This is the Clark County Credit Union. Many people use this Clark County Credit Union, and they are going to move to this new location. Now, I'm not in favor of removing Pop Squire's house unless we relocate it, but to me, let's show respect to the Clark County Credit Union people that are wanting to build this, to me, a very beautiful facility at this location. And I just wanted that on the record, Your Honor.
Right.
May I make a comment to that?
Yes.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, sir. That is not beautiful what they're going to do.
Okay. Well, now that we got that straight, vote. Yes, ma'am.
Pam Hartley. I'm also with Friends of Classic Las Vegas and Very Vintage Vegas, and I would like to request that you deny the project based on compatibility. I don't believe that the building as it is designed is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood or the historic nature of the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir?
I'm Stephen Jackson. I'm an architect. I'm often involved in historic restoration or reinterpretation. The previous design, as I understood or I heard, was going to raise this existing house and incorporate it and style the rest of the development in harmony with it. That might have been a good idea. I've seen many projects where an existing historic building is somehow integrated into a new design. Now, this is not Art Deco, but there are many villages that have different styles. I'm not familiar right now with how their traffic circulation works. Whether there's any hope that this could be a gift shop or something. It could be a gimmick, a real promotional. The Wholesome Lofts got a lot of publicity because we were saving an old building, and it was good for the company that owned it. If there's some way to move, restore, or integrate this into this project, there might be a lot of the community might find themselves pleased, be supportive of a new project here. I'm just trying to offer another way of looking at this to see if there's some way to. Of course, if we can move it somewhere and find a good use and a good place for it, and a way to pay for that and make it useful, that's great too. If they could move it, that'd be great. But that's all.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next, please.
Hi, Steve Franklin, 556 Ellen Way. Just wanted to speak out just pretty much against the project. Certainly the tearing down of the original structure. If there could be some adaptive reuse incorporated or moved, somehow preserved one way or the other, that would be great. I barely got here with my schedule, so I missed the presentation that was put before you guys. So I don't know if there were any changes from what I saw on the website earlier today. But, additionally, it looks like that it's a pretty intensive use for the size of the four properties that are in question here today. And if it were to go forward, I would at least like to see some setbacks and some additional landscaping and to have the architecture in keeping, with the immediate area. So that's all I have to say, and thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mr. Albrecht? All right, Ms. Dondero?
I was just sitting there listening.
All right, congratulations to you on your daughter's election yesterday.
Thank you. Delia Dondero. And I just thought that the Junior League moved the Beckley House out to the Clark County Museum that's out on Boulder Highway. And that Beckley House is an old house, probably about the same age. And maybe this home could join the Beckley House out there. It would be nice to have, kind of the village of the older houses.
Not a bad idea.
So Junior League might participate.
Thank you very much. Mr. Albrecht?
Thank you very much, Ms. Dondero. We have no problem with that suggestion. First and foremost, we are, again, more than willing to move the house, pay the cost of transportation within reason to where it's moved
If I
to.
could then.
Yes.
We can go on all day on this item, I guess, but I'm going to move to table this item until we get this home taken care of, and then we can come back and we can look at your application. But there's no sense, I would not approve anything contingent upon the fact that would move it. If you want to go ahead and move that Pop Squire's house and then come back, we can certainly do that.
All right, well, basically...
The dilemma it places us in is we then have the burden of finding a location to place the house with...
I think if you work with these folks from the historic preservation community, they would certainly assist you and give you a lot of guidance as to where a nice home could be had for that nice home.
Whatever the council pleasure is, I would prefer that it be a condition, and we would fulfill that condition. Just by way of background, very quickly, my youngest daughter attends the academy there. I drop her off every day. I'm very familiar with the neighborhood. My office is right there. Mr. Cardisel and his brother, the folks that rehabbed and did the 701 Bridger building exactly the way they told you we were going to do it, and it's compatible at substantial cost. We fulfilled every condition there, and I would simply ask, in order not to incur the time and expense of us attorneys and folks like this, that we simply be allowed to have that be a condition. We have said from day one we have no problem moving it.
I can make a motion for you now.
Well, I would prefer I would prefer your first motion, Your Honor. I was just hoping to avoid that additional cost, or Councilman.
Well, I don't see any additional cost to it. All you're going to have to do is, you said you're going to move it.
Yes, sir.
Okay? I'm just asking you to move it, and then we'll come back and we'll go forward with this project.
We hope to have a place somewhere to move it by then, yes, sir.
I move to table this item, these three items, Your Honor.
All right, that's a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed?
Yeah, when they get it moved. If it takes them 6 months to move it, then yes. Yeah, when they get the Pop Squire's house moved, then they can come back and we can listen to this application.
Thank you, sir.
Larry doesn't vote.
He's a short timer.
Thank you.
Little lame duck, can't vote.
Thank you.
It's a good thing I have a left hand so I can push your button. Okay, Mr. Albrecht?
Yes, sir.
There are a lot of people who will help you figure out how to get this done.
Thank you. We'll get it done, Your Honor.
All right, we're up to 124? Nope. 127.
7 right along.
127. New book. Thanks, Barry. Thank you. No. 127. Madam Clerk, is there any reason why I have little stickers on mine?
It's probably mine. It is mine.
Oh, okay. Never seen anything like it. I don't know what those stickers meant. That's unbelievable.
They're having some beds here.
Okay, 127 and 128. 127 is ROC 29435, review of condition. The applicant owner is I Rent B&E LLC. Request for a review of condition number 3 of an approved site development plan review to allow vehicular access to Mesquite Avenue, 1.61 acres at 520 Northeastern Avenue in Ward 3. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. 128 is VAR 29437, a variance related to the prior item. Applicant owner, I Rent B&E LLC, request for a variance to allow 33 parking spaces where 40 spaces are required for an existing commercial development on .61 acres at 520 Northeastern Avenue in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. These are both public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Michael Villapando, 313 Pilot Road, representing the applicant. The applications that are before you today stem from the owner's request or desire to get a second entrance off of his property on Mesquite Avenue. Mesquite Avenue is the southern property line of his development, and this really stems from a safety issue. He's concerned, having only the one entrance, which is currently off of Eastern, having traffic coming in and out off of such a busy right-of-way makes for a difficult situation as it is. The concern is if you can get a second driveway through here, that he can have a circular motion for his customers. We did have an opportunity to speak with the fire department, and they were in favor of adding the second driveway because obviously if you have some sort of event, God forbid, in this area, bringing the big truck in to be able to fight that event is difficult with only the one entrance. Having two entrances gives you that nice circular motion. And with that, I ask for your approval and open for any questions.
Certainly.
Go back to your map there. Can we go to the overhead again, please? Okay, where the proposed entrance exit is, just go with your going down to the new proposed one.
The new proposed one.
Okay, right to the west of where your pin is there now. They be willing to put up a no left turn parking sign on their property?
Yes.
I would like to have, like you said, have a circular motion rather than going out and trying to use the alley. The alley is one way now, but I would rather have them come out and go back over to Eastern.
So you're concerned about people coming out and
Yes,
going around? Okay, yeah, and it's marked as a one-way, like you said, but...
All I want to do is just ask
Definitely.
if they would put up a sign that
Yes.
says no left-hand turn.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I just see that Mrs. Dropkin is part of this application. Mr. Scott, I consider myself a personal friend of the Dropkins. We've socialized with one another. I went to our daughter's wedding, but I feel that I can vote my conscience on this.
Mayor, as long as you believe your independence of judgment isn't compromised as a result of your relationship, it should be.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank God. Then I'm going to continue
If I make a motion for
to
that,
preside.
could you vote with me?
No. Okay, it's a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion on resolution review of condition 127. I make a motion for approval of this item, please.
Okay, please vote. Opposed?
And I would ask Margot and staff, now do I put the new condition on the item 128 or item 127, Margot?
If I may, sir, I think we can put it on the variance because the ROC is getting rid of the previous condition, and we'll go ahead and put it on the variance because that'll be moving forward, and that would be no left turn, on-site signage at the Mesquite driveway shall be installed and continuously maintained.
That'd be fine. With that
Thank
addition,
you.
With that addition, Your Honor, I make a motion for approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 129 is VAR 28974. It's a variance. The applicant owner is John Moss. Request for a variance to allow an existing 23-foot-high 2,080 square foot accessory structure, Class 2 batting cage, where an 18-foot high, 1,785 square foot accessory structure is allowed on 1.05 acres at 5100 Grand Teton Drive. This is in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Anybody here on behalf of the applicant?
Hi, John Moss, 5100 Grand Teton.
Fine. Be happy to hear from you, Mr. Moss.
Well, first, I'd like to apologize for not bringing the landscape plan. I didn't know I didn't know it was supposed to be here before the meeting until a couple hours ago. But I have them if you guys would like to review them. This is the landscape plan that was required.
All right, if you'd be kind enough to hand it to Councilman Ross and to Ms. Wheeler and the rest of us. Thank you. Ms. Wheeler, have you seen it? I'll get you one. Here we go.
Would this be, I'm sorry.
All right. Would you like to say anything else, sir?
Not at this moment.
All right. Are there any questions of Mr. Moss? Folks, a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard on this item? Yes, sir. Why don't you step up and give us your name, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is John Shoemaker, 5101 Elvis Presley Court. We own the property directly to the north of Mr. Moss's property, and I feel that we are probably more impacted by the unsightliness, the eyesore of this structure than possibly some other folks. If I could... This is a view from Tom, which is the north-south road that fronts the east side of both of our houses. The structure is unsightly, and I'm not sure that by some type of landscaping that it's going to cure the problem. It may cure some of it along Tom, but to the rear of the property, this is the view that we have. We do have some trees that mask to some degree the view of the structure, but they're deciduous trees, so about 4 or 5 months out of the year there's no foliage on those trees. So it's in full view of us, or when we're entertaining other folks who are there. It is a detraction, I believe, that could adversely impact our property values as well as others in the neighborhood.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to be heard on this at the public hearing? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross?
Mr. Moss, you enjoy baseball? That's quite the massive baseball cage.
All my life.
Batting cage you got there.
Yeah.
You coach ball?
No, sir.
It's just for you.
It's available to some baseball teams. It was used yesterday by I want to say Little League, but I think it's high school baseball.
How much property on there? Over an acre?
1.05 acres.
1.05? And I see your neighbor's street right there, Elvis Presley Court. And I appreciate your comments. I do want to share with the council, I did get 3 oppositions and 6 supports. Let me read some of the comments of support. I support this batting cage to continue to exist. What a great idea and family fun. Support it with reasonable operational restrictions, meaning,
Absolutely.
when you and your buddies are out there slamming the balls around. Live and let live. Enjoy. And these are just comments from people who live in the neighborhood right there. I mean, I've driven by there. I've seen that thing hundreds of times. Now, I do want to direct my questions to the director. Have you had a chance to look at this landscaping?
Yes, sir.
Am I stealing yours? No. Director, is this what the city's requiring him to do? Should this be approved?
Well, if I may, Mayor and Councilman, what he's showing is 30-inch box. It would be 36-inch box is what is typical and that the Planning Commission indicated. Our best estimate is that this is shown at about 15 feet on center. It would really need to be 20, and then we would generally recommend Mondale Pines is the usual one that's recommended, which is an evergreen and one that does well here. So with those modifications, generally speaking, this landscape plan is somewhat adequate. You'd probably want at least possibly another tree to the south. Yes, so that it would provide greater coverage at an angle.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Ross, are you charging teams to come out there and hit balls in the batting cage there?
Never have and never will.
I mean, so, Arbor View's team wants to go out there and hit some balls, they can give you a call and...
Yeah, there's a college in St. George. One of their guys came out a couple times.
Well, I'm more concerned about our high school kids out there in Ward 6 and the colleges in Utah.
I mean, we couldn't overuse it. It's not a commercial device.
Let me
get
your thoughts here. You know some of your neighbors don't like looking at it. I mean, that's quite apparent. You willing to put some 36-inch box trees in there, Mondale Pines? I mean, these aren't Mondale Pines, the pictures on here. Are you willing to do that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Director, do you think you can work with him to get these drawings right?
Yes, sir.
I understand the neighbors' concerns and can see what their concerns are. I think, though, Mr. Moss, if you took some time and get some 36-inch box trees planted in there, and they'll be green all year, and that might cover this up a little bit and make your neighbors a little happier. You're on over an acre of land there. I'm looking at your neighbors. Your next-door neighbor's got a tennis court and a swimming pool, and it looks like a putting green. I'm jealous. This is I think this is a good use, and I don't see that the location is that impacting the neighborhood that bad.
If I may, it also doesn't require water, which is one of the things I'm trying to do is get the the consumption down.
All right, and again, for the record, you're not charging people to use this?
Absolutely not.
And how late can I go in there and hit the baseballs around?
I think it would be polite if we stopped by 9 or 9:30.
You willing to put that on the record, too, as a
9:30?
As a condition?
May I ask, is it lit? Is this a lighted batting cage?
Yes, it's lighted, not very well, though. It needs more lighting.
So it's 9 o'clock at night, it gets pretty dark out there, and one of those balls goes haywire, and you have a little bit of liability. Do you have insurance?
Yes, sir.
For the batting cage?
It's in the property insurance. It contains the ball, so it's netted.
No, I'm talking about the batter's head.
Oh, I see. I don't know. That's a good question. I couldn't say yes for sure.
I'm worried about that.
That's the reason for the height, by the way. The lighting and the rebounds from the roof is the safety issue.
You're all right. I think the liability would fall with his homeowner's insurance, and that would be his liability to risk. But I think, Councilman, did you have a question?
Yeah, Mayor Goodman, with your permission.
Certainly.
You have a motorized pitching machine, is that right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And do you use aluminum bats more often than the traditional wood bats?
All the wooden bats are broken except a couple. I use aluminum bats. The other 15 occupants tend to use the wooden bats more so than the aluminum.
You know, I was in a briefing yesterday when we were told about this, and the mayor heard my comments yesterday. I'm a baseball player from way back, and anybody that wants to put a batting cage in their backyard, I think it's a pretty neat idea. I'm going to support whatever the councilman does, but I'm really surprised that there aren't more neighbors out here complaining, because, you know, that's a pretty good ping when that ball goes off the bat.
I can comment on that. I have two kinds of balls. The first type I bought are not acceptable for not only the noise, but it breaks bats. The new rubber balls that I use, they function great, and they're hardly noisy at all.
All right, good. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Brown, I see you have some thoughts gathering in your mind there.
Look, I love batting cages. I'm amazed at the size and the scope of this. Could we go to that picture that shows either you had it or it's in the back? I've seen batting cages at the high school and college and professional level that serve the function that you talk about as far as letting people access it, but they're, maybe 10 feet high, and they're long tubes, and you can do it during the day, and you can light it far easier at night. I'm surprised at the scale and the scope of this. That looks like something you'd find at a Scandia. And I will defer to the councilman on that, but regardless of what wooden bat, metal bat, softball, rubber ball, pimpled balls, they make noise.
Councilman, you say you've driven past there. Is this up and running now?
Yeah, what's there?
How long has it been there, man?
It's been there for quite some time. How long have you had it up
Since
there?
February.
Yeah, since February. I know the area very well. There's some beautiful homes there.
If I may, I'd like to address a couple of your comments. The height is for safety. The machine throws 90 miles an hour. By the time it goes to the ceiling and comes back down, you get hit on the shoulders a lot if you foul tip. That's why it was so high.
Well, let's start with the safety. That's incorrect. It may be safer for you as a homeowner to have people come on your property and use it, but a traditional batting cage is nothing like that. That's a commercial batting cage. The batting cage, to get someone in there, whether you're throwing 85, 90, or 95 from a machine, has nothing to do with the height of the screen. Has nothing to do with it. So
well, they deflect off the bat. They come straight down on me. It was for me. You get sold getting hit on the shoulders.
Well, okay, if it's for you, but
yeah.
The size of that and the height of that has nothing to do with the safety of a batting cage. It has to do with the safety of the batter, which is you.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry.
And we can certainly talk about that. But,
yeah.
So.
Your Honor, if I may ask Councilman Brown. Councilman Brown, what do you think the height of a typical batting cage is?
I don't understand. If the gentleman wants to be a great neighbor and have Arbor View and Little Leagues and Utah colleges come down and use that, to me, it's benevolent, but it's also a commercial use, even if you're not charging, and you've said on the record a couple times you're not. But a batting cage for the enjoyment, and there's some throughout the Northwest that I've seen, that are long tunnels, probably 10 feet wide, and I'm going to guess 10 to 12 feet maximum height. But that's a standard batting cage design.
Thank you, Councilman. Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
Mr. Moss, are you opposed to perhaps shrinking the size of that and trying to appease some of your neighbors' concerns? And heck, maybe you get 2 or 3 batting cages out of that one you got right there.
If it comes to that, if it'd be my only choice, yeah, I would. I considered the prospect of, I think it's 3 feet too high right now. It wouldn't take much, or 5. It wouldn't take much to accomplish that. But moving the uprights would be hard because you'd have to dig them up and trench.
Now, let me ask you this: was this built to code? Did you have inspections and full permits?
It was engineered.
Engineered
by Las Vegas Engineers.
Okay.
Dan Campbell.
Did you have city inspectors come out and actually inspect the footing?
No, I have to pull a permit and do so.
You still have to do that?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that perhaps if you shrink this thing down a little ways, you'll make better neighbors for your neighbors and be less inclined to be held at risk by our city's building department?
I believe that the square footage wouldn't change anything, but the height would. Yes.
I don't think, let me defer this, Your Honor, if I may, to Councilman Brown. Councilman Brown, height, square footage-wise, do you think is that bad, or?
The way we're looking at this is you're batting this way, I take it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and is there just one machine for the entire cage?
There's 2 machines and a pitching mound. The two machines are mounted on one pedestal.
So there's two machines, do they go simultaneous?
Yes, sir.
Is there separation between the batters?
No.
I mean, is there?
It pitches to one area, and there's a pitcher's mound as well. There's only one batter in the cage at a time.
So why do you have two machines?
One throws curveballs and one throws fastballs.
You know, there's machines that do both.
It's two machines, but yeah.
Right, and then
yeah.
the pitcher's mound?
I pitch. It was one of my. It's something
You know,
I
I'm affiliated with the Las Vegas 51's AAA ball team now. If you need a tryout, you come talk to me afterwards, because I think you're ready to play.
Well, the thing that bothers me, Councilman Ross, is that you asked Councilman Brown for his expertise. This is a guy who never got a hit when he played baseball.
Your Honor, I was actually going to go right down the line.
Don't do me any favors.
For all of your input. Well, I tell you what, Mr. Moss, I'm not in a great big hurry to move on this. I would think we could save. I think you could save a few dollars by not planting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, possibly 6 36-inch box trees. That's quite expensive. Buying them and excavating and putting them in and irrigating them. I'm not opposed to that, but I also think you'd make a better neighbor with some of these folks if you might consider reducing the size to this. How long would you like to think about that, or get some cost estimate?
Is 30 days typical?
I'll obey this for 30 days. You can work with me and my staff, or work with the director, and please work with your neighbors. You've got some folks out there that think it's great. If you're letting the kids use it, that's great. But I'm leaning with Councilman Brown in regards to that's a big commercial type use right there. Even though you're not using it that way, that's certainly what it appears to look like.
Yeah, the other reason for the square footage is we like to be able to see where the balls go when we hit them. It's kind of important to us.
Square footage-wise, I'm really not that concerned about it. I think height-wise, maybe if you brought it down and we went to some smaller box trees, Director, we can work something out with this fella. Speak up, Director.
Bigger box trees?
Bigger?
Yes.
No.
Well, at this size, yes, but I'd like him to actually work on reducing the height of this thing.
Oh, yes,
And maybe not having to go with the larger 36-inch box tree, maybe something smaller that'll grow in time, but he'll also make his neighbors happy. I think there's a win-win all the way around here. How's that sound? That's my motion.
All right, let's vote on that. Opposed, please. And Mr. Moss, the motion carries. If Councilman Brown wants to come over on Saturday and take a couple swings, okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, he needs to practice.
There's a gate in the back of the property.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay. 130 is VAR 29441, a variance. The applicant owner is Richmond American Homes, appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a variance to allow a 5-foot front yard setback where 18 feet is required, 1.06 acres at 6785 Briarwood Bend. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission recommends denial. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Paul Chavez, 3277 East Warm Springs, here on behalf of the applicant. The request was for a 5-foot variance for the front setbacks that's allowed per code. Well, this item was a consent item, but it was pulled to discuss at Planning Commission, and now we appealed it to see if we could get that approved by you guys.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, it's a public hearing if you'd like to be heard. Sir, are you coming forward to be heard? No, he's not going to. Okay, fine. All right, then we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm fully aware of this lot and your development and go by it quite often. I would move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of agenda item 130.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 131 is VAR 29653, a variance. The applicant is Stiegel Companies, Inc., the owner of Paradise Suites, LLC. Request for a variance to allow 6 freestanding signs, 1 50-foot freestanding and 5 tall freestanding signs, where 2 are allowed, to allow a 1-foot setback for the 5 5-foot freestanding signs, where 5 feet is the minimum required, to allow for a 50-foot tall, 504 square foot freestanding sign, where 12 feet in height and 48 square feet in area is the maximum allowed, to allow a distance separation of less than 100 feet between freestanding to monument sign and freestanding to freestanding sign, where 100 feet is the minimum required, and to allow an existing 9.5-foot tall monument sign where 8 feet is the maximum height allowed on 1.66 acres at 2,000 Paradise Road. This is in Ward 3, and the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions.
Okay, I got it too.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Good afternoon. Liz Srokek, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of Siegel Group. And I also have with me Judy Perez and Mark Whitehouse. Before getting into the particulars of these requested variances, I just wanted to explain a little bit the motivation behind these requests. Siegel Group purchases rundown properties. Many of them have code violations and are basically uninhabitable, as I'm sure the council saw from the write-up, the various code violations that did exist on this property prior to Siegel Group purchasing it. Siegel Group goes in and renovates the exterior and interior of these properties. On the exterior, they paint it and repair it. And for any of you that have driven by this particular property on Paradise, it's much better looking than before. They replace equipment and exterminate pests, making it habitable for people. And essentially their goal is to turn something that's undesirable into something that's desirable and welcome in their neighborhood. So part of the reshaping of the perception of each of these properties requires that they tell people how it's changed, why it's different, and essentially they rely on branding for success in their properties. So therefore they need to advertise, which brings us to the requests that are before you today. So the first sign that I want to talk about is located right here. I'm going to talk about the monument sign first. It's located on Paradise. This is an existing sign already. Can you put that up there? And it's an existing sign. It's already been built, and as you can see, it's an attractive-looking monument sign.
Yes.
We are 1.5 feet taller than permitted by code, and the reason for that, and partially we do understand that was our mistake as far as the height of the sign, but the additional 1.5 feet is due to the stone veneer that's on the bottom of the sign, as he's pointing to, and that was essentially to level off the site to allow for a level installation of the sign. If you drive by there, you'll notice the elevation difference between kind of the level part of the property and then going down to the sidewalk and more of the street level. So that's the reason for that. The second group of signs that I want to talk about are 5 of the 6 freestanding signs, and those are located along the perimeter, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, along St. Louis and Paradise. And those are essentially the amenity signs for the property, and they advertise things like that the properties are fully furnished, they offer free utilities, high-speed internet, things like that. So they aren't your typical freestanding sign in the sense of the final sign that we're talking about. The last sign that they're asking for is located here on the northwest corner of the property. And the original request was for a 50-foot sign to advertise this property. This would be the main sign for this location. And we've worked with the neighbors regarding these applications and regarding the signage at the councilman's request. We did have a neighborhood meeting, and those that attended the neighborhood meeting were in support of the project and the signage, as well as we met with John Delikanakis from the Beverly Green Southridge neighborhood, and he was also in support of the project and the signage. So as a result of meeting with the neighbors and trying to be good neighbors, we would now like to offer, as opposed to the 50-foot sign that we started at, a 35-foot sign, which is more in keeping with the height of the building. It's not taller than the existing buildings. And we feel that it would be appropriate to have a sign like this because we are, even though this is an apartment complex, where it would face St. Louis and then Las Vegas Boulevard. This is a more commercial area, so we're not impacting the neighborhood. So as you can see from the presentation, the signs are not, there's not a great number of them, and we feel that they're tastefully done. And we appreciate the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval on this, and we ask that you would approve these applications as they are presented today.
All right,
And I'm
you.
here if you have questions.
Thank you. Would you like to be heard?
No, that's okay.
Okay, now that you said something, though, you have to identify yourself.
Judith Perez with the Siegel Group.
Okay, do you want to say anything?
Just for the record, Mark Whitehouse, 10 Research Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Okay, fine.
I need to correct this young lady over here, though. She didn't do a good job as Tabitha would. You said Planning Commission...
Oh, he's kidding.
Okay, I was like, what did I forget? I'm sorry.
Planning Commission, you said Planning Commission approved a 35-foot sign. The Planning Commission recommended a 12-foot
12-foot sign, correct. I'm sorry. I did not make that clear. That's correct.
That's right, okay.
Okay, any other questions? Folks, the public hearing, if you'd like to be heard? No. Got it? Would you be kind enough to remove your hat, please?
Certainly, for $5. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Teddy Russell, resident of Las Vegas. Over and over on these projects, they do take really sorry properties and make them an advantage and an asset and an attractive property for the community, serve a great utility for lower income but very good housing, professionally managed and professionally staffed. I particularly wanted to commend them for their project they're doing at Bonanza and Las Vegas Boulevard, which used to be Casa de Palmas, known as Casa de Crack, coming up beautifully. I thank you so much for your endeavors on behalf of our community, and I do heartily recommend approval, and thank you.
Would anyone else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to comment, this of course is in Councilman Reese's ward, and he knows a specific situation. I just wanted to say that what we just heard is absolutely true as far as what's happened in Ward 1, where Siegel took over a property near the Palace Station, which looked horrible, and made it look much, much better and runs it well. We have not had, severe crime problems, and so the hard work you're putting into it, it's paying off. Thank you for that.
Thank you for that comment.
Okay. All right, the public hearing is closed. I'll turn to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Tabitha, we got to do this without you. I hope you're feeling better. I'll make a motion for approval of item 131, accepting their recommendation of putting up a 35-foot monument sign instead of a 50-foot.
Okay, let's vote on that,
And
please.
that is a change to condition number 2. The 35 feet replaces the 12-foot high, 48 square foot language.
That's fine.
Okay.
With that correction.
And I'm sorry, and then also on condition 3, the Planning Commission limited us to 4 amenity signs, and we actually have 5 existing on the property, so we would request 5.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Just don't make any more mistakes.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice afternoon.
Item 132, is RQR 30428, required one-year review. Applicant owner Timothy Alexandra Volts requests for a required one-year review on approved special use permit to allow proposed 55-foot high retractable amateur radio antenna at 325 Santa Fe Street. This is in Ward 1. Councilman Tarkanian, staff recommends denial.
Good afternoon, Council. Timothy Vols, 325 Santa Fe Street. I'd like to thank you for the previous approval for the tower. For the past year, it has enhanced communication capabilities. Most recently, it was put to use during Hurricane Gustav in Texas, passing health and welfare traffic. I want to also apologize for not having this finalized. I did not realize I had had 2 inspections previously, and they signed the inspection card. I did not realize that there was a third inspection. Since then, I renewed the permit, called them out for 2 inspections, and they indicated that everything was fine for that, and I'm awaiting 2 documents to get this finalized. I request approval.
Thank you. Any questions of the applicant? Hearing none. This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item?
Yes, Juanita Clark with Charleston Neighborhood Preservation. We're excited to talk about the item. First of all, I would congratulate Councilman Brown on his election. This is so fun to just go over to county commissions and feel like we know a couple people over there. But on behalf of this ham radio tower, it's so exciting to have something like this in our neighborhood. I know it's useful all over, but to feel like sort of a part of this. Anyway, this was a motivation for many people in our neighborhood to sign up for and to follow through with the CERT program, the Community Emergency Response Team. We did, and we have even, some of us have been called out to help at a site, and so this is, the Mirabelli person was so excited about the CERT thing that they have offered that this month, just as a general thing. So anyway, from one thing, many good things grow, and this is certainly one of them, and we certainly hope that this is approved after this, what's it called, a review. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman?
I do feel you need to get that final inspection, which you haven't gotten yet.
Yes.
And have you kept records? We had asked to keep records about when you retract. You remember we wanted it retracted a certain amount of time?
I have not kept records. I did not think that that was in the agreement as far as the conditions. I have followed the conditions.
It wasn't in the conditions. It was when we discussed. But in any case, could you do that? I would like, we are having several complaints in the area from people who feel that this is the cause of their not being able to get appropriate television reception. I don't know if it is the cause or not the cause. Remember, we had some earlier when you had a different type of tower, amateur radio antenna at that time. We had some at that time. You remember we discussed that, some complaints.
Sure.
We've had additional complaints that have come in since this was noticed. It may be, I'm told, and I have no background in this, but it might be due to the fact that a change could occur when we get the digital television reception in.
Okay.
And I would like to obey this until April 15th, which gives the time to get it in. And that means you continue just as you are now.
Sure.
But then by that time, April 15th, we'll have time to check and see if there is an improvement with the new digital television that all homes will have to have. And if there isn't, then maybe determine if there are other cell towers in the area that might be causing a problem. I don't know, but I would like to obey it until April 15th, and you just continue the way you are now, and at that time, then we'll bring the item up again, which I don't feel causes you any harm.
Sure. I'm in agreement with that. There are ways, if I had not, and I speak with my neighbors when I see them all the time, and nobody, at least on my street, has expressed any interference issues. So if there were, they can bring them forward to me, and I'm happy to take care of them. There are ways, if it is due to this. I seriously doubt that it is, but...
And that's why I say I don't know for sure.
Right.
But what I will do with your generous offer, I will give them your name, and which they already have from the card, but I will emphasize to them to contact you.
Absolutely.
And maybe you can help them as far as...
Yes, and we can determine if it is this, and if it isn't, the direction to go to clean it up, absolutely.
You might be able to provide that expertise that we haven't had so far.
I sure can.
So my motion would be to obey this item until April 15th, which will give us time to recommend to those who have concerns to contact you, see if it's something else, or if you can help them, and also if the new digital causes a change or not.
That'll give me time to get this final taken care of also.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay,
So that's my motion.
All right, let's vote on that. Opposed, please? Motion carries, and before you come back on April the 15th, make sure you file your taxes.
Thank you.
133 is SUP 29206, special use permit. The applicant owner is Las Vegas Valley Water District, et al. What do you want? Request for a special use permit for a 100-foot tall radio communication tower at the northwest corner of Centennial Parkway and Fort Apache Road. This is in Ward 6, the public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Adriana Ventimiglia, 1001 South Valley View, representing the applicant. I just want to say we agree with staff and Planning Commission's recommendation of approval, and we'd hope to get the same approval from the council.
Well, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the young lady? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross?
I think Councilman Ross got something to say.
Pardon me?
I think Councilman Ross got something to say.
Yes, I do have something to say. That's why I keep thinking about you. To disclose for the record, Your Honor, I have a professional relationship with the Las Vegas Valley Water Authority, not the Las Vegas Valley Water District. However, they're close enough in relation, and in an abundance of caution, I'm going to abstain from this item, and I've asked Mayor Pro Tem to handle that item.
Very good, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, I will make a motion for approval of this item with all conditions.
Okay, let's vote, please.
If I may, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, I need to add here that the approval is, a condition that the approval is pursuant to the site plan submitted and date stamped September 30th, 08.
That's with the 100-foot tower.
Yes, sir.
That's your understanding?
Yes, that is
Okay,
my
very good.
understanding.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed?
Wait.
Motion carries.
Show mine and abstain, please.
All right. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 134 is SUP 29293, special use permit. The applicant owner is James R. Buell, Jr. Request for special use permit for a proposed 411-square-foot accessory structure, Class 1 with kitchen, at 2908 Justice Lane in Ward 1. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jim.
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to, excuse me.
Yes, I understand.
I feel I need to recluse myself because this is on the street on which I live. I think we only have 5 houses on that street. We know each other very well. We're all friends. So I will recluse myself and ask Councilman Wolfson if he could take my place in this.
Okay, very good. Yes, sir. Please identify yourself again.
Anyway, my name is Jim Buell, and I'm the owner of the property at 2908 Justice Lane. And the Planning Commission has approved this casita in our backyard, and as has the staff, I believe. And I would just ask that the council approve it.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Buell? Folks, it's a public hearing, if you'd like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Wilson, on behalf of Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. It's my pleasure to do this for the councilwoman. I would note, once again, Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is an accessory structure which must meet the Title 19 code requirements for suitability and compatibility, which it does. There were several return cards. I think all but one were in favor of this particular application, so my motion is for approval consistent with staff's recommendations.
If I may, Mayor and Councilman, I need to add the condition that development shall be in conformance with the site and elevation date stamped October 30th, 08, which is your original submittal.
It will be. That's part of my motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 135 is SUP 29439, special use permit. The applicant is Sujata Machurlar. The owner is the Eng Family Trust. Request for a special use permit for a beer, wine cooler on-sale establishment within an existing restaurant, and a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a religious facility where 400 feet is required. at 6840 West Sahara Avenue. This is in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, folks.
Sir, good evening. My name is Sudhakar Mocharla and she is Sujata Mocharla. We are making, there was a former dining restaurant. We are making it as an Indian restaurant. And all the neighboring restaurants like Hash House, which is very close to the church, and the Chinese restaurant, everybody has got a liquor. And I don't want liquor, I want only wine and beer. I asked for permission and Planning Commission is kind enough to grant it. And then now it is before you to recommend.
What is your specialty?
Oh, we get all tandoori items. Tandoori is the clay oven pot, and South Indian and North.
Spicy?
Oh, not really.
How about if I really wanted spicy?
Yes. We have got a Vindaloo item. In each category we have one real spicy item.
All right, that's good.
We titled it as Tear Jerkers.
That's what I love. Excellent. The tear jerker is good.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody like to be heard? It's a public hearing. We'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman.
This restaurant would be very close to a religious facility. However, this church, the Pottery Church, has not at any time objected to having these restaurants. We need the restaurant business on Sahara. You'll be taking where one didn't make it. I hope you do make it, and I would move for approval.
We hope for the best. Thank you very much. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Let's vote on that, please.
Thank you.
Post. Motion carries. What building are you taking over?
It was Vegas Diner before.
Okay, very good.
The same.
No
Thank
worries.
you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, good luck to you. 136 is SUP 29450, special use permit. The applicant is Walmart Stores, Inc. The owner is WRI Charleston Commons LLC. Request for a special use permit for a 129,515 square foot retail establishment with accessory packaged liquor off sale at 201 North Nellis Boulevard in Ward 3. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open.
Thank you, Mayor. Paul Larson, 300 South 4th Street, representing Walmart. This is for an interior remodel of an existing Walmart store to expand their grocery business. The use permit would be to allow the sale of alcoholic beverages similar to those you'd find in any common grocery store. And we're pleased to have both the staff and the Planning Commission recommendation for approval, and we agree to all conditions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Larson?
Yes. Is this the existing Walmart store down there on Nellis?
Yes, it is.
And what kind of changes are they making to it?
They're interior changes. Basically, they're just enlarging the grocery section of it.
They didn't have a grocery section in there.
That's correct. They didn't have one before.
So what are they taking out?
There'll be internal changes mostly. We filed a site plan, or a floor plan with the application, but mostly it'll just be rearranging the existing merchandise, having perhaps a smaller selection of particular items and making it smaller, just making an interior area that'll have some groceries and some beer and wine, that sort of thing.
I mean, are they still going to have the children's toys and children's clothes?
Yes, they will.
Book section and the little restaurant? And
Everything that's there should still be there. There might be less of a particular item that might be compressed, but that's about it. No exterior remodeling will be required.
Public hearing.
Public, I just wanted to see how you're doing there. Public hearing, folks, anyone want to be heard?
And before Mr. DiPaolo speaks, I would like to remind everybody that Mr. DiPaolo put this together for us. I don't know whether he has a copy of it himself up there.
I do.
I think it was very, very well done. I think it very adeptly put into place what has happened down there in this area because of all the alcohol saturation that we have down there. We have, I want to put this in record, we have 2 pages of alcohol establishments right around this location. And so I want to submit this here for the record. Mr. Paul?
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman, council members. My name is Martin Dean DuPaulo. I live at 209 Oakford Street. I'm a 28-year resident, and you're here to review a liquor license application for Walmart. I beg to differ. This is not an ordinary liquor license. This is the 85th liquor outlet in 1 mile area surrounding my neighborhood. I oppose granting Walmart a liquor license. This is not business as usual. What I'd like to do now briefly is to show you a generic map, if that's okay.
Sure.
If I can just point out, Stewart Place is the square in the middle. It's surrounded by Charleston, Lamb, Stewart, and Nellis. That's where I live. Within approximately 1.2, 1.3 miles, you have over 85 liquor licenses, both on and off premises. What you see represented by the red are groupings of liquor licenses that have been granted to the, what was aforementioned, my listing of bars and saloons and outlets and convenience stores, Minute Marts, all sorts. So what I've provided to each of the offices, as also was mentioned, is a document, and I'd like to be able to run through that very rapidly, showing the scars of my neighborhood.
Rapidly.
Understood. Right here you see DUI versus a house. The second picture, again, DUI versus a home.
Excuse me, could those pictures be just a little lighter?
We have it in here, Councilwoman.
No, I have it. I was just thinking for the people out
Oh, okay.
there. That's fine. That's good.
Very good.
DUI versus a wall, a pole, and a fence. DUI versus 2 mailboxes and almost a home. DUI versus a wall between 2 homes. Replacement of a DUI hit back wall. DUI versus another back wall and another pole. DUI versus a front fence. DUI versus another fence that hasn't been repaired just yet. DUI versus another corner, and, well, actually 2 corners. Almost there. DUI versus part of a wall, replacement wall, DUI. I apologize for going so fast. What you'll see here is a lot of new work replacing the hits from former DUI accidents. I want to emphasize these pictures because these are the scars. This is what I saw in 1 hour of taking photographs in my immediate neighborhood.
How do you know they're DUIs?
I'm confident that 30 of these are DUIs. These are my neighbors. I've asked, I've gone around, I've seen them, I've spoken to some of the officers involved. These aren't all exactly recent. This is over the course of time. I didn't start calculating it until more recently. That would be a replacement wall, and that would be my car in front of my house as it was parked and hit by a DUI individual. Another corner, another replacement with a fence. Another corner, another replacement. This, I have to admit, is down the street on Charleston. It's actually, the first one is down the street, and the other one is right next to my house. Also replacements, poor replacements, but nonetheless replacements. 2 more. Two more. Two more. Two more. Two more. I'll leave it there. I spoke with a noted sociologist, Dr. Robert Nash Parker, and I gave him the situation. He agreed with me that there is an oversaturation of liquor outlets in my neighborhood and surrounding my neighborhood. How many liquor outlets are too many? It's not about Walmart. I'm asking you how many are too many.
That's a rhetorical question.
I'd like to know from somebody how many are too many for my neighborhood. So,
I would try to answer that.
Please.
As you can see, some of the locations are in the county and some of them are in the city.
Understood.
I think that you would probably have one answer and I'll have another answer. What we have is too many right now, so I guess what we have is oversaturation right now. But as far as a set amount, I think it depends upon what kind of alcohol we're talking about. If it's a restaurant or a restaurant where they have food going along with a glass of wine or a margarita or something, that's a different kind. But when you're talking about packaged liquor, I think 2 or 3 in an area is plenty. Just an opinion.
No, I certainly would agree with that. And the last part I would like to present is something that you made reference to. I have a listing here on page 23, and it follows on page 24, of 26 different bars and saloons. Follow that up, 6 liquor store outlets, followed by 4 mini-marts. Mini-marts are liquor outlets. They're not mini-marts. There is no distinction. And then I would understand and agree that, yes, there are 22 convenience stores that sell liquor. Restaurants, there's at least 12 that sell liquor. There are 15 grocery outlets that sell liquor. And if Laborio comes in front of you in a matter of months as they take over from Vons, I imagine they will also ask for a liquor license as well. There are some special events places and 1 or 2 others. But in total, you have 85 liquor outlets that surround within approximately 1.2 miles of my neighborhood. We bear the scars of these liquor outlets. That concludes my portion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Would you like to be heard, sir?
My name is Dan Gersten. I live at 229 Oakford, right down the street from Martin. I also have lived in that community for 28 years, original resident. I've seen the whole area grow in that area, businesses built, and there's 2 things I really want to address. First of all, the existing Walmart was not designed for this type of, you could say, arrangement of distribution of liquor. The Walmart superstores, where they keep all their food and liquor on one side of the store, is the proper, I would say, way to distribute liquor. And the way they're going to do it is they're going to take a small Walmart store and put the liquor right along the toys area. Well, maybe not right in the toys area, but the kids will be walking along and seeing packaged liquor. And I think that in the Walmart superstores, when someone goes in there, I think customers deliberately, if they don't want their children to be exposed to the alcohol, they don't take them into that section of the store. So this store is really not, you could say, designed like the other Walmart stores. First concern. Second concern is I've suffered also from DUIs. My wife's car was destroyed about 4 years ago in front of our house from a drunken driver. But primarily, where my house is, it outlets to Stewart off of Oakford. So we have a lot of kids and all kinds of vagrants in that area. And I'm picking empty packaged liquor containers up all the time. Every day it seems like I'm the guy that does it now that I'm a retired person. It would look like a mess, actually, in that area if it wasn't for me. So I'm frankly tired of picking up, packages of empty beer bottles and whatnot.
I don't think it's an appropriate place to have another liquor outlet. Enough said.
Okay, thank you. You'd like to be heard, sir.
My name is Steve Watkins. I'm at 205 Oakford. Marty's been my neighbor for the last 29 years. I extremely agree that there's way too many liquor stores around there. A day doesn't go by hardly where I'm not seeing somebody walking down with a little paper bag and presuming that there's liquor in there. Constantly having to pick up broken glass and so forth, out in the street. Walmart, that particular Walmart store has not always been a good neighbor. Between the noise and at night they do a lot of their work and stocking, and the trucks drop off people. Now maybe that is not appropriate for this, but the Walmart has not been a good neighbor in my opinion. The people who steal from Walmart jump over the wall through the wash over our walls. And there's policemen having to show up all the time. Now, whether that's related to the liquor, I don't know. But I observe the people in my neighborhood, and they're quite open about the drinking. So I just, like Marty, I just don't think that we need another liquor license store.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Would you like to be heard, Mr. Larson?
Yes, Your Honor. The issues that were raised are more policy level rather than the applicability of this particular location. Because of that, what we would suggest doing is that we table this application. And if the council wants to address how many licenses for a particular neighborhood are appropriate, we would love to wait for that policy issue to be resolved before this application goes forward. Otherwise, what we'd like to have happen is to be treated like any other retail establishment that requests to sell alcohol.
Thank you. All right. That closes the public hearing and the issue. Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't have any trouble treating it like any other applicant. I think that we have ability to make decisions whether one more alcohol establishment is too much. I think we have, I can explain to these folks that came down here tonight to talk about this application. I really feel sorry for what's happening in your neighborhoods. I wish that we didn't have all the problems that we have down there. I don't think that by putting alcohol in this situation is going to add more to. I think it's just going to be another place. I can certainly appreciate the Planning Commission as well as the staff recommending approval. They don't go out and meet with the neighbors as often as I do. And I have had many, many meetings where not only at this location here, but many other locations. I have a concern not only with this application for Walmart, but, we always have to look at, to me, the integrity of a neighborhood. And I can see tonight that this has been questioned, and that bothers me. I'm afraid that what we're doing is, and I understand the store's been there, I don't know, 12, 14, 15, 18 years, however long the store has been there.
Opened in 1987.
1987. And so I understand the changes. The changes that are being made are not for the benefit of the neighborhood. Nothing has been said of what we're going to do to beautify the neighborhood. This is to help Walmart put more money in their pocket at the expense of the people that go in there with their children. And I still look at the Walmart store when I was shopping for my kids many, many years ago, that it was a good place to buy Christmas presents. It was a good place to buy my kids' books. I went down there and got the prescription drugs filled. And now, to me, we're being asked to make this old Walmart store into a liquor establishment. They're going to put in a few groceries, I guess, but they're going to make it a liquor store. They're not asking for a beer or wine. They're asking for a full-blown packaged liquor store. I really feel like that at this time we do have oversaturation of alcohol in this location. I mean, there's no question about it. There is an oversaturation.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may.
No, you had your time.
I'm not seeking.
You had your time.
I'm not seeking to rebut you, sir. I'm simply offering to withdraw our application, but I'd like to do that without prejudice.
With prejudice is fine.
We would like to, without prejudice would be
With
my
prejudice
request.
is fine.
Then we don't withdraw it, Your Honor.
Okay. To me, this packaged liquor store is not compatible with what the store once was. And they may be trying to change that. I have no idea. But we have a Walmart store, grocery store, probably, I didn't measure it, but it's probably within a mile, less than a mile of this store here with alcohol. It's in the county, but it's also close to a hardware store. So I guess if we, and to me this is where we're talking about setting a precedent. If we allow this store to have packaged liquor, which was once a department store. So now we got Kmart down on Nellis and Bonanza. It's the same thing. And they're going to come in and want to put in packaged liquor. Maybe we'll have the hardware store up across from the other Walmart store want to put in packaged liquor. We're on really, really thin ice. I believe that we have plenty of alcohol establishments. I don't think that by putting alcohol in this store is going to either help or hurt this Walmart store from doing what they do, and that's make money. So with all that said, Your Honor, I'm going to make a motion for denial of this application.
All right, you heard the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Will you take the next item? And Mr. DiPaolo, I'd like to see you over there, please.
Item 138 is special use permit, public hearing applicant El Nopo Mexican Grill, owner Fac Holdings, Warula LLC, request for a special permit for a beer wine cooler on sale establishment at 450 Fremont Street, number 117. This is in Ward 5. The applicants are present. Yes.
Good afternoon. Jorge Cotto, Quality Choice Construction, 2755 South Nellis Boulevard, representing FAEC Warula Holdings, the owners, Rohit Yoshi, developer, and the owner, Jose Morales, who would operate and own the restaurant. The proposed use is to be located at the Neonopolis Retail Center, to be located in their courtyard. Here where I'm pointing to, it's approximately 3,000 square foot Mexican grill restaurant. The owner-operator has done business in Las Vegas for about 8 years, has 3 other establishments, one close to Boulder Station, one at Russell and Bellevue, and more prominently, second floor promenade of the Stratosphere, where they serve arguably among the best steak and chicken fajitas in town.
Good plug.
The staff has recommended approval. Planning Commission has approved it, and we respectfully request your approval.
Where will this be?
At the Neonopolis Retail Center.
I know, but where in the...
inside the courtyard.
Oh, inside?
Yeah, inside the courtyard.
How does that play out with Star Trek? Mr. Rohit.
And while Mr. Rohi is coming, Mayor, this is the old Dairy Queen site.
Oh, okay. So it would not interfere with...
No, it won't. This is it used to be Dairy Queen and also a retail store in the central court area.
I know it is.
Yes.
Okay. See, I need Star Trek there. It's very important to us. But I need a great Mexican restaurant there, too, so...
We aim to serve great Mexican food to the folks at Star Trek.
All right, now you're talking. Very good, thank you. All right, it's a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Teddy Russell, resident of Las Vegas. I'm always severely in favor of any improvement in tenancy at the Neonopolis. They've already started design and decor work. Looks very good. We certainly need another good Mexican restaurant downtown. I heartily do recommend approval, and thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody else like to be heard? All right, then we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. To assist Neonopolis in its development, redevelopment, and getting off the ground, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, and most definitely a much-needed restaurant in the Neonopolis core. That would be my motion.
That's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. When will you be open?
Thank you. Well, we hope to complete it sometime in December.
In December?
Yes.
Very good. Well, invite us to the opening, okay?
Very good.
Very good. 139 is SUP 29655, special use permit. The applicant owner is Rustam Ruhani and Shahnaz Trust. Request for special use permit for a proposed financial institution specified with waivers to allow a 100-foot distance separation from a residential parcel where 200 feet is required, and to allow a 765-foot distance separation from another financial institution specified use where 1,000 feet is required on .92 acres at 625 North Lamb Boulevard, Suite number 110. This is in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I declare open.
Lenny Scar, 3753 Howard Hughes Parkway, representing the applicant. We are requesting a special use permit to allow this financial institution specified for a dollar loan center. There is one other financial institution specified within the radius distance. However, the services it provides are slightly different than what would be provided at this one. The specialty of the Dollar Loan Center is small personal loans up to $2,000, which they have difficulty obtaining at your standard banks. So this does fill a need within the community, and we ask for your approval.
Very good. Are there any questions of the young lady? Folks, public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Ms. Scar, would you put on record what are we waiving this distance requirement from?
For the financial institution?
Mm-hmm.
There are actually three. There is one that is a small, like kiosk within the Albertsons, where you also can buy your stamps, etc. There is one for a title loan company, which is on the other side of Lamb, right inside the distance. And then there's one that specifically specializes in check cashing, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I just wanted that on the record. Your Honor, this is a brand new little shopping center. This is, really a bad time to be opening these shopping centers. I feel sorry for them. If it wasn't that they're having a hard time putting people into these shopping centers, I'd probably argue a little bit harder with Ms. Scar, but I feel like that this is not going to impact or hurt the neighborhoods. I think that there are people that will be able to use this facility, and they're probably going to welcome it being down there. I just hope that the shopping center is a success, and so whatever we can do to help them, I think we need to do that. So my motion, Your Honor, is going to be for approval of this item.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. 140 is SUP 29869, special use permit. The applicant is Bilo Market. 4, the owner Edmond Town Center LLC, request for special use permit for proposed retail establishment with accessory package liquor off sale and waivers to allow a 300-foot distance separation where 400 feet is required from a church, and to allow a 150-foot distance separation from a city park where 400 feet is required at 1061 West Owens Avenue. This is in Ward 5, and the Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Gentlemen.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council.
Mr. Abbott, you have to identify yourself.
John Edmond, 1331 Ralston Drive. Anyway, we request for the special liquor permit for the Bilo Market. Since the Bilo Market, just to give you a little update, since the Bilo Market have been open approximately a month and a half now, it has exceeded sales, and the store has become a great asset and a valuable commodity within the community.
All I can tell you, Mr. Edmond, is that one of the marshals told me that his father, who lives clear across town, drives all the way over because of the bargains that he perceives at Bi-Lo. And if Councilman Barlow is disposed to approve this item, I can assure you that once the liquor is in, I will become a steady customer.
Thank you. One of the things that I would like to point out is that is true. Customers have come from as far as Hollywood to the east and out in Summerlin. You can't beat the pricing. You can't beat the way that the owners have the pricing marked down for the community people, and it's a good opportunity for Edmond Town Center. And I hope we can get approval for them to continue to do the business that they're doing by just adding a little bit extra more for the customers there in terms of their packaged goods.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any questions? Or it's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? I see none. We'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow. Help me out, Councilman.
I'll help you out, Mayor.
Thank you.
First and foremost, I do want to commend Mr. Paul Vazen as well as his brother, Mr. Nader Vazen, for a job well done. I've received numerous emails and phone calls and constituents stopping me in the street, really commending the store and the great service that you all have provided, and we look forward to you to continue to provide that great service. And we're looking forward to actually building out the entire center and getting more retail shops inside of the Edmond Town Center to really help boost the economic development in the community, and working very diligently also to pull in more residents and rooftops into the area also to help stabilize the area from an economic standpoint. With that, I understand that the liquor license has been applied for, and it is something that I do support, and I will move to follow staff's recommendation. But prior to the vote, what is the status of the gaming, if you have an update for us?
The gaming, everything is going through the promotions or the
Gaming Control Board?
The Gaming Control Board, yes, it's at the Gaming Control Board level. So everything to be on target based on the time frame, which I think they're talking sometime now in about mid-December.
And what are the number of games will you have?
They're going to start, we're talking about starting out with 8 games. I think once you get past 9, I think you have to have an attendant. And what we're thinking about is, instead of having an attendant right away, that we start with 8 games and see how it go, and then would increase as demand would ask for.
Okay. So with that, I would move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, subject to all staff conditions.
Very good. Thank you. Personally.
Personally.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? You did. Motion carries. Will the same pricing policies apply to the that section of the store?
We're going to have a special price on gin.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I can't wait.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Appreciate that. Well, I'm not going to get it there. All right. Good luck. 141 is ROC 30275, review of condition. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Pecoleum 1982 Trust. Request for review of condition to modify condition number 9 of an approved rezoning, which allows the city to impose additional conditions as related to street improvements and appropriate right-of-way dedications generally located along the north side of Alta Drive between Rampart Boulevard and Wallapai Way. This is in Ward 2, and the staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon and evening. My name is Clyde Spitzy. I'm working with Pecoleum Nevada Corporation to clear this item up, and if you have any questions, I'd be very happy to try to answer them.
Very good. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Bart, would you explain for the record what we're doing here?
Yes, sir. This is to memorialize a number of agreements that were made between Pecoleum, Nevada and the Department of Public Works with regards to sidewalk improvements along Alta next to the golf course. And for safety reasons associated with the proximity of the golf course, we had agreed to allow the the sidewalk to be relocated to the south side of Alta. We did require appropriate improvements, crosswalks, and other improvements to facilitate that, and those have been accomplished. So this agreement just basically memorializes, or I should say this action, ROC, memorializes those agreements, and staff recommends approval.
And you verified that these were agreements reached by the City of Las Vegas?
I did. I verified with my director that those agreements did in fact
Good enough for
exist.
me. Thank you very much. My motion is for approval.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
142, Madam Clerk, I'd instruct you to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. Now we're coming to something a little new. We've just put this item on the agenda for the first time, something that we utilize over at the Las Vegas Visitors Convention Authority. Gives a member of the council the opportunity to be heard if that member so desires. They don't have to speak, of course, but at least it's agendized so they can say whatever they feel like saying at this particular time. This is a council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Is there any member of the council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda? Mayor
Yes, Your Honor. I just want to congratulate Councilman Brown. I know that this council is definitely going to miss Larry for what he's done, not only for the council, but for the community. And I think that the community really owes Larry a big debt of gratitude. So,
thank you. Councilman Wilson.
Mayor Goodman, thank you. Likewise, my congratulations to my friend and colleague, Councilman Brown, on a job well done. Your victory is our loss, because we've got some pretty big shoes to fill. But I'm very happy for you. Congratulations, and I wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you. All right, I'll use this opportunity to remind our viewers once again that we're going to have this wonderful Veterans Day Parade a week from Tuesday, from a week from yesterday, November the 11th. We'll start at 10 o'clock in the morning down at 4th and Charleston. It's going to be very, very special. We'll be celebrating the wounded warriors, and they will be coming to us, over 50 strong, as I understand it, from various medical institutions on the West Coast. And this is getting national attention and a recognition out of Washington, D.C., out of the Pentagon. And we're being looked at as a city that is on the cutting edge of recognizing those who have gone to protect the integrity of this great nation of ours. And I'm very proud that the City Council is supportive of the parade, and I expect to see as many folks in the community as possible, children, seniors, rich, poor, black, white, doesn't matter. Everybody should be there to celebrate Veterans Day and the Wounded Warriors. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
Before, I've said this personally to Councilman Brown, and I just thought I should also put it on the public record. I really appreciate the leadership he's shown, and I appreciate the help he gave me, particularly in understanding a lot of all the financial matters, and the encouragement he gave me, and I just want to express that. And the County Commission's gain is our loss. So thank you.
And I'm going to save my comments concerning Councilman Brown to another day and probably another venue, but that's okay.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
I, too, just want to congratulate my dear friend and colleague, Councilman Brown, for 9 outstanding years that I've had an opportunity to work on the council floor, and for his leadership and guidance upon me coming onto the council and directing me and educating me on how to navigate my way through the city's budget and where to look for monies. Unfortunately, we don't have those monies in those pots that he guided me to today, but at least I know where the potholes are. And
Yeah, we know that, too.
so for that, I too want to congratulate him, and I would have been with him last night. However, I was misinformed that he was on his way to where I was when I was on my way to where he was, and we got our lines crossed up. But I sure wanted to be there to be a part of the excitement of your victory. So I know you're going to do well, and I'm glad that we have a colleague over at the county to reach out to. So good luck to you, and God bless.
Thank you. All right. Well, item 144 is citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please step up and give us your name, and we'll put a 3-minute timer on, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. Teddy Russell, resident of Las Vegas. Before the election, Councilman Brown, I never publicly acknowledged or congratulated you for being voted as chairman of the RTC. I wanted to give you my heartiest congratulations on your election to the Clark County Commission. You were a little bit worried. I wasn't worried at all. You'll see me from time to time. I have to make sure that Commissioner Collins behaves himself, and they have a great microwave. We don't even have a microwave at City Hall, and I look better on TV there. But anyway, all manner of blessings to you and good luck in your new position. Thank you very much and have a great evening.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sir. Could you take, there you go.
I'm David Shakespeare, 235 Earl Street. Day before yesterday, we had the code enforcement come by our street and tell all of us that we've got to get our cars off of the grass and the dirt and onto the cement or out in the street. These houses are 65 years old. When they were built, there was only 2 people on the entire street that even owned an automobile. I feel that the tires they make nowadays are capable of parking on dirt or grass. It's really a bad time to ask anybody to put in more cement, to put cars on there. I agree with the city that we should try and make the city look as nice as we can, but I feel that we need more grass than we do cement and blacktop. If you put blacktop or cement there, in the summertime that holds the heat in there and it'll keep your house warm all night and run your air conditioning. And so I'm asking the city if they'll put that on hold until the economy turns around. We've got 5 houses on my street that are empty. We're doing the best we can just to stay afloat out there, and we don't need any extra burden on ourselves to gussy up the yards with more cement. I've got a truck that I use daily, and I'm parked in such a way that I can swing around out into the street in either direction. I parked it out into the street to comply, and that thing you have to back up 3 or 4 times just to turn it around if we comply with. And most of the houses are not wide enough that you can park all the cars out in the street anyway. And so I'm asking the city if they'll reconsider this burden that you're putting on us. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Shakespeare, we're not allowed to take action, but if you'd be kind enough to see Mr. Sanchez, who's at the end there, give him your address, and he'll be able to check into this for you.
Thank you.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask him what the cross streets are near where you live?
What
are the cross streets, the major cross streets of where you live?
Earl Street is just off of 15th and Charleston.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
We bought those houses out there because they're cheap and had big yards, so we could put our junk back there.
Well, that's a little bit, no, his junk, not his chin. I would have rooted out that chin. But, okay, anybody else? Big John? Nope. All right, the meeting's adjourned.